Now, the reason why we're doing the Saturday live Eurasia live stream is because I'm busy tomorrow with a few other personal things that I have to deal with. Oh, that is why. So, yes, other things have taken me away. So I decided to do this evening one. So this is going to be a marathon one. It's probably going to go for 6 hours. There's going to be plenty of opportunities, and probably even get some of the North American crowd at the end of it in later hours of the evening. So yes, it's going to be a long session. Cheers. I've got my kombucha here and my low deuterium water there, so to keep going. So yes. Oh, from Richard. I better allow Robbie to basically, be available. Richard, good evening, morning, good people. Bruce, howdy to you as well. And there's only one or no lives tomorrow. No live streams tomorrow. And g'day, DJ Projectus as well. Yes, things are tense on the Eastern Front. Yes, very much so. Yes, that sort of thing is Putin's taking his time to sort of move through, trying to minimize the amount of, let's say, collateral damage, which the Americans don't seem to worry about after they killed millions and millions and millions in Iraq and many other wars. But, if the Russians kill similar numbers, they're really evil. Even though the Americans basically lied and cajoled and all that when they actually walked into Iraq. So, not that it excuses Putin what he's doing, but at the same time, the Americans have got the Montreux sort of legislation on their statute books, which is also an illegal act in terms of international law, which says that if anybody moves into what is called the Western Hemisphere, which is all North and South America, like Russia or anyone, like they did in Cuba, we will invade, we will take action. So basically, when it's close to their territory, like if the Russians were to move cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, like they did in years ago in the past with the Cuban Missile Crisis, or stuff like that, then it's an existential threat. And remember what I showed you last week, the new hypersonic missile being developed by Lockheed Martin, which is 499 kilometers, which from the eastern Ukraine can actually hit Moscow, but from the Baltic states can't. And from the other European states, it can't either. It can only be sent via aircraft, which can be intercepted because there's a massive anti-aircraft batteries and systems through Belarus and many of the other, and along those borders, to make it very complicated to achieve such an attack. But from a close range from the eastern Ukraine, it becomes an existential threat. No different than the Cuban Missile Crisis was an existential threat for the Americans. It doesn't excuse either side for taking that action, but it's understandable when countries have existential threats. The Ukraine, when the Soviet Union came down, the Ukrainians, the Russians, and the Belarusians had an agreement. They signed an agreement that they would not join a different alliance. That was quite clear. They have an agreement which the current government and the previous government of the Ukraine have violated, which meant that they were to maintain a neutral sort of position. So the vice president of the US was in one of the NATO meetings just before and said that she would push for Ukraine membership into NATO. Right after that, the invasion happened. So, did they really want it? Did they want to start a new Cold War, which seems to be, the Americans need always an enemy to support their military-industrial complex? I'll let you, DJ Projectors, and anyone else to ponder about that issue. Doesn't excuse what the Russians did, but it explains why they did it, because they felt that it was an existential threat to their security. It would be good to live in a world where the Americans weren't threatening the Latin American countries if they joined into an alliance with other countries outside the hemisphere. And it would be good also for countries to be independent to be able to do that. But unfortunately, there are major powers that basically seem to ignore international law when it suits them and criticise others when it doesn't. So, yes, these are dangerous times. And I don't think basically, creating this is basically the lunatics in the State Department in the US pushing for this. They tend to be Democrats. They tend to be basically part of the military-industrial complex. They're what I call Brzezinskyites. And it's basically, he was a Polish American. Polish people tend to hate the Russians. Understandable, they did suffer at the hands of them and the Germans in the Second World War, so it's understandable. It's like the Greeks have had for a long time animosity towards the Turks for the same reason. They suffered at their hands as well. It doesn't excuse the sort of paranoia that exists, but when you push people to the wall, sometimes shit happens, and that's what's happening now. Unfortunately, there was no need. Quite easily, they could have joined the European Union, the Ukrainians, and maintained military neutrality, had the benefits of integrating into the West without basically upsetting the Russian bear with an existential threat to their security. So, yeah, unfortunately, we've got these people that basically overthrew a legitimate government. And since then, have changed the landscape of that area. I think I've got where did I think I'll just bring that up because sometimes people need to actually see. Seeing, what do they say? Seeing is believing. Okay. So if I share my screen, just to make this. And I'm just using official, Wikipedia stuff. I'm not using anything. I'm not using any Russian information. I'm not using any American, like government information. I'm just basically using Wikipedia in this regard. And so these are the list of Ukrainian presidential elections. We'll go to this one here. Oops. That one was the previous one. And this is basically this independent guy. He was an independent, and that was sort of a party that was more orientated towards sort of the communists. They sort of had a mixed bag of all these sort of areas. They had a bit of the West, this sort of area, and sort of the middle as well. And at this time in 1999, this independent, who had been an old official, he had been also a member of the trade union and, one of the trade unions in the past, he actually got elected with nearly 16 million of the votes, he 11 million. and he was quite, got votes from all over the place. So it wasn't in that regard. He was Ukrainian, but many of the Russian speakers as well voted for him. He was very much an independent and very much not aligned to any specific purpose, and pretty much was a reasonable sort of guy. I don't know a lot about him. So then we had the 2004 elections. Viktor Yushchenko, another independent from the West. This guy was Party of Regions, which was sort of pro-Russian. They got 44% of the vote. This guy got 52%, came in as president at the time. So again, and then this is where the interesting stuff happens. And then we basically had, through the second round, this guy, Viktor Yanukovych, he was basically the guy who he got 12,480,000. This lady here, who comes from Western Ukraine, she got slightly less and wasn't elected. Most of her vote came from the western part, and most of the eastern part is where this guy who was pro-Russian, with the pro-Russian Party of Regions, as it's called. So he got elected. He was the president. This is the guy that they toppled. Okay, so this is the guy they got rid of, and then they actually went into the parliament. These so-called rebels, who were organised by the CIA and forced at gunpoint all the Russian-speaking deputies out. Okay, since then they haven't participated in any of the elections. So pretty much it's like an apartheid regime. Only those who are on the West actually vote. And as you can see, look at the vote, how it's dropped. That's about 10, 12, 13.5 million. And the previous one was 24 million. So that's 24 million the previous election. And these are the current leaders who basically were voted with a much lower. This guy's the one who was an independent, but also was let's say, tended to have support, as a, heavyweight boxer, blah, 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 and all that sort of stuff. And this was sort of a centrist type political sort of arrangement with pro-European sort of views and stuff like that. So yeah, and these were the different other groups. So that's 13.5, 14, 15.5. So as you can see, about, obviously the population has grown a bit as well since then. It's probably up to 25 million. So about 10 million didn't vote. So 15 million voted about, and 10 million who were in the eastern part did not vote, did not participate at all, because they'd been forced out in gunpoint. These were fair elections for the whole of Ukraine. That's just bullshit. That's just made up stuff, because basically the East has not been allowed to basically participate in any elections since then. And even the current comedian, far right in general, Zelensky, this is a sort of a centrist party, but it's taken a very much changed its direction quite a bit in its politics. So again, as you can see here, he got quite a bit, not aligned to anyone in particular. That's just one of his own setups. That was the previous one. This guy's been put away in jail, I believe so, and at his calling. So he does imprison his opposition. He may be a comedian, but let's not forget, Hitler was basically an artist. He painted things. So just because somebody, if you take a look at most of the revolutionaries and most of the political extremists have always been part of the humanities field, not of the sciences, but of the humanities. Doesn't surprise me. They're not very humane, aren't they? They tend to basically take very ideologically and philosophically very reactionary type positions of extremism in their thinking, these sort of people. So many people sort of criticize technocrats, people that are more, have a science background or engineering background or stuff like that. But actually, they're the people that actually manage the economies and societies much better historically. When you look at technocrats, that's why they bring them in when the political situation fails, because they tend to basically know how to run things. They're trained into that sort of stuff, where these sort of people are just basically end up very easily to go into fanatical sort of thinking and approaches, especially in times of war. But as you can see, large parts of the population did not participate, generally speaking. Again, so the Ukraine is not a democracy, really. It's basically a country where half the population doesn't participate anymore, or nearly half doesn't participate anymore. And pretty much it's a broken society. And it's a broken society because the opposition basically overthrew the legitimate government at gunpoint. Now, they will criticise that the opposition used heavy-handedness against some of the protesters and all that, but some of the protests actually had guns and actually had killed soldiers and killed police officers. So how peaceful were they? Were they that peaceful? Exactly. So, I mean, the reality is that I don't think it would have ever got to this. I think the intelligence services of the US and of Britain are the ones that actually have fomented, paid, and organised these groups to create this destabilisation. Exactly the same thing that they did in Uzbekistan recently. Nothing new. They've been doing it for a very long time. They create these political groups and all that to overthrow and to create conditions for an overthrow. It's happened before. It's textbook CIA stuff. They've done it before multiple times in South America, multiple times. So it doesn't surprise me. These governments are not legitimate because the majority of people are not voting. The Western part is voting, the Eastern part's not voting. So it's not a legitimate, doesn't have legitimacy, let alone it's violated treaties that it's signed with the Russians, the Russian Federation, in terms of neutrality. So they had agreements that they've signed and violated. And they've been, let's say, pushed and promoted and supported by the US sort of elites and the US, what I call the US deep state, that are basically. This is the reason why even Trump realized that these people are a problem driving. He believed that he could actually come to an arrangement with the Russians to, because bring the Russians back into the fold. I mean, the Russians initially actually wanted to join NATO. They wanted to join the EU and all that. In comparison, Putin, compared to many others in the Duma, in his parliament, is far more moderate in some regards. They were pushing him back there, saying, they called him a stooge of the West in the past because he used to get on with George Bush and all that, have good relationships. But basically, what he says is truthful. He resents that he was betrayed by the West. He actually is resentful. You can actually see it from his language. He's very resentful. He sat there for 5 hours and lectured Macron about how you guys backstabbed us. That doesn't show me a person. If somebody is an opponent like Kim Il-sung from, or the Chinese leader and all that, they don't feel backstabbed. They just say, you're an adversary. I expect you to do something like that towards me. But a politician because he came with Yeltsin. Yeltsin was pro-Western and he was pro-Western. But when he tried to, become part of NATO, they said no. When he tried to move closer to the EU, they said no. Because the Americans, again, the deep state, again, they need an enemy. So basically, the Americans have this attitude: we want you on your knees. You know, they have not accepted that they've lost. Power's gone to their head. Since the fall of the Soviet Union, they no longer see their allies as, people that they work with. They just want to tell them what to do. This is why the Germans are annoyed. The Germans, the whole reason for this is to basically bring the whole of Europe back under American control, and British control. That's what it is. And if people don't get it, they've missed the whole thing. Ukraine is a sideshow. Ukraine is a sacrificial lamb in order to force Germany and France back under the American umbrella, because they were far too independent, according to the deep state in Washington. That's the real reason why we're in this mess. And the Russians, it was an existential threat for them, because basically if the Ukraine became NATO and all these, armored forces were put in the eastern with hypersonic missiles, basically the Russians were, we surrender, because, they could be taken out very quickly. It'd be an existential threat, like the Cuban Missile Crisis for them. That's the reality, and that's the mess and the reason. And I've shown you in my other live stream about the hypersonic missile being developed by Lockheed Martin, and its range from the eastern part can hit right to the center of Moscow comfortably. So that's the sort of reason. Doesn't excuse what the Russians did. I don't agree with what the Russians did, but I understand why they did it. They felt compelled. No different than basically Robert Kennedy felt the same way. Kennedy felt the same way. An existential threat from Cuba, Russian nuclear missiles that could take out all the eastern seaboard of the US very quickly with a preemptive strike without them being able to respond quick enough. For him, it was also an existential threat. They had gone on high alert. They had actually even put bombers in the sky to bomb Russia. That's how far they went. They even went further. People talk about, the enlightened Kennedy. Bullshit. He had bombers in the air over Alaska, ready to bomb the Soviet Union, and over the Arctic Ocean. What are you talking about? And a whole lot of boomers deployed. I mean, what the Russians have done is basically try to contain it. But what Lavrov is saying is, don't push us any further, because we're going to go next. Well, you're going to force us into the next step, because for us it's an existential threat. Either we surrender to the US and cease to be a free nation in our own right, or basically we go all out. That's what he's saying. The difference is he hasn't deployed those forces in the air and all that, strategic bombers and a whole lot of other things. That's the only difference. So it's not as dangerous at the moment as it was with the Cuban Missile Crisis. But the Americans, again, they had a recent conference up at NATO conference talking about, how to create a no-fly zone and all that. They knocked that back because they realized the Russians, that would implicate aerial combat with the Russians, and that just could precipitate to a third world war. These people are playing very dangerous games. And Zelensky has basically been conned. He's been used. The Ukraine is being used. It's basically the way of breaking Russia economically, strategically, and all that. But I think they will fail, because the Russians have de-dollarized. They've moved away from the US currency. They've moved towards the euro and the gold, quite a bit of gold standard. They've moved to a lot of gold, and they've also signed agreements with India and China and a number of other countries to trade with rubles, not with US dollars or euros. So I think, had they done it years ago, 10 years ago, they probably could have brought Russia to their knees economically and all that. Now they can't, because the Russians realized that and sort of moved away from the dollar, moved away basically from the control of the financial centers of London and New York, basically. So, and Putin doesn't give a shit about the oligarchs if they lose a whole lot of billions. That's irrelevant. He's a patriot for his own nation. So, yeah, pretty much they took a person who was pro-Western and trying to bring Russia closer to the West treated him like shit, and then wonder why he's now pandering to the more extremist in his parliament. Give us a break. And he's even going very slow through Ukraine, not creating a lot of collateral damage. So he's trying to reduce the amount of, because he doesn't want to create animosity amongst the Ukrainians. So he seems to be doing everything right in those respects. And I recently just saw a Greek guy who's an ex colonel from the special forces of Greece, and he's got connections within the intelligence and a whole lot of other people around the world, good friends and all that, and has dealt with overseas sort of issues where he knows about the Russian special forces. He quite admires them in that regard, and he was talking about some of this sort of stuff that I'm talking about right now, plus that the reason why he's going slow. A lot of people are talking, but it's not shock and awe, because he doesn't want shock and awe and creating a lot of animosity within the Ukrainian people. That's why he's going much slower. So that puts pressure on his capacity, but it reduces the collateral damage, because long term he still has to live with those people. The more harm you do to them, the more animosity and hatred you're going to generate. So he was damned if he did, damned if he didn't. So, but for him, he'd rather basically reduce the threat to his country, and that's why I think he was forced in that position. I don't think he planned for it, but he wasn't basically voluntarily doing it he was still hoping right to the end that he could come to a deal with the West. But Zelensky was continually pushed by the Americans to basically not negotiate with Putin. They tried 3 times, failed, because Zelensky had these guarantees from Biden. And basically Biden just wrote him off, used him and wrote him off, and the Russians were forced into this existential situation. Fucking crazy. What a mess. And a lot of innocent people have died for geopolitics of Americans, and trying to bring under their control again the Europeans who had traded with the Russians, and now going to force them to trade with the Americans and buy their energy, whether they like it or not. So the Americans have actually achieved a victory over Europe, and also taken away a lot of Europe's independence again. Germany in particular, they're actually sending additional troops over to Germany. Seems like Germany is basically back in the 1940s, post-occupation. They're on a short leash again. Yes, that's the reality. That's the other side of stuff that you're not being told. You don't understand the geopolitics from around. That's the thing. And the French have been given a special role to actually command all these forces in that area. That's sort of payback for the backstabbing that happened earlier with AUKUS, So, yes, just to keep them in line and happy. The French tend to be a bit more, get annoyed a bit more. They've, they still have the de Gaulle sort of mindset sometimes, especially the current political crop, and the Americans are very concerned. So they can't undermine Macron, because some of the others are even more radical than Macron, and even more Gaullists, and de Gaulle, that is, than Macron is. And that would be a big worry for the US and its plans. Anyway, let's move on. There you go. You got a bit of geopolitics and some of the background stuff, and stuff that you've probably never heard and will never hear on the media, because they don't do that sort of analysis and they're not interested in that sort of stuff. Anyway. Mousy. I just noticed. Thanks, mate. Just a reminder, we can annoy Roy with money. Thanks for the couple of coffees. Yes. G'day, Robbie. Yes, or former Wog Boy Robbie here. We know who you are, Robbie. We know who you are. Can't imagine I have a friend in Ukraine. Oh, look, Greeks have got quite a few friends. Greeks are sort of cut in this regard because there are Greeks in Ukraine, there are Greeks in Russia, and half the population is with one side and half the population. It's a mess, actually. They're both Orthodox people, and even the church has made it quite clear that it's a dark time for both populations, and it is. We would have wished that this had never happened. That these people could have sat down and said, "I don't want to threaten you. You don't want to threaten me. Let's just come to a deal and stop threatening each other." And you know, but it never happened, unfortunately, and it's really become a mess. G'day, mate. How's it going? Yes, I know who you are. How's the other thing going, bro? Have those benefits started yet? Without going into details. Uh, I would say the US. I wouldn't say Europe. I'd say the US is yes, is pushing. It's the Democrats. We actually knew. We were forewarned that once Trump left power, the focus would be when the Democrats came into power, Biden would go after Russia. We knew that. It's quite clear. Trump is more anti-China, and Biden is more anti-Russian. Simple as that. So yeah, the Americans are divided themselves. Both sides of politics should ease off the tension because they're going to drive their own population into a conflict. I hope never happens that a civil war never happens in the US. But unfortunately, we've got a lot of animosity over there, And the last thing both sides should be doing is trying to start overseas wars and conflicts. They should try and actually develop international cooperation to try and minimize these conflicts and try and bring these countries into global agreements to reduce the tension. Had they not pushed Russia out, it would have been a much easier task because with the Russians, the Chinese still need energy and raw materials. It's like the Europeans. The Europeans, I mean, the reason for two wars against Russia is because Russia, the Ukraine, all those have a lot of raw materials and a lot of energy. One of the biggest, when it comes to Ukraine, is one of the biggest food bowls in Europe. It's like the North American food bowl, the Australasian, and the other one is basically the other ones are China and India. But in terms of Europe, it's Ukraine, one of the biggest food bowls. So it's important in that regard. So it's a big issue. It's a big issue, and it doesn't help anyone. It's going to force food prices up throughout Europe and around the world, and it's going to force oil and gas prices up as well, which is going to increase inflation, potentially causing stagflation, and really eroding a lot of the living standards of people around the world severely. What? So a couple of American companies can sell more weapons who are allied, to a number of the Democrats who push them, who support them, with the tech giants which are integrated into them to make more profits at the expense of a whole lot of people around the world. Yeah, Robbie, exactly. Democrats love war. That's pretty much it. They sit around lecturing people about human rights and all this. They are the biggest warmongers in the history of the United States, especially in more recent times. I mean, Obama killed more people with drones than any other leader in the world. Another great Democrat, another great so-called, war criminal as far as I'm concerned, the amount of people that were just killed indiscriminately collateral damage. God, how many innocent people just knocked off just to get one person, And here's the Russians going very slowly trying to minimize this. And I sort of criticize, they're not doing it fast enough. Are they failing and all that? I mean, give us a break. I mean, the actual Russians are going into areas without even armored forces, just small light infantry, because there's so little resistance and there's no actually defense line, and the Ukrainians called for the population to come into to be put into conscription right after the invasion. That's how unprepared they were. They didn't even build defensive lines. So for them, it's much easier just to go and grab territory and use armor and artillery where it's needed, where there's a bit of resistance, in pockets of resistance. So, but they are going slow without they secured the nuclear facilities and many other things to try and minimize, potential disasters in the country as they're going through, because they knew they'd be blamed for it. So they were trying to minimize that. Yes, but again, it wasn't even for them to do that. Wasn't the right thing. There could have been other methods of pressure brought on Ukraine, economic pressures, oil and gas pressures, and other things. And at most, they could have even used an internal. They could have armed a bit more their own Russian speakers to sort of create a bit more guerrilla warfare against the Ukrainian government, to force the Ukrainian government into an arrangement for the East. And that would have got a result without having to go this far. But, I mean, I think pretty much the vice president of the US, she basically put a foot in her mouth. Pamela Harris, she pretty much stuffed it all up because even Biden didn't say anything about, openly. Even, she actually went out of her way to basically say, let's get Ukraine into NATO. I mean, ridiculous. So she precipitated the sort of crisis. Maybe she was used by Biden to basically do the dirty work. I don't know. No idea. But it wouldn't surprise me either way. Yes. Oh, yeah, it's hysterical. I mean, God, it's ridiculous. They back up to their same things. Oh, weapons of mass destruction. Oh, we know that all these. Remember, even the child things about, child incubators and all that. They're regurgitating the same old shit, propaganda and lies that they used back then. I mean, it's not working as well nowadays because a lot of people go, haven't we heard this story again? Weren't they saying this about Iraq and a few other places? They're starting to realize the bullshit. It's psychological warfare and lies and all that. Yes. They keep trying to block RT and Sputnik. Funny, the West behaves like communists. They criticize freedom of speech. Yes, exactly. You only have to look at what's happening in Canada. Even the Russians, with their opposition, haven't basically taken away their accounts, their bank accounts. Trudeau went next level. But remember, Trudeau's actually been seen in a video admiring the Chinese leadership for their good way of controlling the country and getting good results in keeping things very stable. Yes, very controlled. That's what he means. Yes. The Chinese method is an example to basically Trudeau. As I said, authoritarianism has reared its ugly head throughout the world. I don't believe anymore we do have like a free world and an authoritarian world. Pretty much the whole world has become authoritarian to varying degrees of control. What the rest of us need to do is get rid of these friggin' governments. That's what we need to get rid of. Peacefully, I believe. They can't take on the whole population. I don't believe in violence because violence, basically, you end up, like 1917, with those who hold the weapons take control. And that's dangerous. You end up from one authoritarian to another authoritarian. The Gandhi way is better, to basically force the government into submission, because the country becomes ungovernable. They've got no option. The peaceful way is much better to force a change in direction. Even the Athenian democracy, when it first became direct democracy, again, they didn't go out and kill all the aristocrats. Got it? They basically took their power and said, we're taking over, whether you like it or not. And when you've got millions, what are they going to do? Even the military won't turn on you, because they go, well, we're not going to turn on we're going to knock off the whole population. It's not going to happen. They themselves will go, forget it. These guys have lost legitimacy. They'll side with the people. Like we had if you remember, the Revolution of Carnations, which was basically in Portugal, where the people all got out and said, enough is enough. And the soldiers basically realised, well, we can't kill all the population. They said they've lost legitimacy. And they were putting carnations into the rifles of soldiers. And pretty much the military changed and said, society to the people. It was all over for those authoritarians. We can do it. We've done it before, many times in history. We can do it the brutal way, or we can do it the peaceful way. And the peaceful way gets better results in the long run. You end up with a better society and less destruction. So I know it's tempting to use violence, but violence begets violence. And actually, in the end, those with the guns end up in power and can be worse than they can be worse than the previous lot. So you've got to be very careful when it comes to that sort of stuff. Ah, yes, exactly. And it is a big food bowl as well. Yes. All that sort of stuff. Yes, petrochemicals. Yes, they definitely. And they've got one of the biggest pipeline networks. I think it's the second biggest after the US, or it could be the third biggest. China may have a bigger gas network, but they are one of the biggest in the world. The US has got one big one. Chinese, I think, are second or third. The Ukraine has got massive, which means that they can actually lock into any pipeline system within their outside their country along their borders. So, yeah, they have got a lot of capacity in that regard to move energy around very easily. So, yes, Bjorn, very, very good. Yes. Yeah, I'll look at there's a lot of things like that as well in this whole gameplay, unfortunately. Who's interested in invading Russia? China, India. Putin wants to distract the inner political and economic situation. Yeah, that's true as well. There's a lot of politics here that are being played out on all sides. Yes, Putin. I'm not a supporter of Putin. I'll be quite clear, but I'm not a supporter of Biden either way. I believe in direct democracy, as you guys know. I don't believe these people are all elites. Putin is part of the elites of his part of the world. Biden and Trump are part of the American elites. They're just different groups of the American elites. The elites are not all united. They are divided. They do have differences amongst themselves, but they are all, they want to basically maximize their benefits for themselves against the wider population. So don't give me, I agree with you completely. And there are issues in Russia that could have been handled much better. And Russia's got a lot of resources and capacity to provide very high living standards. That it's got a massive population of 144 plus million, which is double that of Italy's, and it's got the same GDP, and it's got slightly smaller GDP than Italy, which isn't the strongest EU country. That tells you something how poorly Russia's been managed for a very long time. But Russia was actually even worse before Putin took power. Like, they had a reduction, that their whole economy had halved. And we're talking about a complete implosion of their economy. No economy in the world had actually imploded so badly after the Soviet Union collapsed. Massive implosion. And and through Yeltsin and many of the others, it was just poorly managed. And it's only been Putin in recent years that has been able to sort of slightly bring about an improvement. But the problem is he didn't go after the oligarchs. He allied himself with the oligarchs, and he didn't basically try and actually improve the general population, increase the middle classes, tax the oligarchs far more, and redirect some of that money to reinvest in massive projects, building new pipelines, new roads and rail and stuff like that, putting many millions of Russians back to work that have been, had high unemployment. That would create more taxable revenue for the state. It would basically lift the country even more, its GDP. There's a lot of things that they could have done to redirect, but unfortunately they didn't. And that's why Russia is where it is. Again, poorly managed, and it's crony capitalism. A bit like America has become very crony capitalist. Gentlemen agreement, Russia. Well, I know NATO would not. Yes, I know. But unfortunately, the Americans, unless you even when you tie them down to an agreement, they have had like agreements with the Russians they reneged on. It's not the first time. You wonder why the Americans, Iranians, or Chinese, and many others don't want to sign agreements with the Americans anymore. They don't trust them. They don't value or keep to their agreements that they sign. They signed an agreement with the Iranians. They rejected it. Different politician comes in, rejects it. They signed an agreement basically with the Russians on different. There was also nuclear agreements and all that. They rejected those as well because it didn't suit them for whatever reason. So the Americans criticize other countries, but they are the first, if it's not in their interest, that literally just walk away from agreements. Militarizing space. They rejected that because they wanted to create SDI. So one treaty after another treaty, they've just walked away and rejected it. And whenever Russia's done it a couple of times, because they have done it a couple of times in response to Americans and some of their behavior, they criticize Russia for that. But they've done it multiple times themselves. Yeah, it's a joke. It's an absolute joke. And then they wonder why people don't trust them. Wonder why. Yes, unfortunately, a lot of our politicians are not like statesmen. If you go back and you look at even Kennedy signed a treaty never to invade Cuba, all these sort of arrangements, then the past held to it. The American government held to it. Same thing, earlier when Truman did, and many others. They were statesmen, true statesmen who signed agreements and stood by them. In the modern era, the politicians that we've got now are so corrupt, are so basically, they just, if it doesn't suit them, they just get rid of it. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, how can countries basically conduct themselves if agreements mean nothing? It's what holds the fabric, the whole planet together without going to shit. And so people criticize, oh yeah, g'day zombie, criticize other sides, but they're all doing it. They're all basically, if it doesn't suit them. And it's a very dangerous time as a consequence, because the more countries don't respect international laws and international agreements, we end up back in the 19th century at a time when basically might is right. If I'm stronger, I can take over your country or your territory or whatever. I don't give a shit. That's the problem, what's happening at the moment. It is horrifying and quite disturbing and dangerous times. Well, I don't have any other method. I haven't set up any other method because that's not the purpose of the channel. If people, as I said, it's a voluntary thing if people want to and all that. I don't know. Yeah. If you don't want to, that's fine. It's not compulsory. Some people do because they just want to. It's not It's not my key driver for running this thing. I don't make any. There's no money in this unless you're selling product on YouTube and advertising and all that, and your content is YouTube friendly. That's the only time you make money. And that's the only time you get promoted. When you're controversial, you make nothing. And I've got a day job. So for me, money is not important in that regard. I've got investments. I've got other things. I'm fine. Bruce Lee, if you want to donate, usually, people will donate for the Zoom things or donate for, buy Harry a coffee or stuff like that. That's what usually it is. So just as sort of people saying, thank you, here, go and have a coffee on me, Harry, that sort of stuff. That's fine. It's up to you. It's not compulsory. At 30%. Why is fat so more efficient at generating ADP than carbs? I mean, fat generates 3 times more than glucose. You asked me that comment. I actually can't. Actually, you left me a comment exactly on that. Remember? The protein gradients. Remember, you actually generate more metabolic water in the matrix of, like carbohydrates, 0.44%, 110% from, so you're more metabolic water, more hydrogen ions, less deuterium ions that slow down ATP synthase. So at the subatomic level, you actually generate more due to a more higher protein gradients that can actually provide that energy. So, and the rotation of the ATP synthase actually rotates much faster. If there's neutrons that are coming in, it'll slow it down. So at the subatomic level, that's what's happening in that regard. Let alone there is, because you have to, through the dehydrogenase, you sort of have to take out some of this and try to remove it. Remember, you're pissing out deuterium-rich water. So, you end up dehydrating. This is why I say, because a lot of people say, well, carbohydrates, don't they have more water content? And most of it actually gets pissed out because it's high in deuterium. So, yes. So at the end of the day, it's the protons and electrons, that quantity that you're going to put through there to create that gradient through the inner mitochondrial membrane, which is where the folds are on the other side, closer to the membrane of the mitochondria itself. So that's that inner part which comes in, it creates a gradient, and the higher the gradient, the more quicker those those protons will go through the ATP synthase nanomotor, the complex 5, and they'll rotate much faster. And the faster they'll generate more ATP. Yes. Anyway, so that is quantum biological. Yes. The biochemistry one was the one that we talked about earlier. How many molecules, which you talked about, compared to 30 and 110. But then how much does that end up, because of the TCA cycle? TCA cycle is what generates the metabolic water. It's water production. So you're going to put cleaner water into the matrix to be able to provide the ions that are providing for that at the subatomic level, generate the energy. On the other hand, you need to get rid of that excess deuterium stuff. That's what you urinate out. That's why the higher the carbohydrate. So if you're on a low carbohydrate diet, your urine may have anywhere between 200 to 300 parts per million in terms of deuterium. If you're on a high carbohydrate diet, it can actually have up to 600. So Cole, who eats fruit, which is very high in deuterium and stuff like that, and then drinks his piss, he's actually having higher deuterium drink from his piss, could be up to 500, 600. That's higher than seed oils. That's double seed oil. Seed oil is 255. The safe area is 130. So, yeah. Well, if you want a detailed explanation, that would actually require a video to go really into all the intricacies and all that. That would take half an hour or more. So, yes, that's not going to happen here. So I'll have to, at some times I'll do a video. At some point I'm going to get frustrated, like with the graphene, and I did a video out of frustration by being asked continuously. So at some point I'll do a video out of frustration again for this issue as well. It's usually what causes me to do something. I just get, I need to explain this. Oh, can't be bothered. I need to explain it. And then eventually I force myself to do it. Yes, yes. Ah, yes, yes. Nothing like some heat from a bomb calorimeter. Yes, yes, obviously is. But the crackpots don't do biophysics. The crackpots focus on, molecules of heat. Yes, it's funny as. I'm going to crash. Fair enough, mate. Take care. See ya. And thanks for the donation as well. Couple of coffees in that. Gary, g'day, mate. Hi, Harry. And all RIP Warney. Yes, I know. And Marshy, probably victims of plant consumption, alcohol, smokes, standard drugs, and Warney. Maybe Jabba the Hutt too. Yeah, we don't know. Lots of sportsmen dropping off the perch. This is quite worrying, and that's. Remember when I did the video on the soccer players, the disproportionate numbers, so obviously if you've got underlying conditions and then you've got this sort of inflammation as well, it's a bloody concern, Gary. That's why I say we need to get this stuff out of our cells. We need very high T lymphocytes to go in and clear out the cells of all these foreign particles. Also, the high vitamin D seems to regulate line 1, which is the sort of transcriptase that can affect this sort of reversing effect from mRNA to DNA and incorporating into junk DNA. It seems to be able to control and regulate this vitamin D. So I still believe that vitamin D is a very important element in protecting your DNA in terms of viruses. And I also think that in terms of clearance of foreign particles within cells and outside cells, your T lymphocytes are your best defense. So focus on vitamin D status, focus on your taurine levels, and taurine in particular because you want to prevent senescence of T lymphocytes. And taurine has a protective effect. Improves also the concentration within the actual thymus, but also, when they go out to battle, they do get damaged in their war against foreign particles. And it's important to have enough taurine to basically protect them in a sense from that damaging effects. Proteins do get damaged, and, obviously, earthing is also good. Bart promotes earthing, so do I. I probably don't talk as much about it as Bart does. I probably should, but I think that earthing has a value, and I do it myself. I've been doing it for many years. I used to go out even to St David's. It's a park in Tasmania, which I just go across from my work, and I go there and actually just lie down and earth myself all lunchtime, for half an hour or whatever, and then do a walk for the other half, and then go back to work. In the summer, get some vitamin D as well. But generally speaking, yeah, it's Warney's a legend. Unfortunately, 52 is just too bloody young. God Almighty, it's just way too young. Obviously, he did consume a lot of fast foods and all that, going around different places. When unfortunately, a lot of the athletes now consume a lot of shit which they shouldn't. Did drugs as well, all sorts of things. A lot of peptides as well. They've done questionable peptides for performance. Especially when they get older, they want to maintain their competitiveness against younger guys in the sport, and that can have an effect, a deleterious effect. Jabba the Hutt, it's a hard one. We've got no proof. But the disproportionate numbers that we've noticed amongst athletes is a concern. I'll leave it at that. I don't have proof. I suspect down the track, that video that I did about the levels of soccer players in the UK dropping off the perch at disproportionate levels than in the past, it's damn concerning. Let's put it that way. And we know that from should I take the jab, that video that I did make a while back. If you Google my name, Harry Serpanos, and jab, you'll basically get that video. And I do talk about the oncology stuff and how up to 2 years we've seen catastrophic effects. Are we seeing the beginning of the catastrophic effects of people that have got more issues, health issues, that are falling off the perch? I don't know. When people ask me, I go, I wish I'm wrong. I don't want to see people die. I hope that I'm completely, utterly wrong about this sort of stuff. I hope that some of the stuff that we've actually seen in the oncology field doesn't play out on a mass level. I would weep and cry. I'd be willing to even ask God to take my life and save millions. So I don't get any joy just for talking the truth, Gary. How many mothers are going to lose their sons and daughters, and how many children are going to lose their parents, and how many parents are going to lose their children? You think I'm not concerned about these things and I'm not angry about these things? Bloody hell I am. And if I could be sacrificed to save millions, I'd be prepared to do that. We're all transitory through this realm, this fallen realm. I'm not going to live forever. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people that are being critical of these sort of things and going, oh, look at this, and really don't get too juvenile about it. You should be weeping, not celebrating that we've been proven right. I wish I was proven wrong. Completely and utterly wrong. There's nothing to celebrate or jump on a bandwagon and go, oh, we're all right and all that. I don't give a shit about that. I don't want to see many people die or suffer, or families and all that, or end up having to go to a lot of funerals. That's not my idea of a good future at all. So what do you think I'm trying to get all this information about? T lymphocytes, about vitamin D, and a lot of the stuff confirming. Even my brother's actually sending me all these videos with stuff about vitamin D, showing really good efficacy and all that, in all this sort of stuff. Even the recent studies out of Israel, I just haven't had the time to do the videos. I know people want that information, but I haven't had the time. But there's a lot of stuff that's coming through that's actually showing the importance. And, you got some of these crackpots saying, oh, we need to create a vaccine, which is a T lymphocyte vaccine. Hell no. Hell no. We do not need to derange the immune system just so you guys can make profits. All we need to do is give that immune system taurine and vitamin D to make it strong, robust to deal with these things, these foreign protein particles. That's what we need to be promoting. Now you've got those scissor things, the scissor stuff that we've got basically, now they've got on the bottom of the videos, they've got the little scissors, the YouTube, which is Bart's been talking about it in his live streams and stuff like that. That's a really good development. Just take a snippet of stuff that I've actually said, post it on your social media, get the message out to people. They need to know how to protect themselves, how to reduce the poor outcomes. Because the problem is there are some drugs that also help for long COVID stuff and other conditions. Unfortunately, we can't, get them out because the doctors won't hand them prescriptions because they've been brainwashed as well. So the only thing we can do is really boost our immune system to protect ourselves from cytokine storms and any of these sort of things, where reactivation from a future exposure to another corona type and then get reactivating of all these sort of things that are inside the cells that have been dormant that can be reactivated. That's the concern that we have, and then you end up, because these people have got very poor immune systems and very poor vitamin D status, they get this massive cytokine storm which kills them. I pray and I hope that others are praying that this doesn't happen. I truly do not want to see this happen. I hope I'm wrong, completely and utterly wrong. And this is one of my things that I'm concerned, because some of my relatives have actually taken this sort of stuff. Some of my friends have as well. I don't want to see them die. Believe me, I do not want to see them die. I'm trying to encourage people to basically get the message out of boosting their immunity and cleaning up their diet as well as much as possible. So that's what we've got to push. We've got to push this sort of stuff. Whole thing is, we don't want the deaths. We want to save people. That should be our purpose. Life, not death. That should be our goal. Get the information out there to help people, keep them alive. Yeah, pretty much, unfortunately. Yeah, Henry, yes, pretty much. It's pretty bad. Yeah, they are. Look, when you actually show emotive things, the TV, even Goebbels understood this, that's why you used to have these emotive images. And Hollywood actually copied what Goebbels actually developed for commercial purposes, but now the propagandists are doing it for political purposes, even in the West. And it's really that emotional thing where you disengage your frontal lobe and your reptilian brain back here is the one that's engaged. That's why they use subliminal stuff and all that in political ads and all that to engage that back here, not that here, the critical part. They know how to manipulate people. And unfortunately, that's another thing where I've actually railed against subliminal messaging and also the methods that are used, that we need to ban some of these methods. But, unless we change the political class, it's not going to happen. And millions of people will continue to be manipulated, which is unfortunate. But that's the reality, what's happening worldwide. In some countries, even worse. G'day, Tom. Yes. I've got things to do tomorrow, so had to switch days. G'day, Heather. Yes, we talked about that earlier, so I'm sort of catching up. God. Jared's been doing some good work in Canada as well. People watched his videos. He's done he did a lot of video clips with a lot of the protesters in Canada. People should go and check them. I've been watching them. I've been sharing them around and stuff like that. These are reasonable people that are just sick and tired and said enough is enough. So, yes. G'day, Nick. So we need to basically, and now that we've got the Clipper thing, just go and grab pieces of Jared's sort of interviews with reasonable Canadian people that were talking against the Canadian government, the Trudeau dictatorship, and actually post them on your social media. Get the message out so people can actually see these reasonable people that have been demonized, because we need to do that as well. Very important, because the media is not going to do it. Old struggle, Britain trying to keep Russia and the rest of Europe apart, especially German. Yeah, that is exactly it. Well known, and Russian resources. Well, that's the thing that the British fear: cheap energy and cheap materials from Russia integrating into with Germany will make Germany very powerful again, and Britain can't have that. That's really what it is. It's really the London agenda that we're actually playing out. The London agenda, or the London, are very much tied into the Brzezinskyites in the State Department in Washington. They're like that. That's why yes, very well said. And I've talked about this before, about the City of London and the powerful elites, how they operate and control both Britain and the US via these big banking elites, conglomerates out of the City of London. There's more trillions going through there than in New York, let's put it that way. Yes. Cheers for the reply earlier. Grateful having knowledge, experience, and guide through younger folks. Not a problem, AG. Not a problem. Yeah, I thought that because sometimes it's important to interpret and not view your medical results in a reductionist way. That's why I went through that, explaining some of the nuances of how to look at pattern A and pattern B and stuff like that, and clearance of LDL clearance and stuff like that. And that's also, I didn't cover exactly all the nuances, because ApoE plays a big role in terms of genetics, and also the amount of resonance. So your red blood cells and your lipids will actually circulate for longer on a low carbohydrate diet, because we need less sugar. We're not using sugar as energy. That's the other reason. But as long as the clearance is happening and it's not going into the atherogenic particles, which is the next part, they're all zero. It just goes off the completely. If usually it's a bell curve, it doesn't just drop off like that. That means they're being cleared. That's the reason why you need to be able to know how to read a lipid panel properly. Most people don't. And that's why they end up coming up with nonsense. And I go, well, you got low C-reactive protein in very low levels. Where's the actual issue? Why isn't actually the bell curve there, flowing in and actually increasing? Because usually LDL goes up through LDL 4, 5, 6 and onwards, tends to rise. That's what we see, and then sort of pops down like that as the body through Lp(a) at 7 tries to clear it out. And that's when Lp(a) goes up dramatically at that stage. Yeah, the picture is a bit more complicated always. Anyway, you're welcome, exactly. Biggest danger could be apocalyptic war between Tasmania and New Zealand. Ted, the yellow bear, looks dangerous. Yes, exactly. I've been training my little Tassie devils over here, and I've been using little teddy bears, and they've been ripping them to pieces. I say to Ted, I'll take you on any day, mate. I'll take you. My devils against Ted. Yes. Be torn to bits. G'day, Taro. Oh, Harry. Did you already get your first dose? Yes, I did. I got my first dose on the 28th of Novavax, that is. 28th and all that. I was in two. If there was no mandate, I wouldn't have bothered. I don't believe you need, for coronaviruses, you don't need, personally. I'm glad that a month earlier I actually got the real thing, the real McCoy, but my body cleared it out and I got a negative. and I got long-term immunity. So now this came in and cleared it out very fast. I had a bit of localized pain and then it went away. I know that Hello Kitty had like for a couple of days. Um, Also, when I took off the Band-Aid thing, there was no blood there as well. So even though I wasn't aspirated and I argued, the guy said, look, I've done this many times. I know how to put it in the correct place within the muscle to avoid something like that. And I go, should I trust him? So I was a bit concerned. And I had done preparation to make sure I'd fasted, got my T lymphocytes up. I did all this sort of stuff. So I was really prepared and all that. While management can keep HR off my back, obviously, if I don't comply with the first one, they can't do anything. I mean, they're keeping them at a distance, but still, where normally I shouldn't be able to work from home. I should be off. I should be basically off salary, so to speak, to be forced. But yeah, luckily, my managers probably consider they need me more than I, in that regard, and so that's helped. Let's get them off my back and taken off my stress levels. But still, I'm forced to do something that I think is unnecessary. But it's the least problematic. I looked at all the different variations out there. There are other sort of traditional types. This one I think is the safest out of all the traditional types. The reason is they've got the prolines preventing the spike from ever going into the actual cell. Can't go in because of the prolines preventing that. There's also they can't get cleaved off. The spike can't get cleaved off because they've mutated, so it can't get cleaved off. So you don't end up with all this particles all over the place. So there's a number of safety features put into it compared to the others. So while we don't have the 5 to 7 years, on paper it looked like the safest. Then one of my subscribers also had done it and then went away and actually did a troponin test, which is for myocarditis and all that, and a very high sensitivity one, the troponin I, which is there's the T in the I. The I is the best one, and they actually had the high sensitivity one that they actually did, and that basically was, really low. And it's sort of even lower than people normally have. When they're on a sad diet, they have higher, just being on a sad diet. So this guy's on a carnivore diet, so it's a diet that's bringing it very low. And at the same time, he had about 2, and the anything below 20 for males is, so yeah, basically that's 10%. He was at 10% of the normal, the cutoff normal range, what they call. So, and then the D dimmer, which is the clotting factors, was very low as well. So, and that also that phase 3 trials had shown similar results. So I was confident enough to basically go that way. I wasn't happy that I was being forced, as you guys know, but I was confident that, also beefing up my T lymphocytes, beefing up my system for massive clearance, being on high doses of vitamin D, high doses going into it and out of it. And taurine, I was on 10 milligrams of taurine. I even went higher than I actually recommend, because I don't recommend to others, because there can be other interactions with other things that people do. I don't know. I can control what I do, but I can't control what other people do. But I was basically not going to take any bloody chances whatsoever. I wanted my T lymphocytes to be able to go in there and be protected from senescence and go in there and just literally take out everything that had just come in. And so, yeah, that's why another reason why I approached it like that. But as I said, I wasn't happy to take that course. Now, if they dropped in a month's time when I have to do the next one, if they drop the mandates by then, I'm not going to bother with the second one at all. Why bother? I'm hoping that happens, that all this sort of bullshit goes away. But I don't know. We'll see. Yes. Hello. When transitioning to carnivore diet, it is about slowly lowering carbohydrates or plant matter or both. Yeah, pretty much both. Because because you want to actually lower the carbs actually faster than the plant matter. And the reason for that is because you want to basically make yourself fat adapted as you're bringing up the protein amount. So that's the focus. That's where you want to be focused. So yeah. So I'm less concerned about them. So what sort of food would you consume? Well, we don't want high oxalate plants, but we want low carbohydrate. Most low carbohydrate plants tend to be goitrogenic and also oxalate rich, So we definitely don't want any of that sort of stuff in the diet. So what do we have left? Oh, okay. We have kosh lettuce, which is low in oxalate and also doesn't have any goitrogenic effects like your broccolis and stuff like that. Then you basically want things like pickled cucumbers. There you've got a fermented thing which has lost a lot of the anti-nutrients out of it, and at the same time provides some plant matter for that transition. So that's the other thing you want. So those sort of things, maybe a bit of pumpkin, especially the lower sugar content. There are the low sugar pumpkins and the more sugary ones. So these sort of things as you transition and your body. And also another thing that I would do is I would supplement taurine, because taurine actually regulates the gut, re-regulates the motility of the gut as you're transitioning, and also improves your bile production and bile flow and bile function, improves and reduces senescence and damage to your pancreas. So if your pancreas has actually sustained some damage, it will reverse that. It will reverse in all tissue types and all organs, fibrotic tissue, which is really important because then they function better. It will improve your acidity of your stomach, so together with chloride from salt, and that will actually improve your overall digestion. Well, the other thing is I still haven't done that video because it does improve the gut microbiome in terms of a number of things. Plus, it actually reduces histamines and many other things. That's another important regulatory effect of taurine in the gut to normalize and improve. This is why people who are really damaged and do like raw meat, they tend to get a lot of relief and better digestion. More taurine means better digestion, pretty much. That's the reason. But if you can't tolerate or don't like raw meats, it's not, you can tolerate it. That's not the right word. You don't like it is the actual word. If you can't really, I don't really like this sort of, then just use a supplement. There is one on iHerb, a powder. Do not use any of the other ones because I've got a lot of fillers. Use the one. And if somebody can please put their iHerb one, most of you guys know what it is in the chat box. It'll save me having to search for it. That one for Olo. Pretty much. Can I drink soda? Go for something like this, like a kombucha that's got certain strains of, and if you're going to use any alcohol, sugar, probably erythritol is because the body does produce a bit of erythritol, but you don't want to actually have excess amounts either because that can create issues as well. The level of insulin generated from erythritol is much lower than some of the others, like aspartame actually can produce even higher levels than actual sugar itself. So actual carbs itself in terms of insulin response, not a good thing. That also has an effect on derangements in the body, which isn't a good thing as you're transitioning to become fat adapted. It'll inhibit it. So I would try and minimize the amount of soda drinks and stuff like that. If you want to become fat adapted, you're not going to help yourself drinking that sort of stuff. Thanks, Alex. So Alex has just put a link there. So that's the product, the only product that I recommend in terms of taurine, no other. It's unbound to any other shit. It's just a pure sulfur amino acid, the way you would find it in the natural food. Anyway, yes. Between evil Jacinda and the dangerous yellow Ted, our idiot prime minister wouldn't have a clue what to do. Yes, exactly. I'll put my money on Ted, definitely. But when it comes to the Tassie Devils and Ted, I put my money on my Devils anytime. Bring it on, Ted. I'm surprised the old dog Bart hasn't turned up. I did send him a link. He's probably gone to bed early. He has been burning the candle at both ends from recently. Almost 50 minutes in the stream and not even one mention of taurine. I'm disappointed. Well, it just happened at an hour and 25 minutes. Look, I always say to people, when I use the word taurine, in your head it says taurine equals meat and seafood. That's what you should get in your head. Taurine equals meat and seafood. Taurine equals meat and seafood, because that's what it is. So when we're talking about taurine, it's primarily in animal foods. In other sources, there's bugger all. It's animal foods, and most of the other foods have got certain precursors. Again, it's enzyme dependent. As you get older, conversion is much less. And even if you want to generate from methionine into glycine and then taurine, you still need to eat enough meat to do that. That's through your enzymatic pathways, So actually, I like that one. It's the mango one. It's better than the other one that I had before, the raspberry or whatever it is, strawberry or raspberry. Can't remember. It's one that I had last time, and it's sort of, the aftertaste was a bit like medicine. I'm going, I'm not going to buy that again. Well, it was for me anyway. So, and Roy's always right. Well, most of the time. Oh, probably is. Most of the Vagoon advanced glycation in the actual brain as well. You can't actually, the beta amyloid, in order to clear it, you actually have to reduce the glycating factors, because the proteins misfold, and taurine actually improves protein folding, which means that then the brain can actually clear away. See, glycated beta amyloid is what they call one of the symptoms of diabetes 3, diabetes in the brain. So it's high glycation of proteins in the brain. Taurine from meat and seafood clears that glycation from the brain. It's neuroprotective. It clears that and actually leaves you, reverses to a large extent. We've seen it in animal models, especially if you still haven't actually undertaken severe structural damage because of your inappropriate eating. But if it's in the early stages, you can actually reverse a lot of this damaging effect. We've done it with rats, where we've induced some damage and then we've given them taurine, and it's neuroprotective and it's restored proper functioning, where they can go around, where they become dysfunctional, they can't do the maze anymore, and then you give them taurine, it clears out all this problem, and then they're back to doing their wonderful work. So, because you basically allow the beta amyloid and the misfolded proteins inside the brain to be sorted. And also for energy production, very important. Also for the transcription, that means the production of proteins. So through the endoplasmic reticulum, that's that area between, in the cytosol, which is between the outer, it's the rough part, which is the outer, as they call it, the rough. I don't know why they call it, but anyway, it looks rough. That part basically is where the ribosomes are, where all the transcription happens. Well, taurine goes in there and prevents the problem with misfolded proteins. even COVID actually goes in there and actually causes some of this and forces glycolytic pathways by suppressing the ability for, ATP synthase. Taurine negates that. That's where taurine is coming in while the immune system is clearing out the stuff, and that's where vitamin D works, and taurine sort of supports the vitamin D by preventing the senescence or damage of the, repairing the damage of the T lymphocytes and all that. But it has another effect inside the cells of protecting the cells from damage of these highly glycating effects that that COVID does due to the cell inside when it gets inside. So it actually can inhibit the misfolded proteins or the hijacking of that system. Plus, it can actually inhibit the sort of pushing these glycolytic pathways inside the cell. So, as I said, species appropriate diet with the sun. As I said, get out there naked with a big steak on your chest. You'll live forever. That should be a slogan on our t-shirts. Naked with a steak on my chest. Well, you gotta be humorous about these things, boys and girls. I saw a YouTube doctor in my country that extracts kidney stones. Yes, I've had wonderful experiences due to oxalates with those fun things and gallstones. And he said gallstones can't be dissolved and must be extracted through surgery. What? He doesn't hear of taurine, I guess. More than likely, he's ignorant. I'm surprised because even remember I showed you that book of the early neonatal and pediatric book that I showed you ages ago, or well, probably not ages, a couple of months ago, where I showed in one of my videos, and I actually showed how taurine levels rise, like the mother is prioritized a lot of taurine to go into the child because it improves the biosynthesis and more, and also protection of the gut because there's gut permeability in the child. So it really needs a lot of taurine to protect and keep under control the gut microbiome. It's in the literature. This is what drives me up the wall. Aren't these people basically reading? Oh, what about the pediatric doctors? How were they asleep when they were reading these chapters in the pediatric books? I mean, friggin' hell. You wonder, you scratch your head and you go, are these guys not getting it? Aren't they making the connections? How reductionist is their thinking? I suspect it's a reductionist thinking because a person that engages their mind can see the interconnections and the interplays of different systems. But somebody who just thinks and learns by rote, all this is pathway, that pathway, and just regurgitates it out like a parrot to get a good mark in their exams, but doesn't have a deep understanding of it. Doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. I wonder whether, the current education system can be salvaged from reductionist nonsense. Yeah, I wonder truly. I mean, we know this. It's the reason why women also get problems with their thyroid, problems with gallstones. Gallstones go up in pregnancy. Again, taurine plays a regulatory role in there. And the child getting more of the taurine, because the mother is on a more kibble diet, more of the taurine goes in. Actually, taurine also lowers the actual blood sugar levels. So this is another reason why they can become diabetic or pre-diabetic pregnant women or gestational diabetes. Again, taurine is required for the child, prioritizes, the mother suffers. And also can actually end up with gallstones and stuff like that as a problem. Again, taurine is very important for emulsifying the the stuff in the gallbladder. It's not complicated. When you start thinking, using your brain and understanding these interactions through all these enzymes that support, and they're in the literature. It's not as if, I've gone out there and done an experiment and discovered it. This has been discovered and determined in the literature. I mean, drives you up the wall. Absolutely drives you up the wall, DJ Projectus. Doctors would hate me 6 weeks after starting keto in 2017. I pooped all my gallstones out. Yes, yes. I went through that lovely experience as well. My dad had a really large one that just ripped through his pancreas, gave him a pancreatitis. He was a bit, very, let's say, uncomfortable mess, but actually he recovered much quicker. I wish I had actually had gone through that experience. A bit of pain with a lot of gain, where I sort of just had all these small stones and a lot of sludge, and it took me months and months and months to improve my gallbladder function with a lot of taurine. So I had one of those awful experiences. So I know what it is to have a lot of sludge, a lot of small stones, and try to clear all that stuff out and have a lot of sludge through the bile ducts, which means it backs up your and I was having to rub my pancreas to sort of, because it was getting inflamed and painful. So yeah, I don't wish that on anyone because I had to go through months and months of suffering. So yes. I think I did mention it in one of my conversations early on when I was talking to Bart. This is before I had a channel. Yeah, so it's the reason why. I think I did. I don't know whether I covered it, how comprehensively I covered. I can't remember so far back now. It's all blurry. Not a problem, mate. Not a problem. I will have to do a proper video going into the intricacies because it really has to be explained properly and actually has to be explained from a biochemical, but also a quantum biological, in terms of, and try to make, yes, the physics part, because basically we are in a biophysical system. Yes, so that requires a bit of preparation to put something like that together. I could do these little ones very easily because they don't take a lot of effort and preparation. So, yeah, I tend to do that because not out of laziness, just a matter of time, then going back and actually editing things, and which is always a hassle. I had kidney stones that were like needles. Two of them had to be lasered out. There's no other way out of, you know, within 5 years, 4 kidney stones, eating a lot of spinach and shit like that. And I had two. One was like a hook, like a hook for catching fish. I don't know how it did, and that actually went into the actual duck and got stuck, and was actually backing up my my bladder. And so they feared that I could end up with a bladder infection or whatever. So they were very concerned. So yeah, and they said, look, we're going to have to laser it, and they were trying to dissolve it. They said, no, we're going to go in and laser it. So that was my actual first experience, and it wasn't pretty or very uncomfortable, I can tell you. What are your thoughts on the recent Swedish study on Pfizer and DNA? I have talked about it a bit. I haven't gone into it. It's an in vitro study. Again, we don't know whether this actually, there is systems in the body that actually prevent this from happening from viruses, but your immune system has to be strong. Now, if you've got a weak immune system, could this actually go into your DNA? Possibly. If it's gone before it goes in, if you've got a strong immune system preventing it, if you've got a weak, has it already happened for most people? Could some of this get reactivated under being stimulated by an exposure to another variant in the future, and then cytokine effects or whatever? There's a lot of question marks on all that sort of stuff, Bruce. There's a lot of question marks. And I sort of hope some of my thoughts are wrong. To be honest, I really hope that some of my thoughts are really wrong, because that's what these sort of things concern me a lot. It's not an in vivo study; it's an in vitro study. So I hope that in vivo I'm wrong. I truly, honestly hope I'm wrong. That there is not this case, but we haven't experimented on real people to actually, or done biopsies to assess whether this is a problem or not. And I'm surprised after this study why it hasn't happened. I hope it does. I hope some people do volunteer and they do check them. But an interesting average life expectancy is about 80 when genetically up to 120, 150 years is possible. Yep, really just middle age. Yep, basically. It's since the agricultural revolution, yeah, it's been abysmal failure right through. It's only in the modern world where we've actually had sanitation, vaccination against the biggest killers, and antibiotics, even though they've been highly misused, that has probably reduced the death rate. Now, if you're on a species-appropriate diet and getting enough sun, the requirements for the other two, not the when we're talking about the sanitation, but the other two probably goes down, because a robust immune system can protect you against most, not everything. Let's not forget, even the North American Plain Indians, they didn't succumb like the coastal agriculturalists who died up to 90%. Amongst the Indian population, it was a much smaller percentage. So a species-appropriate diet made them more robust, but some still did die. So in older age, is it a good thing to basically have protection against some of the old killers? Yes. A lot of the efficacy of a lot of those vaccines are fairly good in that regard. There's some ones that do have question marks on, and I think there's certain people should have genetic tests just to make sure they're not part of those risk groups. But beyond that, but generally speaking, when we're talking about the life expectancy, I believe that we could even push up to 200 potentially if we really biohacked and did a lot of other things. And also from birth, we were species appropriate, obviously, and we had less senescence, less damage. And we basically biohacked throughout our whole life to reduce senescence, like with taurine levels, with fisetin, and a whole lot of other strategies to keep down the senescent levels. So we had turnover of healthy cells, and also be more low carbohydrates. So we're not running these very high metabolic rates and turning over cells really rapidly. That ages you much more rapidly. So you take a look at centenarians, you're running at this much lower grade. It's not hypothyroidism or anything. It's just this lower grade, which basically means that you don't turn over cells as fast. And if you're actually having sufficient anti-senescent strategies, yeah, you could potentially get all the way to that level, but you'd have to start very early. How much, with all the damage, different people, I mean, you're probably younger, you've probably got a better chance. I probably have a worse chance because I used to consume a shitloads of seed oils. I did massive damage to my mitochondria, to my health. I've got massive senescence. I mean, I've been working very hard in the last 11 years to try and reverse a lot of that damage. But there's still plenty of damage there, still to be sorted out. So I'm starting from a poorer base, where you're younger and starting from a better base. So you've got the potential of getting up to these sort of ages. For me, I can only hope that I get closer to 100, but I doubt it that I'm going to get over like my great-grandfather. But you've probably got a chance, Bjorn, for the simple reason that you've started younger, cleaning up the sort of shit that you put in your body. So makes a difference. You only have to look at that 80-year-old that could outrun Mary, the Maasai guy. Even though she cleaned up her diet, she's even more, cleaner than me. She really is diligent at keeping her diet clean, and even she couldn't keep up with that guy. That tells you something, that damage done over a number of decades can't be just magically reversed like that. You remember Ron, even though I disagree with Ron Rosdale on mTOR and many other things, one thing that he said, I remember he was really right about. He said, one thing that you can't, damage always wins over repair. And he's right. The more damage you have, the more senescence you have, the more cytokines that are being produced, the more damage you'll get to the tissue, the more that magnifies the effect. So you're fighting continuously. You get more damage, be getting more damage, be getting more damage, and driving you more rapidly into senescence and damage, cancer and whatever else coming from that. So I'm fighting. Remember, my left lung was completely glassed. My doctor was worried about me having cancer. Now that's cleared up quite a bit. I actually saw my cardiologist this week as well for the final time, because they did some tests and all that, and they've actually discharged me. And the guy actually said he couldn't believe it. He said, I said, I didn't tell him exactly what I'd done because I would have shocked him. He would have fallen off. Because he tested my blood pressure. He said, yep, fine. That's all good. Then he checked my heart and all that sort of stuff. And all that, said, it all sounds really good. Had a bit of a conversation on what I did and stuff like that without going into a lot of details about my dietary stuff and upsetting him. He seemed to be, I just said basically, I don't eat anything in a package. I eat real food like people used to do in the past without getting into a lot of details, into the weeds, so to speak. So I didn't want to conflict with him. And pretty much he said, look, I'm discharging you. You don't need to come to this clinic. You don't have, he said, most people that basically have cardiovascular disease usually have, within a couple of years, have a second case and then get worse and worse. You had damage to your heart, and I've looked at the stuff. You've got no fibrosis, no damage anymore. So he looked at the sort of that was the 2018 test scan that I did. So he was quite shocked. He couldn't believe it. He said, I don't know what you're doing. He said, continue doing it, because most of the people get worse, not better. You're jogging up from the ground floor to the 9th floor of your building. He said, that's just unheard of. Usually most people actually have worse outcomes. Their hearts get worse and worse and worse. And I'm thinking inside my head, yes, because you promote kibble diets and other crap to them and a whole lot of medication like statins and whatever else, and just make them sicker and sicker and sicker with your interventions. That's why you're seeing people deteriorate after their first heart attack. I didn't do that. I did the complete opposite. That's why I'm being discharged. I wanted to say that, but I said, just keep things without, upsetting the apple cart. Just keep things, just accept, get the tick off. And he's sending me for a last scan, which is great. That's just going to confirm to me that there's still no fibrosis. There's still good blood perfusion like the previous one did. And it's just going to confirm that I'm back. Back on top, functioning well, and that's the main thing. So that's being sorted. So he's sending a letter through to my GP to basically organise a scan. So very interesting. They'll send something out for me anyway. So yes, no longer have to go to the cardiology section anymore. I'm probably the only person that has been discharged. And he did try the statins thing, and I said, look, I don't do statins. I said, look, they're a mitochondrial poison. And I said, even in Japan, they understand that, and they give coenzyme Q10 to people. I don't know why it's not being recommended here, but it's well known to deplete, to the body not getting enough. And he sort of looked at me and said, yeah, and didn't say anything and just continued. Is sort of Chinese background. I don't think they sort of respect elders. He didn't want to be confrontational like the other prick that I dealt with last time. So he was a younger Westerner who thought, I know best. I'll tell you, old bloke. That's the guy that I felt like, yes, giving him one. But anyway, I had to control myself. Yes. Fucking old people, out of control. Is there gallstones attack every other month? Yeah, I've been through that. I was once on the bed in agony, rubbing my gallbladder to try and relieve the pain, to try and ease the pain. I was in absolute agony. I know what you mean. And I was scared that I'd have to go and get my gallbladder removed. So I know what you mean, zombie. I've been there. And I just kept the taurine going and kept the faith, so to speak, in the taurine. And just, really, yes, I've been there. I know what you mean. And I've had pancreatitis as well, like a mild attacks, not severe, mild. It's been more gallbladder stuff. So, yeah. And I've just been rubbing and sort of caressing those under my rib cage and just slowly sort of lying back and just rubbing and caressing those just to try and keep the things, to try and ease stuff. So if they get blocked, to try and move things a bit, to try and lessen the sort of, the sort of backup stuff like that happens in those organs. So, yeah, I've been there. I know what you mean. God, friggin' horrendous. Location is one Helluva Draga. Mm-hmm. Oops. Back here. Back to the right spot. It's actually getting warm in here. It's actually raining outside and the humidity has just gone up a bit. So. Bjorn. You'll be the oldest person on Earth. I'm not going to experience that. You're not the only one, Alex. You'll probably outlive me with all the damage that I've got. God. I used to basically guzzle down seed oil because I thought it was going to be protective. Like that vegan, that 40-year-old vegan that died, that actually was taking shitloads of sterols, plant cholesterols. What do you think? Drinking all that seed oil. I mean, I used to douse everything in seed oil, not only cook with it, douse it, because I thought it was going to be so, and I was doing massive damage to my mitochondria. So, yeah, I'm coming back from a lot of damage, guys, and I've still got a lot of damage. I've still got a lot of damage to heal. So I've got a long way to go to really heal myself. A lot of people see me. They see me running up a hillside. They see me doing things and they go, wow. But I can tell you, I can remember when I was in my 20s, when I was healthy and all that, I had much greater strength. People feared me because I was that, small but very powerful. I could just grab somebody and just, even if they were taller and bigger than me. I can't do that anymore. So I've got a lot of damage. I know how much damage it is, and it really it annoys me because I'm a strong person that I don't like anyone. I'll get into a fight very easily if somebody gives me the shits or gets in my way. I don't feel the brain's strong, but the body isn't yet. Still working on that. Keto, was more like carnivore anyway. Yeah, look, I wish I had done that. I wish I'd just gone from a freaking sad diet to carnivore-ish diet, and I never did the oxalates and all that other shit, the keto shit, plants and all that, the low protein, high fat, plant heavy crap that I did, and suffered additional, 4 kidney stones in 5 years. With 3 hospitalization sessions. So, yes. Yeah, pretty much. Very much so. Precisely. Very much so, Robbie. Yeah, who is going to basically... Yes. People just don't think. They just follow like sheep. Yeah, I know. Nowadays, it is, because everybody's on a kibble diet. Use it or lose it. If you're basically not emulsifying it with taurine because you're not eating meat, the taurine and all processed food now has next to no taurine whatsoever. What's going to basically emulsify the gallbladder? It's going to create stones like there's no tomorrow. That's why everybody's losing their gallbladder. It's just friggin' ridiculous. lack of taurine, which means lack of meat and seafood. That's all it means. You know, remember, our slogan is taurine equals seafood and meat, period. One rule to live by is never go against nature. Very much so. Don't mess with perfection. Exactly. The species adaptation to a specific diet, and is that when animals move away from that, they start getting sick. Very much so, Bjorn. Very much so. You only need to see with cats. You take away the taurine, and they die very quickly, very early. That's why a lot of the cats, the vegan cats, are dying very early from all sorts of conditions, cancer and everything else under the sun. Only live for a couple of years. I think one vegan guy's actually had one cat every 2 or 3 years. It's ridiculous. They're just dying left, right, and centre on a veganerized diet. It's just criminal. They're the real. These are the real misanthropists and the real haters of life itself. That's why we call them misanthropists. That's why we call them basically they're part of the kill cult. They are part of a cult of death. Pretty much brainwashed to believe in it. Yep. Yeah, look, exactly. I'm in the same boat, mate. Why would they listen to people like me? You're a cartographer. What the hell do you know? Seems quite a few people from the engineering background, like myself, seem to be more analytical and better at using our brains than some of these so-called doctors, which just basically regurgitate the same garbage and just follow procedure. People from the engineering faculty, we have to be problem solvers. We have to solve problems. That's part of our core business. Come up with solutions to make things work. These people just have to follow procedures. So yes, they don't engage their brains at all. That's why in more recent times, there's people with an engineering background that are more critically thinkers and analyze data and stuff like that in a more critical way. That's why we are basically pointing out the bullshit where others can't, because they don't have that mindset, the critical thinking mindset that comes from an engineering background. It's just the reality. We have to be critical thinkers in our work. Otherwise, poor data in, poor data out, a bridge falls, or your maps are completely shit because of poor data, and then they're useless as a utility. So they have to be properly done. Hope you're wrong too, Harry. Yep. Yeah, I hope I'm bloody wrong. And I know you were forced, because of you've got children. You were forced to basically do it to hold on to employment to be able to feed your children. I take off my hat for somebody risking their life like you did, zombie, knowing that you're risking your life to basically put food on the table of your children. I take my hat off to you. I don't know, I would have probably lived in poverty with my children, probably moved back with dads, which would have been potentially, you can lose your partner that way. I know it's a lot of people have when they've made those choices. It is a horrendous and hard thing. We should have never been forced in this situation. And you put your children first, so I take my hat off to you. You're a good woman. You're a good person. Yep, it's unfortunate. But as I said, my only solutions are taurine and to prevent that sort of effect. So if it does, you will have such a robust immune system to prevent that from happening. And hopefully, by keeping up your vitamin D level status and your taurine status, you'll be better off than many others. And I do hope I am wrong. Honestly, I do. Alex is keeping away from it. You're lucky. Nick, good to see you, mate. I'm building muscles and trimming down, but how much protein and fat do I need trying to fill in loose skin with muscles after I dropped 56 kilograms? You need you do need more protein to turn over and fix that sort of stuff. Um, so most people that basically did a high protein um, tend to basically turn over and clear out that sort of stuff with a bit of fasting in between. And yeah, even the Angus guy, he did fasts and he basically had no loose skin whatsoever. It's only when you inhibit fat oxidation and you don't have enough energy, and then you start eating away your muscles, and then you end up with loose skin. So if you've got deranged mitochondria, then you need to eat more protein to prevent that from happening. So, if you can't access your fat very easily and you've got deranged mitochondria because of a lot of damage. So I don't know what sort of condition you are in. It blows my mind that Salad Boy can promote fructose when Robert Lustig has demonstrated through hard science it's pure poison. Exactly. It goes through the same pathways as alcohol. And he actually did an isocaloric tests with young children, giving them absolute garbage. They're on carbs, glucose, just pure glucose type foods like bagels and whatever else, pure glucose, processed glucose. And the other ones, fructose, and the other ones were putting on fat, liver fat. The other ones, he had to feed them more to remain them so they wouldn't lose weight as well. So, and that's because of the deactivation of the Randall cycle, as we know. So they have to basically add more. He doesn't know the Randall cycle. I don't think he understands it. And that's why he had to actually increase the ones on the glucose, their intake of energy in order to basically, so they weren't purely isocaloric in the end to keep them from losing weight. Because then people would say, oh, well, they lost weight. That's why. No, they remained weight stable by giving them more energy, and they still cleared out their fatty livers because of disengaging the Randall cycle, the thing that he didn't understand, where fat, on the other hand, from fructose will create that problem. Now, obviously, if somebody's actually eating a lot of eggs and stuff like that, and eggs can export the fat out of the liver because of the choline, you can actually reduce that. So if you're eating a steak and fructose, you can actually reduce the amount of liver fat in comparison. But still, it's in particular if you're eating eggs, but still you're still going to add more adipose fat, and you're still going to have some level of, so it'll be slightly different because of these other factors that are at play, so to speak. You're actually more efficiently exporting fat, and you're not actually generating as high fat droplets in terms of in the liver because of the lack of, you can convert it into fat, but then you need to export it out. So that's where choline plays a role in exporting fat out of the liver. I've actually done a video ages ago. It's one of my earliest videos that I actually did on that issue, on about choline and fatty liver, something along those lines. If anybody wants to Google it, I can't even remember what I called it. What did I call it? God. Do. Too many videos. I'm trying to remember all their bloody names in that regard. There it is. Come on. Oh, that's what was that? Can choline protect against Alzheimer's disease? No, that's not it. Oh, that's right. That's right. Choline and B vitamin deficiency and fatty liver disease nexus, part 1 of 3. Oh, that's right. I still haven't done part 2 and 3. That's another thing I've neglected. Yes, need to do that. How did I forget that? I don't know, that's a year ago that I actually did that. Anyway, that was that one. I'll just put that in the there. That was that one. That was the choline one that I did ages ago in regards to fatty liver and stuff like that, and export of fat. Oh yes, very much so, and that's the craziness. I mean, yes, argument seller boy had cramps without carbs. Well, what he was doing actually, he doesn't know increased taurine levels benefit exactly. How to eat some honey seasonally? Yep, only seasonally. And they gauge the Randall cycle and they fatten up for the lean periods because they're hunters. Fat animals aren't as fat as the glacial periods, the interglacial periods that we are now. We have to use seasonal sugar to fatten up and engage the Randall cycle. All tribal people have been doing it now for the last 20 odd thousand years ago, in that regard. Yep, just got DJ projectors going. Yes, vegan girls are doing colon cleansing with grass juice with a hose inserted in her behind. Are they now? You seem to have an interest in this. Interesting. without going down. Anyway, let's move on before I say something very inappropriate and I get myself in really a lot of trouble. DJ projectors, you know me too well. Anyway, so getting back to the civil conversation. Yes, taurine would have actually rebalanced his electrolytes and it would have eliminated that whole problem. If he's overcooking his meat and he's also, and you're not eating enough protein to get enough of the water content, then you can actually be subclinically. And if you're actually exercising quite a bit as well, you could be suboptimal in terms of taurine. And if you can't regulate your electrolytes, then you can have problems. What carbohydrates do is they cause a rise in insulin and water retention and electrolyte retention as well. Got it? Even Walter Kempner back in 1930 knew this when he had people on a very high carbohydrate diet and he used to whip his clients to keep them there, not engaging the Randall cycle. This is pre-Randall, before, which was in 1963, Philip Randall, when he published his. So he had no idea about the Randall cycle, had no idea about the keto diet being done out of the Johns Hopkins University Hospital. So he tried this other method to deal with kidney issues. And by disengaging the Randall cycle from a mixed diet, he was able to fix these people's problem, clear out a lot of the growth. Because it's, remember, the vegan diet is high sugar diet. It mimics a fasting mimicking diet. It lowers the Randall cycle. It lowers the insulin to glucagon down to 4 to 1, which is just low enough to basically disengage the Randall cycle and allow for those people to reduce their growth pathways and improve their kidney. It was a specific kidney type disease that actually worked with this method and only this method. Not all of them do. Some of them get worse if you do a low carbohydrate diet, a low fat diet, but this specific condition seemed to actually work quite well. So it was interesting. But he actually removed all electrolytes. No electrolyte supplementation. The only thing that he supplemented was iron. That was it. And I've did that video on the food guidelines. It was called my first video that I did with Pim Johnson on her channel. So if you go to the playlist that I've done, my playlist of Pim's videos that I've done with Pim, the first one is the one that I talk about this research back in the 1930s. So Walter knew quite well that you need carbs to keep in electrolytes, and you don't need to supplement electrolytes at all. But when you're in a low carbohydrate state, tribal people use meat and the taurine of meat to regulate their electrolytes, which is the more natural way. That is why, and also don't hydrate, you hydrate with fat. Too much water actually dilutes the electrolytes. That's the other problem. He was drinking too much water, and basically on top of that, deranging his electrolytes with insufficient eating meat. Too low meat, high fat, carnivore type-ish. A typical low keto diet approach, chasing ketones, and as a consequence, creating electrolyte issues for himself, like they all do. They fear meat. That's their problem. Our ancestors did not fear meat. They ate shitloads of meat. And when you crave salt, you take it. Salt's very important. It's also salt is protective against senescence and cancer cells. So, I usually say when people have got derangements in their system and they go on a low salt diet, they start having a lot of health problems. Now, obviously, if you upregulate your antidiuretic hormones because you're consuming less water, less deuterium, you're hydrating with metabolic, so you reduce your urination, and you upregulate your antidiuretic hormones, your requirements for salt do come down a bit because you're actually recycling together with uric acid more of that sodium in your kidneys. But if you have more, the body will just dump the excess, and it will be properly regulated at the kidneys with taurine. Taurine will regulate and actually improves the regulation of both the uptake and release of sodium plus uric acid. So it's in a good homeostasis. Taurine improves homeostasis. So all these people that are concerned about uric acid and stuff like that out of derangements, or they're concerned about salt derangements, uric acid, taurine is the key thing. There is shitloads of taurine in the kidneys, and the requirement is very high. It also regulates the pH of the blood because it actually controls the ions. The stuff that Bart's been talking about, that it's, forget about the bicarbonates play a role, but it's really removing and increasing the ions in. And guess what regulates that sort of stuff? Taurine. Another thing that people are missing. Another crackpot that, he's good at reading a whole lot of reductionist studies and using them in that way, but he's incompetent of using his mind in a creative and complex way to understand these pathways and how they interact in this complex relationship. Again, another reductionist. That's why he's gone down the repeat pathway like they all do. And he just increases protein like our ancestors. You look at the Maasai. They slaughter an animal. They eat shitloads. You see the Inuit. They were cutting the animals open and actually drinking even all the fluids, because that's where a lot of taurine is. They were making sure they were getting all these fluids in from that raw meat that they were handing around. It's not surprising. We do not eat like our ancestors. Believe me, we do not. Our Western approach to carnivory is not like our ancestors. Believe me. This is why we get into these sort of troubles and we end up with these crackpots like Salad Boy. Anyway. Yes. Yeah, well, say no more. New York City, the biggest woke city in the world. Yeah, that, and then London, I think, or I can't remember which one is more woke, London or New York. One of them, or both just as much, together with Los Angeles. That's the other super woke place as well. Doesn't surprise me. Yes, lost rat boy. Either he's a con artist trying to profit, or other people, or he's completely. I don't think he's an idiot. But I don't think he's a reductionist, and that's why he very easily succumbs to this sort of thinking. Like a lot of other reductionists, I've seen a lot of carnivores go down the same pathway into the repeat nonsense. So doesn't surprise me one iota. Frankie Boy was somewhat right about him. Well, who knows? Who knows? I used to call it the carnival spaghetti western. Yes, both Italian backgrounds. Oops. Where's Lukey to make? Actually, we should get Lukey to make a spaghetti western of those two. Yes, I'll get him to do that. Actually, that'd be fun and that'd be something to laugh with. We think we can attract more customers to his place in Costa Rica. Maybe he thinks, oh yeah, who knows? Who knows? Actually, in Costa Rica, he's actually in a tropical environment and he's actually getting more sun exposure, deuterium depletion. So maybe that fruit and that sugar and all that he's consuming in the tropics with deuterium depletion because of the environment that he's in is probably not going to be as deleterious to him than it would be in North America. So, yes. But he won't know about that. But, he'll basically say, look at me, it's not affecting me like all these people say. Yes. But that's the other side of things, because the electron chain or the mitochondrial efficiency can be impeded by too much deuterium. So that's the biophysics angle of the Randall cycle. That's the other side of things, So, and also improving sort of the TCA cycle. That's another thing taurine does, and actually brings down the sort of the glucose in the blood as well, helps with that sort of stuff, regulate that to some extent. So it has that benefit as well. So if you're eating enough meat, you can actually improve that side of things as well. Is probably what was happening in the 1960s and 50s when people were physically active. And also they had more taurine because they ate more meat back then, 2/3 of their diet. So that probably had an indirect effect as well in that regard. So all these things, you've got to nuance it and think of all these little angles and stuff like that, how things interplay as well. It's not just in this reductionist single way that everybody talks. You have to think outside the box, guys. Hope I'm getting through to you about, nuancing things, Don't take things blindly. I was excited about the Salad Boy in theory, but every time I tried to watch a video of his, it was boring. As I never really got into listening to his crap. You probably didn't miss much at all. Yeah, I sort of just subscribed to him because Bart did, but I didn't like him. I never really liked him. He has the personality of cost letters. Really? I actually think I'm a zombie that Kosh lettuce has got a wonderful personality. I consider that quite insulting to the Kosh lettuce. Uh, yes, exactly, DJ Projectors. Oops. Oh, you're welcome, mate. Oh, he's just like Thomas DeLaura. Yeah. Always spurting off nonsense and pseudoscience for clicks. Yep, pretty much. He doesn't even do all the research. He actually has a whole group of others that do his pseudoscience, or not all of it's pseudoscience, but a lot of it is reductionist. So yes, in a sense, it is the way it's actually presented. Yes, there's a bit of truth in everything, even within pseudoscience and reductionist thinking. But again, you end up with the wrong conclusions and end up going down the wrong pathways and end up in crack pottery like Salad Boy did and Ray Pete did, and many others. What's the difference between taurine-free form amino acid and TGE supplement, pharmaceutical grade taurine? I do not know the TGE one, so I can't comment on that. Um, some of it actually can be bound to other things, and I don't think that taurine should be bound because the fluids in the fluids of meat in the inside the cells of meat and in the fluids that are between the actual cells, all that has actually free form taurine as a sulfur amino acid. It's very critical. When it goes into the stomach and actually gets broken down, all the proteins get denatured. That's what, our stomach actually denatures proteins, breaks them down into basic amino acids. And then those amino acids are absorbed, and those amino acids then are our enzymes produce. They use those amino acids to produce those enzymes, the body, but also the enzymes themselves can take those and actually rebuild them into new protein structures that can do a number of things, functions in the body, either act as functional material, signaling material, or whatever else, in the body. So it's really important we get it unbound because that's the way it is naturally bound in the food. So when it gets absorbed in the natural way into our system and used properly. If it's in a bound way, then you have to cleave off that bounding, whatever it is. It has to be cleaved off. That requires an enzymatic process. We don't want that because as you get older, you're already taxing your system, and the last thing you want to do is add a taxing to the system. Um, well, it may be a free form of amino acid. If it says it's got nothing else in it other than pure taurine, it may be a free form amino acid, the TGE supplement. Is that a brand? TG, is that a brand of supplement? Or is it a specific sort of chemical combination? Because there's a difference. If there's I haven't heard of a TGE combination. It must be a brand. Hold on, let me just Google it. Okay. TGE. No, misspelt it. Nothing's coming up. What is this? Robbie? I don't seem to be able to get there. There's a brand called TGE. Nothing comes up. Google just tries to tell me, shows the result, the taurine instead of. I'll actually show you. I don't get. That's what I'm getting. TGE taurine. It's actually suggesting it should be the taurine, and I'm getting nothing else. And I've got these the no food, and if you've got a link, yep. Unfortunately, oh, that's right. Yeah, if it's got a different name than that, or if it's just put in without the URL, don't put the URL because you'll get rejected because you're not a moderator. But just put it in with gaps in between where the full stops are. So I can actually then put those in and then test it because there's no other way I can look at it and actually know exactly what it is or. Oh, look, I don't know. Lilith, TG TG is a typo for the. No, it can't be the. I mean, there's no brand the taurine. I mean, I don't know because he's talking about TGE supplement. So, don't know. Anyway, let's move on. Frankel, the honey pusher. Van Parlis, good to see you, mate. Puffy, Fluffy, Puffy. Oh, God, sorry. Fluffy Rainbow, how are you? Oh, dear. Didn't know to attend a Saturday Live, Harry. Used to look for them on Sunday. Oh, well, here now. Hello, Harry. Hello, crew. Hello, Harry's crew. Good to see you here. Yeah, I've got other things that I have to do tomorrow. So I am constrained by other things. So, yeah, I decided to do a late one. We're doing a long session. So Fluffy Rainbows, we're doing a long session. So we're here for the long haul. So not 3 hours. It's going to be all possibly out to 6 hours, and probably catch some of the North American crowd as well, as they wake up in the early hours of the morning. Especially on the East Coast, we'll get quite a few of them. They'll all be woken up. What is the time now? New York time now. Let's see. It's 4:30 in the morning. So 2 hours more. That will be 10:30. There'll be 6:30, 11, 7 o'clock. So we'll probably get a few stragglers 7 o'clock at about 11. It's going to 12, so we'll probably get a few that will pop in right at the close to the end. Yeah, well, can't be helped. It's always next week. Just the way it is. So fair. Yeah, look, they just same old shit. There's no intelligence there. You can regurgitate the same shit over and over again, and just basically create controversy. It's a bit like if you're into sort of controversy and into gossiping. Yeah, it probably suits certain people with low IQs, that sort of stuff. But if you really want to engage your mind a bit, beyond this sort of stupid stuff, yeah, you got to look elsewhere. Precisely. After watching many of Bart's Who's Wrong on the Interwebs videos, it's easy to spot the crackpots who are regurgitating nonsense. Exactly. Not very difficult at all. They have a standard approach. They all have a standard approach. They don't nuance anything. They don't think creatively. They don't think outside the box. They don't basically think, we need to look at this. That's what a scientific mind does. It actually says, maybe, I need to research this, look into it and all that. Most of these people the reason why I've got really good answers for a lot of things is because I've already researched into a lot of this sort of stuff. If you had actually engaged with me, let's say 5 years ago, I probably wouldn't have been. I'd be saying, look, I'll have to research into that. I'll have to research, a lot of things. I've already now done a lot of that research for my own health and gone down a lot of rabbit holes because I wasn't interested whether something was right or wrong. In that regard, I was just looking what is correct, what is truth, because I need to fix my health. If I want to live long term, I've done a lot of mitochondrial damage. I've got a lot of health damage to my heart, lungs, and everything else. I need to reverse this. I don't give a shit what does it, as long as it does it. I want to live longer. I don't want to die young. And so I had a mission, and it basically meant that I didn't give a shit about ideologies or sticking to that and all that. Obviously, I gravitated to a species-appropriate diet is because all the evidence pointed that way. The archaeological evidence with the N15 data. That's my foundation. The N15 data is my foundation. The other stuff is in the nuancing, looking at the research and nuancing and working out the characteristics of a species-appropriate diet. That's the different part. But yeah, most of these people don't do that. They just regurgitate the same naturopathic bullshit that's been said for years and years. Nothing new. It's like the one that I did just before I started here, because they keep asking me about graphene. I mean, you cook a steak, you get graphene. I mean, get over it. Your body can detox it. Just because you put in a petri dish massive amounts and the body just, because it's got no detox pathways. What? Yeah, in vitro. Who gives a shit? Let's get real about this. But that's the reduction and stuff. This is the stuff that they'll go, oh, look at this. Oh, it's going to kill you. As if for people have been cooking meat for 1.5 million years and producing, graphene nano particles of carbon, carbon life, that's when it's actually under heat, can actually have these protein structures changed. That's what it is. Yes, what can one say? But anyway, yes. Meat and seafood, exactly, equals meat and seafood, Tom, precisely. When I say taurine, I mean think in your head seafood and meat. Meat and seafood. Nothing else, because that's the only foods that's very high in it. Got it. I'm going to up my seafood since I've been focusing more on beef, eggs. I'd like to try. Yeah, look, I love seafood. I combine seafood with meats and stuff. I do tend to half my intake. About 60% of my intake is pretty much ruminants, and the other 40% is basically dairy, eggs, and seafood. That's the sort of combination that I have. I'm not saying you should. It's up to you what people do. But that's the sort of things that I do. Solved his chronic fatigue with high dose of vitamin D a week. Yep. Yeah, exactly. It's because it's an autoimmune thing. Same thing with, Lukey. I said all autoimmune diseases are insufficient vitamin D levels, poor vitamin D status. Lukey got his up to 80 nanograms, 80.2 nanograms per milliliter, and which is over 200, just slightly over 200 millimoles per litre, which is the metric system, the other system that like Australia uses and all that. When he got it up to those levels, all 1200 plus genes can be activated and things can be turned off and turned on. And that is how you actually deal with autoimmunity, by turning off those genes. Wonderful stuff. Out in the sun. It's free. He did it by sunbaking, not taking supplements, Lukey, because he was a student. He couldn't afford it. So he sunbaked like mad and got his levels right up there. Fixed all his problems. Completely reversed his Hashimoto's thyroiditis issues and a whole lot of other things. And then started building muscles. He was doing more exercise before and couldn't build muscles because he had thyroid issues. Once he resolved his thyroid issues and got on a species appropriate diet, and now he's actually upping his taurine levels as well, and actually seeing more improvements in building muscle and stuff like that. And and it has an effect on building, improving the taurine and leucine. Both are really good at improving muscle mass. So yeah, so that's helping as well him. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. It's what I think I've been saying for ages about vitamin D. I don't recommend people constantly doing very high doses, but short-term interventional. And usually ask people to contact me, and I actually put them on a specific period, a set period of time or months, to basically do certain things. So I don't want them operating, in no man's land, because that's dangerous, especially if you don't know what you're doing and you're new to it. That's how you're getting yourself into trouble. Or when people don't listen to me, like on the boron stuff, not following instructions, and one person did get herself into a bit of trouble. She did change. Eventually she realised her mistake. I like Harry and Bart. Dr. Berry sometimes. He's not too bad, Dr. Berry. Meet Mosaic. Yep, they're pretty cool guys. I sort of subscribe to them as well. More local to me Veganism kills. Never heard of that guy, or guys, or whoever, or woman. I don't know who they are. Scott trucker drivers are good. Okay, may check them out. Ban Parlis. But I do know the other ones, the first ones you mentioned there, and I think I know that first guy as well. He's well known to Roy. He's steak landing in the sun. Got it. Exactly, Bruce. Now that you may upset your neighbours. I don't know. If you're young enough, you probably won't. Especially if they're women, they'll be perving all day on you. Careful now. Don't burn your bad fathers. I have to go. Yep. See you, Alex. Thanks for being here, mate. I'm on 10 Ks and my whole family tested positive for COVID. Negative test for me. Same here. I was hugging people with the disease the day before they went really bad. And my brother was sleeping with her. So exactly 5 of those negative, and these are high sensitivity ones, not the cheap ones. So they cost a bit more. But anyway, yes. Yeah, look, vitamin K is important. I recommend people at least get 200 micrograms, which is a much smaller dose for that, or basically consume enough, like brie and stuff like that. Now, if you have a condition like you're doing decalcification of your lungs or heart or soft tissue or stuff like that, that's when we do the higher doses of K2. And usually people contact me for that, and I specifically tell them what to do. Most people do not need a supplement on a carnivore diet for K2. They need to get minoquinone and if you're doing very high doses, which is sometimes I recommend for certain people, I usually put them on calcium as well, because you can decalcify, not only reduce the calcification in soft tissue, but you can actually also reduce your calcium levels, serum calcium levels, and that can be a problem as well. I've had a few people that have done the wrong thing, that have not followed instructions, and have ended up having when your heart pounds quite severely. It's usually because of that problem. I actually recently I had a link, somebody asking me, and I actually told them that it's a calcium, because I'd actually left such a comment, because Chris Master John did 2 years ago or 3 years ago. He did a video on this, but he didn't explain it well. And I actually put a comment and I said, look, it's calcium. You have too high doses of minoquinone 4. You'll reduce serum calcium. That's your problem. And that is the problem. I've nuanced it since then, because with including taurine to regulate the calcium channels, which reduces that problem. But back then, my knowledge on the regulatory effect of the calcium channels, I knew that it regulated it, but I didn't know exactly how well it regulated it. Now I know it really regulates it tightly. It can actually act as a calcium channel blocker, taurine. Got it? That's another effect, how it has this lower reduction in blood pressure through being a natural. It does, unlike the actual blood pressure tablets, which are like a blunt instrument. This is a much more lower grade control. It's sort of like a partial blocking, not a full blocking. It's a more homeostatic regulatory effect, which is a much smarter way. The body works smarter with the right nutrients in that regard. So you've got to be very careful with high doses, and people should always contact me in terms of that, whether they're doing specific therapeutics. Low doses are fine, as long as you're getting enough calcium and you're getting enough dairy in, which most of my subscribers don't fear dairy. But if people are basically, and this person basically wasn't taking any dairy, was taking very high doses when they didn't need to. So that can be a problem. And unfortunately, back when I did put that comment on Chris's thing, he ignored me completely. Didn't even ask me. Didn't even answer or reply back. I'm going, you little, anyway, but you know what I mean. I left the same comment on his when he did one on the Inuit and ketosis, and I put my arguments about deuterium and stuff like that. He completely ignored me again on that. That one really was the one that really annoyed me, and I said, mate, I'm giving you a credible argument. Why aren't you replying? And that's when I unsubscribed, because that pissed me off, really. Because I go, well, stop pushing, because he's becoming a bit Ray Peatish. Recently, if you take a look at some of the stuff and some of the nonsense he's there, and some of the other nonsense he gets with this young woman who's basically so-called nutritionist or whatever she is, and she's recommending like these high doses of folate, and God almighty, trying to create B12 deficiencies. I mean, give us a break. When it's the literature, I've done a video for you guys, the video that actually shows riboflavin corrects that enzymatic pathway. You don't need to supplement folate. God almighty. That was sort of the, yes, after that I just said this channel does not deserve to be subscribed to, in my personal opinion, anyway. Yes. I consume shitloads of dairy and pork. Yep. If you're getting it from the food, the best way. You do not need. Yes, that's the other thing. I did want to talk to Bart about his DCA experiment. I'm not really crash hot when taurine can do a lot of the stuff, and if he's not careful, he'll give himself a bit of a. That's why I wanted him tonight to basically talk about DCA. He hasn't sent me an email because he said he wanted to talk to me about it, and I'm, my reasons why I'm not a big fan of DCA. I think it's got some benefits, but I still have a lot of misgivings about it. Obviously it pushes everything away, because there's two, as you come out of pyruvate, there's two sort of like these pathways. One can go into lactate, and the other one can go into, so if you've got excess, it will go into lactate and get recycled back to glucose eventually. But if you're shifting it from lactate to acetyl-CoA through the Krebs cycle and revving that up, well, my concern's about deuterium from sugar being pushed in, because you're exceeding the rate limiting effect of the enzymes. I don't think they've thought about the deuterium side of things on overpowering that sort of thing. System is one thing, and then lactate can actually be reduced by taurine. So, and I don't think a lot of people realize, because I haven't done the video on how it does it. So yeah, I don't think DCA is a natural compound to be putting in that we've actually done in our ancestral ways. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. And I don't think over revving the TCA cycle beyond its normal is a good idea. And when he actually said H2O2, that's hydrogen peroxide. And I was going to say to Bart, call it what it is, mate. Call it what it is. It's hydrogen peroxide. You're actually increasing. That's what's causing neuropathy. Not a good thing. I know the other guy was actually promoting that, but I see that as an issue. I see that basically you can go into a cleaner keto diet with taurine to eliminate some of these blood sugar problems. You can bring down the blood sugar issue with taurine, high doses. Do I think DCA is a lesser of two evils compared to standard oral diabetic medication, so the metformin and all that? Not really. It actually causes a thiamine deficiency, DCA. That's the other thing. It overtaxes thiamine through those two enzymatic pathways, and actually creates, over time, can create a thiamine deficiency. Not a good thing as well. So, as I said, I've got a lot of misgivings. I'm not going to be recommending DCA personally. I don't know. I don't care what other people do, but personally, I am not going to. I would rather people basically cleaning up their diet and putting them on taurine is much better, much healthier, more natural, more species appropriate, Nick. And that's my personal opinion. And I think the literature basically supports me more on that. And this has more side effects than you can poke a stick at. Metformin also creates a thiamine deficiency and a couple of other, a niacin deficiency, a thiamine deficiency. I was actually going to ask, Bart tonight, are you on piggy? Are you eating piggy? Because piggy is very high in niacin and thiamine. It's actually, out of the animal foods, it's very high, and then all the other animal foods are much lower, especially in thiamine. The best source of thiamine is piggy, and some things in the seafood world, but primarily piggy of the land animals. So yes, but anyway, we will have that conversation some other night together. Hopefully it's soon, because I think it needs to be cleared up, and I need to vent my spleen on some of the issues. Anyway, exactly. Taurine definitely does. It's natural. It's in meats. It's in seafood. It's the natural way to go. The way we do things today is we don't eat in an ancestral way. We don't eat enough raw meats. We don't eat enough fermented meats. We don't basically eat enough. The food practices, we slaughter animals and then we put them into plastic. When you slaughter a fresh animal, you have far more taurine levels. By the time it gets to the consumer, more than half the taurine is lost from the meat you buy at the supermarket. More than half the taurine. Then you take that animal food and you overcook it. You get basically fuck all. And it's the reason why people have histamines and a whole lot of problems on a carnivore diet, and they can't resolve them, and gut problems. And then they actually add taurine and it eliminates the problem because it's a regulator of the gut. Every single pathway gets regulated with taurine in the gut. So we don't live ancestrally. That's why I supplement taurine. I supplement specific aminos for that. One, for my heart-related issues, and the other specifically because I know that the way we're not living ancestrally is reducing the amount of sulfur amino acids, and also the environmental toxins and other things around me actually deplete a lot of the sulfur amino acids because they're used in phase 2 of detoxification pathways. So I have to put them back. That's the secret. One of the most important things why some people don't get, like Salad Boy doesn't get his electrolytes regulated properly. Taurine again. Other people don't get certain things working properly. Taurine again, deficiency. It's rampant. It's absolutely rampant throughout our detoxification capacity, our healing capacity. Again, all about taurine. Glycating factors in the brain, eliminating the glycating factors of beta amyloid and many other proteins. Taurine. Neuropathy. Taurine again, reducing glycating factors within that peripheral tissue. It actually does it better without side effects that DCA does. Everything is completely different. And I don't want to basically be ramming through the TCA cycle, the Krebs cycle, a whole lot of energize, a whole lot of basically high energetic particles to push them through complex 1 of the electron chain and actually create massive amounts of ROS, reactive oxygen species, and generate shitloads of hydrogen peroxide. Yeah, okay, you can actually earth yourself and do a few other things, but it's not a solution for me to creating these problems when there is a different approach, more ancestral, which is safer and better, in my personal opinion. Actually, I think I'm right on this one. But anyway, I'll move on. I think I will convince Bart, because he is a science-minded person. I convinced him on the PUFA stuff with animal foods, and I think I'll convince him on this as well. On everything else we agree. This is one thing. I don't know why he's experimenting with DCA. I haven't had a conversation with him. I don't think it's the smartest thing to do, but anyway. He's going to be doing earthing, which is a good thing. At least he's doing earthing. So he's adding, but he's, I think, doing a bit of taurine as well, and that should lower the actual hydrogen peroxide in his system. So that will be one good thing coming out of that. Yes. And that's the other thing about, lactate. People worry about lactate and lactic acid and stuff like that. Again, taurine reduces lactate. So, as I said, species appropriate food if you do it more ancestrally, closer to the ancestral thing. We have to replicate it, unfortunately, in our modern world because we don't slaughter our animals fresh. We don't do a lot of things in the way that we did ancestrally, and we lose an important component, which this important peptide is not being. It should be basically right up there at the top of the agenda. More people should be talking about it. When I came on the YouTube thing, I was probably the only person that was talking about it within the carnivore community, as far as I'm concerned. Low carb. I never saw anybody else talk about taurine. That's why people call me Mr. Taurine or something like that as a joke. But I don't mind it. You can call me whatever you like. I've got a thick skin, but I think it's so fundamental for regulating all these systems. It's a Swiss Army knife of the body, guys. It regulates all these bloody systems. There's a book that thick that was actually done by scientists that went through and looked at all these pathways where taurine affects and regulates the body. Why it isn't being taught in schools, and it's on basically, I downloaded the whole book. Why is it? It's a sort of older publication, quite old, a number of years back. But why isn't it being taught? Why are so many people in universities completely ignorant about the importance of taurine as a master regulator throughout the whole body and important for detoxification, for, antioxidant, for all sorts of things? Is beyond me. So many health problems could be resolved in this world. But anyway, even it actually improves your thermogen. I got like Hello Kitty. The more she does, she gets warmer. Exactly. No cold recently for me. Ah, yes, good. Who started the channel? Harry Clips. Good job. Somebody else. One of my subscribers did. So, yep. He said, I want to make all these clips and promote you. I said, fine, because then people can use. Now they've actually brought like the scissor thing where you can actually just scissor something and then put it on your social media. Either way, I'm fine. Do subscribe to that if you haven't, because it basically then provides people can use those little video clips. It's something that I wanted to do, but I just don't have the time because I've got a day job. And since he's prepared, he's a younger person, he wants to do it. I don't care if he gets more subscribers and all that. That's a thank you from me for promoting me. So I hope he gets over 1,000. He gets a bit of monetization as a young bloke for promoting me. So please support him. Please subscribe. He's doing a good job. I'll ask him whether he wants me to tell you who he is. So otherwise, I haven't asked him, so I can't actually tell you because then it would be inappropriate. He may want to remain anonymous. So got to be careful about, respect people's privacies. A bit like the other guy that gave me this information about after he did the Novavax and gave me his information, what he results when he went and got himself tested. Very important for the myocarditis and the clotting factors. But he did that, but I had to hide his name, obviously, because he didn't want that appearing. Anyway, I'm 39, and most new people I meet are completely shocked and does not believe in my age. I've been keto carnivore for 8 years now. You've been for longer than me, mate. You've been longer than me. Oh, keto. Oh, yeah, keto carnivore. Oh, probably similar to me. How long? 11 years ago, first year. Probably similar to me. Keto. Yeah, I've only been about bit over 3 years now, which I've been carnivore, pure, pure. I was the fourth year, I was sort of slowly moving to more carnivory. You could call me a semi-carnivore at that stage because I jettisoned most things, but I hadn't got rid of completely the plants, so to speak, excluding the cheats in between, if we don't take those into consideration. Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm saying. Look at that. Look at those kids that come back that are in the tribal areas. No parasites in the environment affect them. Then they go to the city. Their vitamin D levels come down. Their taurine levels that come down, and all that. And then they come back, and they're much more susceptible. They're not as robust as their cousins, other relatives in the village, in the actual ancestrally living. Makes a difference. Bloody hell, makes a difference. If you're from birth, now we're trying to destroy some of these traditional societies with kibble and seed oils in Africa. Yes, we're educating these young Maasai and we're poisoning their bodies with kibble and seed oils. Wonderful. Yeah, look, when it comes to me and flus and stuff like that, the only thing I usually get is the way I know is I've got the gene for the norovirus. So whenever I get a viral infection, I know immediately, even if it doesn't pronounce symptoms, I get diarrhea. I get an effect in the stomach. It's because I've got genetics that cause that. So it's one of those things. That's why I don't go on cruise ships. That's how I know that but I have no other symptoms. And it usually only lasts one day a bit, and then it goes away the next day, and I go, okay, I've had a definitely, and only if I'm stressed, like this period that I was really stressed when I did get it, even though I didn't have any positive thing, I did feel a bit under the sun for that day when I had diarrhea. So because of my high stress levels, my immune system was slightly compromised, wasn't as tip top, perfect. Yeah, so does make a difference. Even stress can. But either taurine again, actually taurine normalizes cortisol back to the normal levels. It regulates even cortisol. So all these people on keto diets go, oh, my cortisol's a mess. Just have a fucking steak and you'll fix it with the taurine. Just keep it rare. If it's a supermarket one, and if you like it a bit better cooked, then you may have to add supplemental. My mum, morbidity obese all her life, just turned 70 with no health issues after that weak joint carrying all that pain. Reckon if she had ate better and not smoked, she would be invincible. Good genes. Look, I've got the same thing. I've got really high detoxification pathways. I've got really good genetics as well. My great-grandfather lived to 107. Mum's brother, he died in 93. And he was he gambled, he smoked, he drank, but still lived to 93. Good wicket. My mother died much younger at 76 from heart disease. No one in her family's ever died. She, had a heart attack. And basically the reason why, simple. She was another consumer of refined carbohydrates and seed oils like me. And unfortunately, I probably am to blame for my mother's early death because I told her when I actually started using seed oils, I encouraged her to use seed oils and I said, this is what the scientists are saying. And I gave my mother the wrong information as a youngster. And that still is a painful thing to know that I probably precipitated my mother's early demise with crackpot ideas from those bastards that basically gave me the wrong information. Luckily, my father didn't follow. My father thought we were idiots. He actually said, you're an idiot. And all those silly doctors are idiots as well. He said, we've been eating olive oil and animal fats for years and dairy and all that. None of us are sick. It's idiotic. He said, "You're wrong, Harry." And he was right. My father was right. I was wrong, completely wrong. But my mother believed me. Maybe because she had a soft spot for me. And so that is painful to know that I probably hastened my mother's, it's not a good thing. It's not a good feeling. It's painful, believe me. Anyway, let's move on. A lot of us have harmed other loved ones because of wrong information. It's the reason why I'm on this YouTube, to basically try and get good information out there to help other people who have basically been damaged and destroyed by crackpots and arse hats. Oh, Jonathan, you got to keep your eye out on the Roy bandwagon. You never know when Roy's going to appear. Is CoQ10 necessary if already take a cod liver oil supplement? CoQ10 is important. It's basically part of the respiratory chain between complex 1 and complex 3. The electron transfer between the two requires coenzyme Q10, or CoA as it's called, between there. So very critically important for energy production. Very, very critical. But animal foods have heaps of it. And as long as you're not taking statins to block its endogenous production as well, and you're eating enough meat, in particular hearts, a very good source. One of the best sources are hearts. So, that's why for another, taurine and coenzyme Q10 are very high in hearts. It's sort of the tissue that's got extremely high amounts. So good reason why to feed cats and dogs hearts as organ meats, and get them used to it. It improves their healing. I mean, Sean had a cat who had some health problems, got injured, attacked, and really was injured. He started feeding, this is my brother, feeding the cat hearts, chicken hearts, just a pack of chicken hearts continuously. The cat completely recovered. The taurine and coenzyme Q10 revved up, improved the energy production beautifully, sorted everything out. So, yeah, coenzyme Q10 is very important. Cod liver oil, why are you taking cod liver oil? Is there any specific reason you're taking cod liver oil? Do you need it? You don't. Usually for the omega, unless you've got a retinol requirement, you can get that retinol requirement from. I usually only put people on cod liver oil if they've got an Irish background and they're doing higher doses of menaquinone 4 and vitamin D. That's when I put them on cod liver oil, because they have very poor conversion of carotenoids. So I need to basically make sure these fat-soluble vitamins, because the enzymes actually can deplete one or the other. That's the reason. So is there a requirement for you? Do you have an Irish background? Then it may be indicated to some extent if you're doing the other ones high as well. You should never do menaquinone 4 high unless you've got a therapeutic reason and you've had a discussion with somebody who knows what they're talking about in that regard for the therapeutic approach. Coenzyme Q10, yes, it is necessary, but you can get it in a lot of animal foods. So, and if you want more, just eat. I usually do 1/3 mince, like 1/3 hearts and 2/3 muscle meats. So that's how I get my CoQ10. G'day, mate. How's it going? Futons. Howdy, Harry. Are you doing paid consultancies for regular folks? No, I don't do any paid consultancies. I do some free ones occasionally, and they are done for people with really like cancer and stuff like that, really severe conditions. I don't do it. Most of the time I just say to people, leave a comment and I'll answer it. or send me information to my email. And I'm way behind, weeks behind on my emails, just letting people know. I've got well over 150 now emails, so it's packed to the rim, and I'm back at work full time, so I'm not on leave, COVID leave, as I was before to avoid the jab. So yeah, so in this sort of case, yeah, I have no time, mate. Absolutely no time. So I usually recommend people go and actually talk to a Bart, talk to, if it's just a general carnivore stuff, go to Bart. If it's a sort of a specific things like cravings and stuff like that, go to Pim Johnson, and they are all down there. They are in my featured channels. And if it's for like intractable conditions and all that, really difficult conditions and stuff like that, then go and see Mary Ruddock. She's pretty good at dealing with those sort of things. And generally, I'll just answer things after a review of 23andMe results for me and my wife, myself, and any suggestions. I can actually send me an email. I'll answer it immediately. I'll just go to the top and I'll just send you a link where you can actually go and upload your 23andMe and get detox and a whole lot of other things about methylation and a whole lot of other things. They're free. You can go and test it and find out your own results for those genes. And I'll give you a link to Snippedia, and you can go through and actually look at that. You got to be very careful how you interpret things, because just because you've got a gene doesn't mean it's the end of the world. You could have the methylation 1677, and all that means is, yes, you're homozygous. That means you've got two of the alleles that are the same, which are considered problematic. All that means is the enzyme that actually does the methylation, that deals with homocysteine, is downregulated. Because you used to get in your diet, you may have got a lot of these precursors of folate, B6, B12 in your diet naturally, ancestrally, and as a consequence, you didn't need to basically have this as regulated up. Now we probably don't get as much and all that, but riboflavin deals with that. Once I've got a video called Methylation 1. I need to change the name. I keep on forgetting to do it. Yes, I need to change it. Anyway, I'll try and see if I can remind myself to change the name of that, because it should be done differently. I should call it something different, something a bit more snazzy. Methylation 1 is just a stupid. That's the scientists coming out, or the scientific thinking coming out of me. Have become a bit more clickbaity with some of my titles nowadays, like even the recent one. But in the early days, they're all very dry. No wonder they didn't get a lot of clicks. It took them ages to get any substantial clicks, and specifically because they're so dry, and even their titles. So, yes, I have to change some of that. But yeah, send me through, and I'll actually give you some links you can upload and get, like panels to explain things and why things, what issues there may be in that regard. And if you've got any specific concerns, you can email me back, and at some point in the not too distant future, probably a month later after you've sent me the email, I'll probably have had time to go through the others and reply at that stage. So, but if you put a link, I can actually, if you just don't want to send me an email, just put a link at the end of this, and when I get a chance on Monday, probably not tomorrow, but on Monday, I'll just usually. Even if look tomorrow, if I get a chance, I may reply and just give you the links where you can go and actually do these checks. Anyway, okay. Yes. I wish I had more time to do consultancies, but I don't. I actually used to do some in the early days, but yeah. But then I realised I didn't have a life anymore, and well, that was a problem. Yeah, I must have not got the memo. Yes, exactly, from the YouTubia. Nathan, good to see you, mate. She's got a vegan who refuses to drink energy drinks because it contains taurine. Well, there is a problem with some of those energy drinks. They do have a lot of caffeine, shitloads, which isn't very good for your body. He thinks taurine is for cats that have no place in human. What? What an absolute idiot. Yes, exactly. Yes, another one for the Darwin Award. I'm on a Scottish diet, just Scotch fillets and Scotch whiskey. Dropped 5 kilograms in 10 days. Not a bad thing, mate. Not a bad thing. But it's working for you. Good on you. Uh, Nothing short of absolute cruelty to feed pets kibble crap. Exactly. Absolutely. It's just crazy the stuff that people feed people out there. Steak and whiskey. That's how Michaela Pedersen used to do it. Is that the new? Is that the old version of the lion's diet? God. I got a new puppy 3 weeks ago. Feed my kids, cats and dogs the same food. Sounds good. They're all carnivores. Yes, I think the carnivore diet and my 6 crazy high vitamin D level have protected me from the vaccine. Yes, but I had 4 colds in the last 2 months, and my this shingles has flared up, but I'm still alive. Okay, that's the key thing. Still alive and kicking for your kids. Yes, it's very cruel. You see some of those kids are so the moment they actually go back to eating animal foods, they just grow like mad. Absolutely, they take off. Shows you the difference. Yeah, absolutely criminal. Absolutely criminal what they do. Yeah, I've seen that. I think vegan deterioration actually had that on that vegan mother blending up grasses to feed her baby. Yeah, bloody crazy. Yeah. Unfortunately, well, on a kibble diet, a misanthropic diet, that's you end up becoming a bit of a lunatic. Yep, precisely. Yeah, it's a weird, yeah, absolutely weird. Does she have an OnlyFans site as well with DJ projectors? Just asking, mate. Just asking. It's sort of the vegan thing now to have an OnlyFans. You got your transition from concern to the animals and then showing your gear on OnlyFans. Uh, two girls, one hose. Okay, that's interesting. uh, is this actually a therapeutic approach, mate, or is this a porno? God Almighty. Uh, Thank God I've classified this live stream as not suitable for young children. God Almighty. They're desperate for B12. Sounds like it. Bloody hell. Just one girl, not girls. Was a mistake on my part. Okay. Okay. She's having fun with a hose. Okay. I think I've seen a porno with something like that along those lines anyway. Yep. Have you seen anything about lower T3 being bone mass sparing mechanism? Some carnies tests show lower T3 and fear prescribing T3 due to fear osteo conditions. Look, most people, I don't know what people are doing, so I can't actually comment directly. Most centenarians, when you could talk about hypothyroidism, is when your TSH goes up quite a bit and your T3, your T4 come down and your reverse T3 goes up. That's the sort of things. But when, like centenarians, we notice these come down all uniformly. So the T3 comes down a bit, the T4 goes down a bit, and the TSH goes down a bit as well. So it's not actually hypothyroidism. It's basically just you're running at this cooler, much lower grade. That's the difference. Your metabolic rate may be really high. That's irrelevant. You can, let me go backtrack. Not your metabolic rate. It's not going to be very high, but your fat oxidation can be very high. That means you can be losing, in a catabolic state, in a keto state, losing a lot of, while at the same time, and losing weight while your metabolic comes down, because it's not related. Metabolic rate has to do with glucose oxidation. That's what it really has to do with. That's what's sort of tied in. But if you remember, rats actually run a much higher metabolic rate, but they only live for 2 years. Most centenarians are running much lower than the general public. That's why they live longer. So as long as you don't have high TSH and then low T3 and all that, that's when you've got a problem. It's also sparing, not only muscle sparing, but bone sparing as well. Because it has to come down. Because you've got less glucose. You're only getting glucose from gluconeogenesis. That has to come down. It has to spare muscle and use fat for energy oxidation. To oxidize fat for energy. That's why it comes down. Now, you can temper that a bit, and you can actually temper that a bit like the reverse T3 with selenium. Selenium inhibits reverse T3 to an extent. So if you're eating things like eggs and stuff like that, you can actually bump up slightly your T3 and T4. Just slightly. So, and with taurine, you can actually regulate it much better, the thyroid. And that's where people that do that, get that additional taurine in, guess what happens? They start feeling warmer. That's why the more animal protein you eat, you get warmer. Unlike a keto diet, you're running a much lower grade of ketosis, in and out. In a keto, you're constantly in a catabolic state. Not a good thing long term. So you want to be running this low grade, but not too low, like in a keto therapeutic and stuff like that. So I don't know what these people are doing. They may be doing, they probably are doing low carb, high fat, which basically means also low protein. So it's contraindicated, low protein, completely contraindicated. Our pursuit of ketones is wrong. You don't pursue ketones, you pursue, fat oxidation. So if you eat sufficient protein, you'll have still high levels of fat oxidation, but you'll be running much lower ketosis. And that's the natural way. And you should be swinging in and out of ketosis. When you have a big bolus of food, like our ancestors would hunt, kill an animal, and then have a shitload of animal foods and all that, they would basically slightly raise insulin, but not very high. See, there's still the 1 to 1.3 insulin to glucagon. And as a consequence, not have these issues whatsoever. So, and they'd be running in a carnivore diet, you run those hormones at a much more ancestral and more similar to those people that have got very high sugar clearance, similar to basically centenarians. So if you want closer centenarian sort of T3, T4, and reverse T3 and TSH, the carnivore diet with more protein in it will give you those similar levels. That's where you want to be aiming for, not this garbage therapeutic. That's why the Inuit could be out on the in very cold and have this higher level of warmth. That's why they ate shitloads of taurine. Actually, the requirement for taurine in order for improvements in internal heat in the body go up, because actually it improves the regulation of heat inside your body as well. As I said, it's a Swiss Army knife of the body. And when we say taurine, we mean meat, the flesh of animals. That's what we're talking about, because it's in the cells of animals, and that's the flesh of animals. That's where it is, in their cells and in their between their tissues, between those cells. Yep, me too. Once in a while, I know if I feel my body, I listen to my body go, I don't need salt. I can taste it. And then other times I eat stuff and I go, I can't taste it. I put more salt, I still can't taste it. It means that I need more salt. And I too tend to lose salt much easier. Some people do. There are genetic factors there as well. So always listen to your body. Always listen to your body. Yeah, he's looking really good. Yeah, he's doing really well. I'm proud of him. Scotty, good to see you, mate. And he's a good bloke because his heart's in the right place. He left academia out of disgust for the excrement that they produced. And it's the reason why he's the only person on the web, on YouTube, that I have a lot of respect for. I consider him a friend, a close friend. I don't have, others, I might like them or whatever, but I really respect Bart and I consider him as a close friend. And I think he's one of the smartest men that I've ever come across. So, and he's inquisitive still, even at this old age, like I am, inquisitive to, learn new things, look into new things and other things like that, and experiment. So even his current experiment, which I've got a few misgivings, which I want to have a conversation with him about. At the same time, I take off my hat that he is experimenting. He has identified some of the issues. So as he talked about them, but I think there is a better option. Anyway, that's for another day. But he's looking pretty good, and he's a great thinker. And I think he's a great asset to our community. People should continue supporting him because this is his day job. It may not be mine, but it is his. And the whole reason I came on, I didn't even start a channel. It was he that actually cajoled me and pushed me to create a channel. I just wanted to do stuff on his channel to support him. That was all I was interested in. Occasionally coming on and doing collabs with him. That's all I was interested in doing. Because I had a day job. I didn't have the time, So this has taken a lot of time out of my regular life, which I wasn't planning to do. But, now that I'm in, I'm enjoying it. And I also feel that I'm helping people. I'm contributing in some small little way in helping other people, like I suffered myself, and it's probably what the driver is in that regard. But yeah, he's a top bloke, and people should support him because he needs our support, because this is his income, doing that. He left academia because he was disgusted to try and get out there and teach people about science, how it really works, and not to be deceived by the crackpots. And there's plenty of them out there. And the more people like myself, Pim, and others, Mary, and many others are out there, the better we are to basically try and put the brakes on all this friggin' nonsense, because there's so much garbage out there. G'day, Scotty. Good to see you, mate. Good. Always a pleasure. Yeah, exactly. That's what I just listen. Zombie, like you, if my body says craves, I put more. If it craves less, I put less, because my antidiuretic hormones are upregulated. So I listen to my body. You want more? Fine. You want less? Fine. It's not like, I must have this amount of grams every day. I mean, get over it. That's just ridiculous and reductionist. Listen to your body like our ancestors. Yep. Yeah, I usually sort of sear the outside to actually get that little bit, and it's not because of the graphene or the charcoaling that has some seems to have some benefit for the stomach. It's not for that purpose. It's just I like the flavour of it. I just like that flavour, and then the inside to be rare. Because it's soft and it's got that softness, but it actually gets the flavour of the burn going through that soft meat. So it's semi-raw, plus that flavour of the. It's a bit like the smoked stuff. I love smoked. Absolutely love smoked meat. And it's probably the thing that combines really well for me. So yeah, it's probably on that. In hindsight, I sort of think about it, because how many times I have a bit of rare and all that. Some of my co-workers sort of, I've gone out when I've had a steak which is rare, and I'm cutting through, and you see all this blood coming out, and people are just looking at me and going, "What are you eating, Harry?" I suspect they're thinking inside them. Yeah, what do you say? Yeah. G'day, Kate. How these carnies can handle sweet things. The odd time I had a bit of sugar, I felt rather off. Yeah, me too. When I've done that, yeah, look, they've convinced them. They've got down the repeat nonsense, and all they're doing is basically they're not having enough protein, and they're deranging their electrolytes, and probably putting in stuff that they shouldn't, with not enough sodium. And then on top of that, they take in a bit of carbohydrates. They raise their insulin. They feel a bit better. It's just a retention. They're not losing. If they eaten just more meat and got in a bit more taurine, they would have regulated their electrolytes, and they wouldn't have had a problem like you guys don't. So, or our ancestors who consumed freshly cut meat that was very high in taurine, and it wasn't stored in a refrigerator, losing a lot of taurine, because the aged meat loses taurine. Sorry, but it does. When you age meat, you lose more taurine. When you basically, it's not freshly cut, lose about half of it by the time it gets to the supermarket. And then after that, if it's overcooked, even more. So compared to freshly cut, slaughtered, and then cooked like ancestrally, completely different. Or like people would have done in the villages years ago, when they, or in towns where on the day the butcher butchered it, slaughtered it, butchered it, and people just bought it on the day from their local butcher. That's how it used to be done. Now they're stored in refrigeration for months upon months by supermarkets, and then cut up, and then even losing more taurine as they cut it all up. Yeah, you lose quite a bit. And that's why our foods are not ancestral anymore. It's just the packaging, the processing, everything is done completely for convenience and cost, not for the best nutritional quality. It's just the reality of the modern world. Mm. Just give me a sec. I'm going to have to turn on the fan. It's just getting too hot in here. I'm starting to sweat. Give me a sec. Just had to cool down. Just had to bloody cool down. Got the fan. I hope it's not coming through too loud, but it's just really the humidity, because it was raining outside. The humidity has just gone up, and it's annoying. Now it's cooling down here, through here. Wonderful. Whew. It's just getting too warm. It's getting too hot in the kitchen. Yes. Your salad boy takes forever just to get into a topic. I don't have time for him anymore. Lost his way. Yeah, pretty much. Lost his way big time. Let alone he's just talking reductionist nonsense. Never gets anywhere. He doesn't even fully grasp what he's getting into the details. And, funny how the body is so smart and tells us. Pity many of us don't listen. Correct, Kate. Unfortunately, that is very, very true. Move on, move on, move on. Yeah, it usually is. Yeah, belief trumps, their, yeah. I just want to actually know how things work. I want to live longer. I want to live healthier. So I don't give a shit. If the vegan diet was the best, I'd be adopting the vegan diet. I'm not ideological about it, believe me. But the N15 convinced me it's my foundation. And then everything else is nuancing and trying to understand how to make it replicate my modern diet closer to that ancestral form that the N15 data has convinced me is the way we humans lived for millions of years, or hominins, or the genus Homo, and then Homo sapiens for the last 350,000 years. I suspect, Lilith, but I didn't get a reply how, so I don't know in that regard. Oops, move it. Yeah, when I was 25, I was smoking tobacco, weed, drinking all day, eating. That's it. And I was still fit as fuck. Yeah, exactly. Oh, look, I remember me. I was smoking 2 packs of cigarettes, drinking nearly most of the week, and I was a heavy drinker as well, and eating all the crap in the world, and I was like that. Yeah, high metabolic rate, really good mitochondrial density at that age, and as you destroy that mitochondrial density, as you're getting into your 30s and onwards, you start fattening up. Then you hit the Randall cycle at a much lower gradient and fatten up very rapidly. That's what people realize when they do more mitochondrial damage. Most of the mitochondrial damage is done in teenage years and in their 20s. And they only we realize when we start fattening up in our 30s, and we go, oh, what just happened? Oh, my metabolism has gone down. No, your ability to oxidize sugar has become deranged. And also your mitochondrial density has lowered because you've literally destroyed so many nanomotors that you can't actually oxidize as effectively all this energy. And so you're energy deprived and you're nutrient deprived, and your body's not working properly anymore. And so the body doesn't know what to do with the excess energy, so it starts storing it. Exactly, yes. And by the time we get to our 40s or 50s, like I am, and then we realise our mistakes, and then we go, yeah, then we've got a lot of damage to repair and fix. Yes. Some of you people here have realised that much earlier, and I take off my hat to you because you guys came to the party a hell of a lot earlier than I did. Lisa, whether it's TGA, maybe, I don't know. Could it be TGA? Is there a supplement called TGA? TGA taurine. I'm going to Google it. No, all I'm getting is the TGA, the Therapeutic Goods Administration of Australia, but no taurine supplement with... No. Nope, nothing. Can't be that. Oh, well, doesn't matter. It's a brand. Yes, Lukey's story is a great example of a body that can reverse autoimmunity fed right and getting plenty of sun. That's exactly right. That's how our ancestors did. Ate species appropriate foods out on the, in a natural environment. Getting good levels of vitamin D makes a big difference. And just to cover one point here, how do the Inuit get their vitamin D? Seal fat or seal blubber, which is the outer coating, they sit on, and actually solar radiation hits, they actually produce shitloads of vitamin D. And the Inuit used to cook with seal fat. If you Google it, what are the Inuit? They use seal fat. That's how they got their vitamin D. And they got shitloads of it. They had very good levels of vitamin D, even though they weren't getting it directly from the sun. They were getting it directly from the food, from seal fat, which is very high in vitamin D. And I believe also whale blubber is also very high. Thanks, Tom. Yes. Supporting my coffee addiction. Oops. Thanks, mate. Thanks. Why do I put on weight so quickly when I touch carbs? Me too. Had a few pancakes on Tuesday and scales. Wasn't happy at all. Yeah. We engage the Randall cycle much easier compared to the past. And it's the reason, remember I said earlier, when you tried a bit of a higher protein approach, you basically cut into your fat stores much more rapidly. We, at our age, middle age and over, don't have the same mitochondrial density and efficiency. So as a consequence, when we eat carbohydrates, the clearance or the gradient hits us at a much lower gradient. I know it's unfair. It's completely unfair. A young person who's got greater mitochondrial density that hasn't done so much damage over years and years and years can cope with slightly more carbohydrate. Our level of tolerance is very low now. Most of people, once they get into middle age, their tolerance of carbohydrates is extremely low due to low mitochondrial density and high mitochondrial damage. So even if you use reverse electron transport with saturated fats like stearic acid and stuff like that, you can use it as supplementation to force the body to generate to biogenesis more mitochondria. What you're doing is you're actually encouraging the same mitochondria to be cloned. And if they've got some damage, that cloning effect is just creating, yes, you're going to get a bit extra energy, but not much more. If they were youthful, undamaged mitochondria, and then you clone them, a younger person is going to get way more density and way more higher oxidation capacity. And with the oxidation capacity comes healing capacity. So you can imagine a younger person who's looking after their mitochondria, friggin' hell, maybe they can live to the 150. That's the difference, you know? So, somebody like Lukey, who's that younger person with greater mitochondrial density, yeah, probably will outlive us all. Yes. You'll be very happy that he came across me and Bart. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I know. I just have to look at a carb and I get fat. I know you. Me, remember, I used to guzzle down seed oil. I've done horrendous damage to my mitochondria. My tolerance of carbohydrates is extremely low, and I do cheat and I pay for it. And it takes me a couple of days. I have to literally force myself into a rapid fast for 24 hours to force myself back into a sensitivity stage. And I do it's like 2 days because I do a dry fast. No wet fast. I do dry fast now, and I just really go hard to get rid of, because occasionally you go to somebody's birthday or somebody's retirement party or stuff like that. You've got to be a bit sociable. But the next day, I'm taking all the measures required. Yes. And I do bump up my B vitamins at night to deal with, the issues that are going to before me. But also, if I'm going to go into a straight fast, I used to do to recover from my, to give back my B vitamins to my liver to be able to deal with detoxification. But now I go to 4 rather than 2. B complex, and the reason for that is the 2 are for the methylation side to basically deal with all the issues of detox, and the other 2 are to basically carry me over for that day for the requirements of my B vitamins for the next couple of days. So I do that sort of thing. So I go 4 now when I do a strong fast 1 or 2 days. So to provide, because you still need cofactors even if you're fasting. Even the guy that did shitloads still did that for a while for the same reason. Anyway. Yep. I know the feeling, mate. I know the feeling. Oops. Yep, it was Lukey's story, and then after that was that one there. Almost entirely red meat you need to worry about. It depends. It really depends. If it's rare or medium rare, you're probably fine. But if you're overcooking it, you probably need some because you've lost some in the production of the animal. It's not freshly slaughtered. That's why. True. I calm my runny nose. Yep. Caroline? Yep. Exactly. Just don't do too high K2 unless you've got your decalcifying or doing stuff like that. So go for 100 micrograms or 2, or get it from the diet, or do the Carlson one periodically. Like I usually recommend people do a bit now and then, or get enough calcium. Make sure you're getting enough calcium like dairy, and then it's not a problem even if you're doing a 5 milligram. 5 milligram one. Just to keep an eye on that, because some people have been doing some things differently, and they're contacting me and saying, I've got these symptoms, and I go, what are you doing? And then I realized they were doing really high doses when they didn't need to. No one talks about how high chicken is. It is really high. I do. You see me. I actually even did a video on the sources of K2, and I talked about chicken being very high. It's much higher than red meat. Remember, zombie, all dinosaurs had more. Remember I've talked about this? More dinosaurs. So yes, eat your dinosaur now and then. So, yes, don't forget, dinosaurs are a very good source of K2. There you go. That's going to upset some of the kids out there. Always there to upset, yes. Yeah, look, I know. Most of them are very much ill-informed about most things. They're just standard mantra. Deep cleaning arteries. Yes, yes. That's if they do have a lot of soft tissue calcification. Depends on the dose. It depends on your circumstance. As I said earlier, I've already explained it. You'll have to go back and listen to it earlier. But I do recommend people get it mostly from food, unless they've got specific medical conditions, and then they should talk to me or to one of the other people that are practitioners and know what they're actually talking about, which are some of the people that I've got as featured channels. Yep, we covered that earlier. Yep, that was on the Nick when I read it from over here, and we discussed that earlier. Yep, I won't go over that again. Yep, that's the natural one. That's the human one. That's the one we should use and not worry about. That's what even the other menaquinones, like menaquinone 8, 9, and 10 in cheeses, get converted to MK4 in the liver. And even K1 also in the liver and by bacteria. Yeah, look, chicken's fine. Chicken's fine. I have chicken once a week. I have fish about a couple of times a week as well. And, the other meats, and I vary them. Recently, I've been eating a lot of, not as much pork, and I haven't been eating as much beef. I've been really hammering down the lamb. I've had I don't know, a bit of a, I want lamb, so my body's asking for lamb. I'm just eating more lamb. There you go. Don't ask me why. My body just says I want more lamb. So I usually swing at some spot. My body's going to say, give me a bit of piggy. So yes, but currently I'm on the lamb thing. Yes. Thanks, mate. I think I misunderstood how much K2 you recommend, Harry. I was written down, but that seems huge. I'm doing a day at the moment. Good. In your case, you could do a bit higher and actually 5 milligrams. And because we've actually talked about your case, but you're doing the taurine, which is regulating your calcium really well, so you don't have to concern yourself too much. And I think I mentioned the calcium one, and the other thing is, as long as you're getting enough calcium, not an issue. That's primarily cheese and stuff like that. I think I remember you telling me you had some cheeses, but if you're getting enough. Look, if you're getting that sort of supplementation level and you're eating enough things like brie, I think that's right, Lilith. I think you did actually say you were eating brie and those sort of things. You probably are getting good quantities because that has, about 300 micrograms or whatever. If you're getting having a good dose of that, you could get about 600 with 200 from supplement. You're nearly a gram. You're probably fine in that regard. Yeah, it's always my concern about not going to the high doses. I think I put one person on 45 micrograms, and I had to supplement them slightly calcium. That was for decalcification therapeutic purposes, and I had to get them to monitor their serum calcium levels as well via a doctor. So I usually don't recommend. I do put people on very high amounts, but they have to be for specific reasons, like dealing with specific calcification. They may have severe kidney calcification. Now, I need to remove that calcification out of their kidneys, their soft tissue, because that's damaging their kidneys. Their kidneys are prioritized, and I will sort out other things with regulating calcium with taurine and all the other sort of stuff. So, and taking supplemental even in some cases. It depends on the circumstances. That's why you shouldn't be experimenting on your own without understanding the science. What I recommend is based on your circumstances, and that's why I ask people's historical. When I email them, I say, "Give me your history," so I can actually reply and tell you recommend what and stuff like that, and tell me what you eat, what you like to eat, so I know does this person need supplemental, or are they getting enough from their diet? They don't need to worry about that. I don't go into all the details because I just want to tell people do this without complicating things, because then I generate shitloads of questions. Why do I have to do this? What do I have to do that? And that's why I just say, these are your circumstances, do this. I'm not here to school you or teach you biochemistry or biophysics. I don't have the time. I've got shitloads of other people to deal with. Because some people have come and asked me, and I ended up writing a whole lot of like little theses and explaining. I'm going, why am I doing this? If they want to learn, they should go and teach themselves. I'm here to help people, not to teach other people the stuff that I actually put my effort in to learning. In that regard, you get it, little bits and snips here for free, but ultimately you got to do your own research if you want to really school yourself properly, because me and Bart don't have the time. As simple as that. Okay, from into dairy, yep. Organisms, yep. You definitely do. Yep. Yep, fair enough. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with experimenting, playing around a bit. I do it all the time just to try different things out and see how they combine and how they influence my body and stuff like that. Just had cholesterol levels checked. A waste of time, waste of money, and waste of effort. After 18 months, carnivore trigs 3.0, HDL 1.8, and LDL fine. Should I worry? Usually, people are getting much lower trigs than that. Usually, it's below 1. Even when I went in for my heart disease, my trigs were 1.7. Let me just say that, 1.7. What are you doing, Seed Man? Are you cheating? Are you engaging the Randall cycle by cheating, drinking alcohol and stuff like that? That's probably why those high triglyceride levels are probably coming from alcohol. I'd bet my bottom dollar you're drinking. So that's your problem. Get off the booze. So I wouldn't worry about LDL. HDL is not too bad. Let me just remind myself. 1.88 times 18, 33. Your HDL could be a bit higher than that. 33.84 is probably okay in terms of the millimoles, because that's what when they do the panels, you've got to times it by 18 on the panel stuff, which they give you the panel things. Okay, so okay as well. So your LDLC is probably fine. I don't have a problem as long as it's not oxidized. It's not ox LDL, and you haven't. If it's those later numbers, like AG asked me recently, and I actually gave him an explanation. And if you want to see my explanation, how I explained it to him, in the recent video that I did, he actually asked me the question. I explained exactly what I thought about his results, and I explained without reductionism my thoughts. So if you want to go and see how I analyze people's lipids, go and take a look there. But yeah, HDL could be a bit higher, and your LDL is fine as long as it's not oxed and you haven't done like all the actual the patent A and B type thing, so you don't really know whether it's ox-LD or any of that or not. There may be nothing. And so what AG did was a good panel, and I suspect your trigs are that high because of alcohol. So get off the booze, seed man. Your ex-diabetes. Okay. Are you doing booze, mate? Or are you? Are you still here? So you may also have poor clearance. There could be other genetics and there could be other issues at play. Yeah, without enough information to analyse you correctly. But I suspect it's alcohol, that higher trig level. I think taurine supplementation increasing. Oh, thanks, Lilith. I just noticed. I'll just read this and then get to you. I think taurine supplementation, increasing high taurine content foods, has been an absolute game changer for me. I have to thank for that, Harry. It's also helping my mum already. You're welcome, Nick. Not a problem. Yep. It's critical. It's a Swiss Army knife for the body, and people are not getting enough of it. Unfortunately, in the modern diet, actually, in the last 20 years, we've exterminated taurine out of a diet. The processed food industry has just annihilated the taurine content of food. Let alone we're consuming far less than we should. And yeah, it's an abysmal mess, to say the least. Thanks, Lilith. Thanks for the support. Thank you so much, Harry. Have to walk the pooch. Fair enough. Yeah, it needs to get its walk. That's true. So we'll say goodbye for now. We are blessed to have you. Thanks. Yep. Look, goes both ways. Thanks also for you guys, because yeah. Yeah. So Dom's doing the wino thing. Yes. Look, I've had a lot of people that have been on a carnival diet, and I go, take out the booze, and then go and get yourself checked again, and it goes down. So it is the booze, unfortunately. Remember, it is processed through the liver, all booze, in the same way as fructose and everything else and stuff like that, and creates these problems and all that. And unfortunately, most people just, that's the reality. Now, let me find where I was. Further down this way. Oops. Go so fast I can't find my spot. Yes, I was here. Yep. Thank you, Nick. My neuropathy disappeared after discovering Keto Carnivore a couple of years ago. Yep. Does. Definitely helps. Not a problem, mate. Don't supplement taurine because I know I'm eating high and loads of in my diet. But if I supplement taurine for my son who had Tourette's, DHA, and it's a game changer for him. Yep, it is. For some reason, kids who have got ADHD, Tourette's, autism, a number of other things, seem to not be their demand for sulfur amino acids, in particular taurine. Now, this is without research, zombie. And this is why I reckon, because you asked me, what should I do for my son? And I told you, up his taurine levels, and you've seen it, a complete remission of these conditions. I would love somebody to do some research into looking at these specific genetics. whether with these methyl donors, because I think there is something to do with the genes that affect methylation and taurine, the way it interacts and regulates these genes and these methylation pathways, because there is an interplay between the methylation pathways and taurine, but nobody's done the science. I have zero science. This is from sheer extrapolation by looking at the literature from multiple angles and coming to the conclusion through extrapolation. This is Harry's hypothesis, that it would correct these conditions. You've done it and you've seen it. And I've had a number of people who've had Tourette's, ADHD, and even autism have seen improvements in their autistic children. So, yes, because it also calms the mind. Remember, it regulates the calcium, and there is a bit of a derangement of calcium homeostasis in the body, and it regulates the calcium channels to basically lower and improve GABA, to lower the excitatory effects in the brain and calms the children down. It works. I just wish we had more research in the area. So I think there are other factors as well, a few other factors. I think they are in the animal foods, and I think that's where you add the animal foods together with the taurine and you get the results. But I would really like to, I think vitamin D plays an important role in regulating these genes as well. It's there. In all the research, it has a relationship. Taurine and vitamin D seem to have this I just haven't worked out in my own head, because of the poor research that's out there. I have to, extrapolate and sort of come up with hypotheses. And I actually ask people to, and vitamin D and taurine isn't going to kill you. And I'm just trying to work out best results. I'm glad you're getting the effects. I am looking into a couple of other things. I'm looking into some research with phosphatidylserine. Now, serine is in animal foods, which can be converted into the body as phosphatidylserine. I'm actually looking at whether high doses of phosphatidylserine can silence these genes or not, like it can do with some other neurological things, which the Jewish researchers in Tel Aviv did. Some stuff seems in animals to silence some of these genes. I've got zero research in humans. I still want to do a bit more research. I'll get back to you, and because I need to basically provide people with good dosages and safe dosages on that specific thing. And maybe we can turn those genes off at a dose-dependent thing. I just need to basically make sure to find out whether the safe area is for that. I don't want to cause other derangements. So let me look into it. And hopefully by middle of this year, I'll have, because you're already getting great results with taurine and stuff like that, animal-based food, keep them out in the sun, doing all the right things, my dear, for your kids, for your son. Now, let's see if we can turn these genes off, but let's make sure we get it right, if you know what I mean. So I've got a few things that I'm doing at the moment, multiple, probably got about 6 or 7 things that I'm researching for a whole lot of different people, different stuff. And, I'll add this to it. And now that I've thought about it, to my list of things to research, and maybe we can turn off these genes in these children to basically get their lives back into focus. Really important, because there's going to be kids that are not going to do taurine or meat animal foods, friends and stuff like that. If we can recommend a correct dose for phosphatidylserine with a taurine supplementation, we may be able to sort these kids out. It'd be great. It would make me very happy. It would really make me very happy, because there's a lot of kids, because of so much inappropriate foods from birth, have got a lot of derangements that need to be fixed, and genes that have been turned on that should have never been turned on because they were susceptible to these things at birth or even before birth in some cases. So, yeah. Anyway, zombie, I've already commented. Sean Baker tweeted that has from parents, but child with Tourette's and Carnival apparently fixed or mostly fixed it. Yeah, if they push up the actual taurine levels, obviously, they'll get better results, as Zombie's son has. Bobby's perspective, his child, he basically feeds him, raw meats. Fantastic. I mean, I take off my hat to Bobby and say that's what you should. He's feeding his kid raw meat, and kids that they don't have the yucky factor like us adults. They go, they get onto raw meat at a young age, got no problems later on. And, those sort of trigger things, like especially dairy and stuff like that, can also be because of still derangements. A lot of these kids seem to have derangements in the gut microbiome. They seem to be related. And the autistic children in particular have really bad gut microbiomes. This is where taurine re-regulates the microbiome. That's another reason why it improves things dramatically, even above a standard carnivore diet. Cold from time to time, good to stir up the immune system. Rather, sick woman gets cold any more as the immune system is compromised. Yes, a lot of immune systems are compromised nowadays, Caroline. Unfortunately, too many people. Exactly, Nathan, exactly. Oops. Oh, and we eat heart meat every week because it's cheap and tasty. And my kids, cats and dogs all eat lamb hearts weekly. Is that what we are doing right? Exactly. All that taurine, coenzyme Q10. You're doing a lot of good things there. A lot of good things. Yep, exactly. Good to hear. Third and fourth grandparents, Irish, despite my last name. Oh, okay, to be honest, I forgot the moment why I take. I remember. I'll remember the same point. Okay, yep. So you probably have genetics that. Fair enough. Just asking. Um, yeah, I don't recommend it for everyone. It depends on people's genetics. I always say, eat like your grandparents. Yes, we all love cola. You're not the only one, mate. You're not the only one. Uh, yes. Well, taurine and MSM, sulfur amino acids, actually help reverse a lot of hair thinning. So very good. Look at my thick hair, and I'm supposed to be bald like my other relatives. So I've been all being like a grey hair, white hair, like my cousins had in their 30s. I got the genes for that as well. But species appropriate diet seems to be holding it back from fully expressing. Would it be feeding the whole world carnivore, or do we need kibble? Currently, unfortunately, we don't have enough. Even today, there are less ruminants in North America than what there were when there were bison. Or, For instance, America has about, I think, 85 billion cattle or something like that. Well, there was over 120 to 150 million, nearly double the amount of ruminants, big ruminants, in the North American plains than what there are today. And most of the planet had shitloads of animals. As we reduce the animals on the land, we have seen an increase in desertification. So that's another problem. We've seen the degradation, and with kibble crops, even more. And it's getting worse before it gets better. Could we convert a lot of these? It would take us a number of decades, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, we probably need the kibble as a transition. Shit happens, so to speak. But that's not because of, we don't manage the world, others do. And they've followed that agenda. So it's not practical at this point. But we could basically still get people to eat more animal products than what they eat today. And over time, at least within 1 or 2 decades, we could increase the production quite a bit. Currently, the only things that we could produce much at higher amounts is basically probably 2 foods: fish and chickens and pork. That's about 3, and pork. Ruminant animals like cattle, sheep, goats, and all that takes longer to build up those stocks. Chickens, you can breed them very fast, quite a lot. Fish, you can put them in pens, farm fed. And if you basically use pellets that have got you grow a lot of crustaceans and stuff like that, and then provide that as a feed, then they will have a more natural diet and they'll be far better. But even under those circumstances, they're still healthier than basically eating kibble, even the farmed ones. So you could actually have more fish, which is higher in taurine, fish, metaquinone 4, chicken, much higher. So you wouldn't have to supplement at all, wouldn't have to worry about that side, plus more eggs, more, piggies we could produce. Those sort of things, yes. Other ruminant animals will take much longer. So we could up our levels on those things. So, yeah, but it will still take a bit of time, unfortunately. Mario, hi from Portugal. Good to see you. What do you have? Any advice for dealing endometriosis? I'm asking my girlfriend, and she's trying carnivore for me and other reasons. Thank you. Well, if she basically gets on a carnivore diet, in many regards, most people actually resolve their endometriosis completely. Absolutely completely in that regard. In some cases, they don't have to do anything, just a standard carnivore diet. Some people can be helped with a bit of taurine supplementation as well, because their endometriosis does create a bit of fibrotic tissue, and you can actually eliminate that fibrotic tissue by taking a bit of taurine supplementation. A couple of grams, probably only 2 grams, is much more than enough if she's not that, if you're sort of in a younger age bracket, 20s or 30s, probably 2 grams is enough to deal with that sort of stuff, fibrotic tissue, and reduce it. But the key thing is moving towards a carnivore diet, more species appropriate, will resolve most of these problems. Yes, Buddy's great. Yep, exactly. He's a good bloke. Also glad he got you to start your own channel. Yeah. Yep, you definitely have to thank him, because I wasn't motivated to do it, my own channel. So he sort of harassed me. He did threaten to use Ted on me. Everybody's intimidated by Ted. Believe me, Nathan. Like I said, someone recently posted a bunch of videos of yours on a forum. I read, so your message is getting out. Yeah, I know. I know that some of the Ray Pete, somebody actually sent me a link, and I went and saw some of the Ray Pete stuff, and they didn't even argue what I was arguing. They were just talking about all this other nonsense. And one guy actually said, "Oh, at least he's wearing blue blocking glasses." And I'm going, If you're going to argue against me, actually argue, and all they were doing is just reciting some of the standard bullshit that our dear friend Ray Pete uses. I mean, God Almighty, give us a break. G'day, Lukey. Okay, yeah. So yes, you got your answer as well. Do you want to come on, Lukey, or not? Up to you, mate. I can send you a link if you're interested. Otherwise, if you're just popping in to say hello and then you got other things to do, that's fine, because I know you do your exercise in the morning and some other stuff. So I'm not going to interrupt your regular schedule. Yes, I had a few veggies the other day with my meat, and the other day, very naughty. Yes, I hope you take yourself outside and give yourself a good hiding, a good spanking, and don't enjoy it. Next. Good. We're not like the vegans next. You don't have to worry. Don't worry, mate. It's only 16 degrees there, Harry. Come on, come up north Queensland if you want to feel real heat. God, fuck. That's my reply. G'day, Dom. And Dom actually, yes, that's when Dom came in and he actually gave me his donation as well, which was very nice of him. Thanks, mate. Yes. I'm painting and listening. Fair enough, mate. At least you're doing something useful at home. They sealed the fat in. Painting walls or painting art? Oh, I think he's painting walls. Oops. Oh, well, nothing wrong with being a bit excited, zombie. Nothing wrong. Yes, yes. I do that sometimes when I get excited. Abstract art is my specialty. With the window frames. Both, yes. This is why Salad Boy Honey Monster isn't suffering so much now while pouring those carbs down his throat. But watch this space. Yes, exactly, Nick. Watch this space. Deuterium can only do so much. At some point, you're going to basically pay for it. Oh, don't go out of whack. I just think being carnivore makes us more susceptible to putting on weight after eating carbs. I don't know. It's maybe we're less insulin. Maybe we're less tolerant because we've downregulated a lot of our pathways, our enzymatic pathways. We're geared up for fat oxidation, for protein, and then you shift and the body goes, what do I do with this? Convert it to fat and store it away, because I just don't have. Because remember, even in your muscles, from where the 3 gear system that Bart talks about, where the sort of your filaments, through the creatine sort of mechanisms, where those filaments that are going back and forward to do the contractions, the muscle contractions. At that point in that area, you usually have glycogen stores for your ATP. But when you're very low on glucose, what happens is you get a translocation. Fat is moved closer to that area, and glycogen is reduced in storage capacity. Consequence of that is really heavy fat adaptation and that's small for that explosive amount. It's only kept for that. As a consequence, when we throw in a lot of carbohydrates, the body goes, where am I going to store this? What am I going to do with it? And then it forces it in. So, yeah, that can be an issue as well. If you're haven't had carbs for a very long time, then you throw carbs in, yeah, that could explain that. But if you're cheating periodically and all that, you haven't completely done that translocation, then it's more likely mitochondrial problems, what I said earlier. But if you're basically don't have a lot of mitochondrial damage, but you've actually done the translocation within your muscles, then it could be that you've got less capacity to take up glycogen, potentially. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, that's the other nuanced thing. Sometimes I need to remind myself about these things, about translocation of glycogen stores within the muscles. It does happen. I mean, Steve Finney and Jeff Volek, they actually did experiments with biopsies showing exactly this happening in the muscles. Hey, Harry, next. With a heavyweight lifting program and eating carne, would you consider one carb loading a day to restore glycogen? Nope, not required at all. Absolutely not required. I would actually, you do not need. You want to go longer? Put in citrulline, 2 grams of citrulline, half an hour before your actual, that will actually extend your amount through nitric oxide synthesis. That's one. And I would go much higher on the taurine as well, half an hour before. So get your taurine loads up and get your creatine loading up as well. I'll take about 3 to 4 grams of creatine as well. That's what you should do to basically increase your endurance and your capacity. Give it a try next and come back to me and tell me how you're going. And I would say that will improve your performance. Don't use carbs. All you're going to end up is deranging your systems. Not a good thing, and glycating a lot of those proteins. You want to become more muscular without damaging your body. You know, you're not, unless you're into competition, then that's a different thing altogether. Then roids would, if you really want muscularity for competition, roids, but that comes with a big cost. There's also myostatin inhibitors, and taurine does have a myostatin inhibiting effect. That's another thing. So, yeah, taurine can help through that, through myostatin inhibiting effect to increase hypertrophy. That's the other magic. That was supposed to be my part 2 of my bodybuilding program video that I never did. Yes, a natural myostatin inhibitor. Anyway, now you know. Build up more muscle with taurine and leucine. I have gained more weight in 4 years being carnivore than I lost in 6 months. I did. But it's probably muscle. As long as you're fitter and all that. Look, if you're basically not as physically active and you're actually taking in more energy, you're going to store it. That's the whole purpose. Our ancestors stored fat for a rainy day. And, so because they never had substantial enough energy. And I always remind people, if you're doing very high amounts of liquid fat, which is cream and stuff like that, and you're not doing as much physical activity like our ancestors did, obviously you're not going to be basically oxidizing as much energy. So, you can accumulate energy storage. The difference is because you've got low insulin and upregulated hormone-sensitive lipase. Once the energy drops, the intake of energy, then hormone-sensitive lipase rises because insulin is low. And so insulin is not going to inhibit it. And so when you're not eating, you're getting it from your body. That's the whole purpose. That's the natural way. So, but the big one is people trying to lose weight and consuming too much liquid fat. Because, if you're consuming it, you're not going to be oxidizing it from your body. Simple as that. It's not complex. Even bodybuilders know. You do a cut by going high protein. And with that goes high leucine, high taurine, and increases muscle density. Muscles require more energy. So as a consequence, they increase fat oxidation even higher. The more muscle you have, the higher the metabolic rate. Anyway, yes, that as well, they do. Actually, the more protein you have, the more animal foods you have, they definitely do as well. Oh, start rotating. Why are you doing this to me? Well, that's what you want. More bone, more, it's not weight. It depends on what type of weight is. If it's musculoskeletal weight, perfect. That's what we want. Higher density, bigger muscles. Yeah, those are more important. It's really the bone density. And leucine and taurine are the two key things to increase density of bone and all that. The nice thing about also being a myostatin inhibitor, not only does it increase your muscle mass, but it also regulates and prevents hypertrophy of the heart muscle. That's the problem with all myostatin inhibitors out there, which are not natural myostatin inhibitors. What happens is it also those other myostatin inhibitors also can increase the heart muscle. Yes, and cause heart remodeling, which can be dangerous. Taurine doesn't do that. It inhibits remodeling of tissue and protein folding, misfolding of proteins. That's the magic of taurine. It comes from the natural food. It inhibits, it increases muscle hypertrophy, but at the same time prevents the heart from remodeling. It stays the way it should be. Perfect. Nature knows best, rather than some of these artificial inhibitors of myostatin to increase muscle mass that bodybuilders do and give themselves heart attacks in their 30s and 40s. And that's why a lot of them are dropping dead with all these problems, especially the modern day bodybuilders. Crazy stuff. Roids and artificial inhibitors of myostatin and causing these derangements in muscle growth, but that also happens in the stomach. In the heart, but they're not regulating it because they don't know about taurine. Most of these muscle heads don't know about taurine. That's where they get it wrong. That's why they're dying young as well in their 30s and 40s. Pretty much. Send me a link. Okay, I just noticed. I'll send you a link now. Copy. Okay. Give me a stick. Come on, protein. Proton account loading. Not Dad's, mine. Gives me options now. I've got Dad's. I'm managing Dad's Proton account and mine. Oh well. He didn't want Well, I said, Dad, you need an account because you can't. He's only 87. I said, you can't operate in the modern world without an account. I'll manage it for you. He said, fine. I don't want to have anything to do with it. You manage it. Oh, these old people. Yes. Just send it through Loki. So if you go to you'll find it. Ah, yes. I can't decide whether I like pork or lamb more. I like both. I can't decide which one I like most. Yes, I usually go through a pork week, and then I shift back to a lamb week. You know, yeah, I get cravings, pork and lamb. Yeah, probably the only things. I have had once tuna cravings, but that's only once, and I don't know why. I just had them. I just I'm going, oh, weird. Yes, are you doing those liquid fats? Yes, got to be careful, zombie. Got to be careful. Yeah, there can be a lot of, as I said, mitochondrial density can be an issue in some people. That's a real problem with mitochondrial density and very hard to fix very easily. So, oops. Now I know why my trigs are high. Yes, yes, definitely. DC, good to see you, mate. Always, always a pleasure, mate. I don't know, is Loki coming on or not? Let me just put on my. Urgh. You coming on, Loki, or what's happening? I sent you the link. It's there. Ah, there you are. G'day, mate. How's it going?
I'm well. I was just sorting some stuff at the house. Just woke up a few minutes ago.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I've sort of had a bloody busy day today. With we did our regular sort of walk course and stuff like that I do with my brother Sean and his partner and their kids. So went around, ended up down at Battery Point, bumped into Sean's mum, which I call mum as well. We're pretty close, like it's like a brother to me. So we sat down, had a bit of a chat and all that, and we had a bit of a chat. I had a bit of a chat with her on some of her supplementation stuff like that. So she's been making a few changes, um, and she's improving, which is the key thing. So slowly starting to reverse some of these issues that she's had with her health, which is a good thing. I mean, sometimes it's harder for some people because it takes them time to realize that they need to make certain changes and stuff like that. And it's just the way it is. I can understand why people sometimes are a bit reluctant. Um, it's not because they don't want to. It's because it's difficult. I mean, you had similar experiences with your own mum.
Yep, yeah, for sure. And especially her, she has that more stubborn, overseer type personality. So it was really difficult to just get even a little bit going off. But when she did change just a little bit, she started noticing improvements. So she
Mm.
can't even argue with me anymore.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's half the effort is actually having to um, argue things is what I find is half the issue. But once you get over that sort of whole issue, it usually they settle down and they go, okay,
Yep.
what do I have to do? And you go, well, you have to do this, this, and this, and it's going to require this, this, and that to basically sort out these issues for you. And it's not going to happen um, any other way. And it's sometimes it's hard for people because they've I mean, Anne's at the moment. I mean, she's 79, and at that age, it's you've grown up in a certain way and you've accepted certain things for a very long time, and that's a difficult thing altogether in that regard. So yeah, you know what I mean. Um, but yes, it's the way it is. Anyway, let's move on. So DC, good to see you, mate. Uh, yeah, I look forward to seeing you, DC, dropping in into the Zoom thing. I know Richard's still turning it on, turning it off. I'll have to start a new one, but I do look forward to seeing you because you used to drop in quite a bit in the past. So yes, I was going to ask you as well. Let me just answer this one. Costochondritis, Harry, any ideas how to calm it down? Yes, I do. Actually, a young lady actually contacted me for the same bloody thing, and I recommended her take 5,000 IUs of vitamin D, 200 micrograms of menaquinone for it. And also, she had a few other related issues which intersect with that. And I actually put her on 2 grams of taurine as well. So let me just find that. Okay, without showing her identity, give me a sec. Hmm. Because this is based on what the research says. Vitamin D is very important. Menaquinone 4 is very important for this specific condition. And some people do get this condition due to the current, Jabba the Hutt issue. Yeah. So where usually I just say for the standard sort of stuff, it's, taurine and vitamin D. For these sort of conditions, I have to actually recommend also, menaquinone 4 as well. But a lower dose, you don't want higher doses because unless you've got specific decalcification, other issues, you don't need as much high dose in that regard. I don't know what people's, intake of dairy is as well for their calcium side of things. So I have to be very careful with that. As I was saying earlier to the guys, I'll have to, like, had somebody actually reply to my message that I left on Chris Master John's well over, I think it was 2 years ago. And I actually made a comment about calcium because he was talking about, high doses of menaquinone 4 that some people have. And he said, sort of reduce it. I said, basically, you just have to increase calcium. That's the issue. Calcium is the issue. And taurine, now I understand the taurine side, which is important about the importance of regulating the calcium channels. I knew it regulated the electrolytes, but I didn't realize until about a bit after that, which was about probably 18 months ago, probably 2 years, but close to when I actually answered that. But I never went back to the comment. I forgot all about it, that I made the comment, and Chris never answered it. And then I was doing some research and I realized, oh, it actually is it actually has a calcium channel blocking effect as well. That's what I started talking about, the low, that how it actually reduces, blood pressure and stuff like that, and making it more aware and making a bigger issue of it. It obviously doesn't act like a blunt instrument like your channel blockers that are the medications, but it actually has an effect on the channels, but not like a sledgehammer. So it has a similar effect. Now let me just find that comment. Now that was trying to think of the video. Oh yeah, the spikes. That's right. That was right. That spike video. Spiky spike. That's an Overvax spike one. It's got over 13,000 now.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, that one really, that was the one that actually got me over 1,000 subscribers. So,
Oh,
and a lot of those subscribers are basically, some of them are not even carnival people. They're just basically other people that, because I've looked at some of their who they've subscribed to, and I go, oh, this guy doesn't even follow carnival or anything. He just wants the other information. So yeah, so I was quite surprised. That really bumped me over and it's really helped things. Now let me find that video. Novavax spikes 14,000. Actually, it's 14Ks. Actually, I was wrong. Bloody hell, it's still growing. It's the thing that keeps on giving. At what? That one bloody video. It's 14Ks, 14,043 views. Can you believe that? That is incredible. I wish more of those people would actually subscribe to me. Not everyone did.
right.
So
You've made
this,
a hit piece.
yeah, exactly. This young lady, she basically, she had actually, she's got ongoing costochondritis, and she's got unexplained paresthesia, which also can be, and she's also deficient in ferritin levels and stuff like that. So I explained to her how a regulatory effect, paresthesia, taurine helps with that. She's younger, so she's still endogenously producing. She's in her mid-20s. She's younger. She did the Moderna one, and it really affected her massively. So I put her on 5,000 IUs of vitamin E because I don't know what her retinol status is or her background, so I have to be careful on that front. And then basically on 2,000 micrograms of minoquinone 4, and I put all the supplements that I recommend from the actual. This is the lower dose of minoquinone 4 as well, and they're all iHerb ones. And the taurine, my favourite one, which is the unflavoured, the really good one that I recommend as well. And I told her to watch some other videos as well to get a bit of background on these sort of things, on the clearance and the T lymphocytes and blah blah blah, all that, just to help her out in that regard. But those were the ones based on actual for these two conditions. So basically, just move that out of the way. So, mate, this is the vitamin D one. This is the K2. 2 of those tablets a day. And this is the taurine. That is the only one I recommend. None other. Now you can go and buy another if you're that interested, but these are the only ones that I actually recommend. And the 2 first ones are for specifically the condition you talked about, and the taurine will help as well, because some people have got a few other interrelated things. And the reason why it has a calming effect, the taurine, why I also recommend the taurine as well, is because it does improve raise GABA, and it does lower, also it moderates and modulates cortisol levels as well, but increasing GABA and regulating calcium channels, that calms the body down as well. So the combination of taurine. Now, I recommend to her, if you're older, I don't know what your age is next, if you're in middle age, probably go to up to 3 or 4 grams and play around with it and see how you feel. Now, always do check my other video, and one of those videos is the one on the lithium and the interactions between meds and taurine, very important. So we don't want any issues there. So I'll put that in there as well. So people should always check that video out, and then get there with their physician, work out adjusting their dosages of those medications downwards as they increase taurine upwards, because taurine can do the same thing but without the side effects. So yes, that's pretty much it. I'm late. Yes, you are. Just as DC. With Ted, actually. Let's just add a bit of nonsense to it as well.
Sure, why
Yeah,
not?
correct, Nick. Yes, it is estimated, and poorly estimated in some regards, with a very high error rate. So it's pretty much nonsense. But at the end of the day, as I always say, is it oxidized or not? I'll have to comment on my recent video to AG, because he actually gave me his panels, and I actually went through and explained to him how you should interpret the stuff. If people want to go and actually look at how I explained his lipid panels, it will give you an idea of understanding your own in the future, and how I explain a nuance and talk about clearance and stuff like that. If you don't notice this, it's because of certain clearance that's actually happening, so you don't have to worry about that. So anyway, very important to be able to nuance things and understand them in the proper way. Because a lot of people read things, but they go, oh, just because somebody writes, oh, it's high in this. Well, not exactly. There can be other reasons. Yep. Yeah, and ibuprofen isn't the best thing. Probably because you've gone zero carbs, you've probably increased your protein, your animal flesh, and as a consequence, you've probably got more taurine. You got more menaquinone 4 as a consequence, and those things. You probably listened to getting out in the sun or taking more vitamin D from me as well, and as a consequence, all those things synergistically came together and improved things. So, does help. Oops. Stop rotating the wrong way. Things are never perfect. You should know that.
For sure.
Harry, I don't think it's genes. I think the epigenetics gut issue from the last few years of experiments. Fair enough. It could be. I still think that epigenetically, when I'm talking about probably genes, I'm talking more about epigenetically. I should have explained that. Yeah, there are two things. Genes can either be hardwired over a number of generations, and then they do become hardwired. Like losing your hair is an epigenetic in the first generation. By the third generation, it becomes hardwired. So if you've got multiple generations of people with ADHD or a number or autism or whatever, then it becomes hardwired in a family, and you notice it. Multiple family members, it becomes hardwired. So I don't know what generation. If you never had any of these conditions, then it's the first generation is your son. that means it's epigenetic. But if you've had it, your mother had it, then it's third generation. It's probably genetic at this stage. So it really depends how long this has flown through a number of generations, and then it can be turned on continuously. And then you need to use sledgehammer approaches like very high doses of certain things in order to turn off genes like autoimmunity. Unless you get up to certain levels of vitamin D, you can't turn off those genes even epigenetically. So there can be a lot of reasons why things can't be turned off. So it's just the nature of the beast. So depending. Yep. Oh, that's the key thing. You don't have any of that crap, and you've put more species appropriate foods in. You're feeding them high taurine, high coenzyme Q10, and other things that are really helping their systems work properly. Yeah, that's improving things. That's the main thing. No, God, don't worry, God, don't worry, zombie. I look. I'm the sort of person I don't misunderstand. I understand people. I've been where a lot of other people have been, where I was cursing and angry and pissed off with a lot of things. And sometimes you, in those sort of emotional states, you will say things that you regret later on, or you may have not wanted to write it like this. And I've had cases where I wrote a comment because it annoyed me in some regard. Then I go back and go, look, I didn't mean it this way. I actually then clarify with that person because I may have sometimes I can become a bit blunt, too blunt. So like the bad uncle slaps you around a bit, and then you realise maybe I overslapped. So got to remind myself about those things. So no need for apologies. You're good. My child was expelled from school a year ago for behaviour. Last year, he won the highest award for being the smartest and best behaved kid. That tells you everything. That actually tells you everything. I had a similar experience with my nephew. He actually came and lived with me, the youngest one, and he was basically really doing well, living with me, eating a low carbohydrate diet at the time, and I just didn't buy them things, and I just basically was like a slave driver, like my father was, and basically sent them out to do work, putting flyers and all sorts of things. And even my brother Sean says, "You sent them to what neighbourhood to do what? Isn't that a bit rough there?" And I said, "Well, if one of them gets beaten up, they'll toughen up." And he goes, "Really?" And I say, "Yes, exactly." That's the one where my little young nephew said, and I said, "Lay it here, right here." He tried to challenge me. So that put him back into his place. He knew who was top dog in the family, and it was me and it wasn't him. And I wasn't going to take his shit. So he was really well behaved. And then after that, because he was on a low carbohydrate diet, doing that, so not eating all this junk he was eating at home, he was really good. He actually was one of the 9 children that got the highest grade, even though he came late into the class. And then the following year, he went off the wagon with my sister. Yes, she's another one of those woke women. Yes, always telling me about her rights. Yes, and how she's always right, because feminists are always right, don't you know?
Of course,
Yes,
of
but you know
course.
what? The boys actually respect me more than her. Why? Because I'm a good male model to follow, and they know it. And they're doing really well now, both of them. So one's doing civil engineering in a good big firm, so he's doing really well. The other one's the younger one. That one, he's basically working for a big hardware store business here, and he's doing pretty well and moving up the ranks. So much more disciplined, and they have a lot of respect for their uncle because, you know, yeah. Say no more without getting into things, without getting a phone call tomorrow from my sister. I'm not going to go. Yeah, I better keep the family stuff out of this. Shut up, Harry. Shut up. Yes. Anyway. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Yeah. That tell you a lot of these kids. When you're looking at bad gut microbiomes and vitamin D deficiencies are very high in all these sort of conditions. And so when you actually get the vitamin D up and you actually put a species appropriate diet, and when I say carnivore, I mean basically, higher taurine, which calms down, increases GABA, calms down. That's why we carnivores are much calmer people, happier people. You see all the tribal people, they're all happy, they're smiling. Even Western A Price noticed that all the ones that weren't on the kibble and the seed oils were all smiling, had good teeth. Say no more. And that's your comment.
Oh, Harry, by the way, one of the guys that lives here with me is not here right now, but he has been having issues with Crohn's disease,
Okay.
and yeah, I got him to try taurine as well, but even before that, he managed to go back to to a carnivore diet. He had a lot of issues. Like in the past year, he was like finishing his undergrad thesis. He was stuck with his family. And it was a bunch of things. So he was just eating whatever his mom made. But now he's
Okay.
back, and he noticed that he's not having the painful intestinal colics every day like
Exactly.
he used
Yeah.
to, and he's like, oh my god, it's not, like I wouldn't even expect this, and the doctors told him to avoid milk, but we only can get pasteurized milk regularly anyways. And I just told him, look, I don't think you have any issues, but avoid it at first just in case, just as an experiment. And then he added back in, I think last week, and he said, okay, I didn't notice anything. This is
Mm,
perfect. Then,
mm,
like, you can do meat, eggs, and dairy, no issue.
exactly. Yeah. Oh, look. Once people and also eating meat is actually going to increase taurine, and taurine regulates the gut system.
Yep.
It fixes up a whole lot of problems. So yeah, I'm not surprised. Um, Probably if he did a bit of taurine as well, he probably could help that along a bit faster.
Yep.
You know.
For sure. Yeah. And
At his
he
young
was
age, he
sad.
probably only needs to do about 2 grams because he does endogenously produce more. When you eat a lot of meat, you will basically you'll convert methionine to glycine, and then basically from there to taurine. And at a younger age, you'll produce more. Plus, you'll get more taurine from the animal foods. So, if you're middle aged, you probably need more because your biosynthesis drops after, especially after 40, and keeps on going down. The 65 drops dramatically and then sort of levels out a bit. So, the requirements for meat go up. And, you know, now that I've told everybody it's a myostatin inhibitor, they're all going to be basically supplementing taurine.
This
Uh,
actually explains something. I was talking to Phoenix Compilations. He actually gave me a new workout plan, and I was trying it out. I think it's been 6 weeks now, and he was like, "Oh, you're having remarkable progress." I'm like, "Well, this is weird. I wonder what's going on." For sure that this taurine has been helping out. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, I would say so. I would say so. The good thing about it is it also prevents remodeling of the heart. So even though it's a myostatin inhibitor, it's a safe myostatin inhibitor. It's a natural one. It's not going to put at risk hypertrophy of either the right or left ventricular of the heart, and that's really important. And it prevents remodeling of the heart, which means that even the actual valves inside are not going to be basically distorted. That's how they get damaged. So it's really important in that regard. Bjorn, I'm a Taurinivore. Yes, yes. That's why we love Bjorn. Oh, you got a fan. You got a fan there with
Uh,
Zombie.
I've got extra fans with all this stuff Bart has been saying about me lately.
Okay. Oh, that's true. Yeah.
It's like we can't go. I can't go a single string without him saying something. Oh,
Yes.
the
Yes. Yeah.
sexiest man in Brazil or something like that.
Exactly.
Like,
He even made
oh my god,
he even made what's her name a deck. He even made
a
her
deck.
blush.
Yes.
She's a bit shy, and I noticed she blushed. And I'm going bloody hell, Bart, gonna scare these women off.
Oh my
But
god.
yes, yes. Harry, is Tasmanian farm salmon okay to eat? Yeah, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, if that's all if that's all people can afford or whatever, it's going to be much better. I know one of the guys that actually works in one of the big farms, and they, the red stuff that they put in, that's actually astaxanthin. So it's actually a positive thing. They actually put in the feed, so to make them, because that's really what makes them all the color, the stronger color. So it's not a bad thing because it's an antioxidant. So I wouldn't be worried because some people, oh, it's color. No, it's not. It's not dye. They're actually putting astaxanthin in, and they're getting it from the crustaceans, which they're putting it in. They are. There's a couple of other things that are in the feed, like some of the kibble. It's a combination of crustaceans and kibble, but there's more crustaceans going in because they've noticed when they put too much kibble, then they have more management problems with health problems in the fish. So they have to put more crustaceans, keep the diet a bit cleaner, so to basically have less health issues. So, and there are more restrictions in Tasmania in terms of the production. So they can't, like in other farms, they can get away with blue murder in like America and other places because there's less restrictions. Down here, because of environmental policies and rules, Tasmania is very green, politics wise and all that. This is where the Green Party in Australia emerged in Tasmania. Where Paul comes, Paul that comes on the Zoom session that comes from the south. Well, he's in the heartland of green politics. That's why he knows so many vegans and vegetarians and all that. So do I from down
Oh,
there, So,
interesting.
exactly. So it's sort of central all the way down there. It's all alternatives and all that sort of stuff. Huonville, those sort of areas, Signet, whatever. So, and I work with some of them, so I know quite a lot of them, their thinking and all that. So it's a different world down there. But at the same time, uh, because of those restrictions, which is a good thing, I think it is, you end up with a better product, even a farm product in Tasmania. So yeah, I would say if I'm going to recommend anything farmed, Tasmanian would be definitely. Other parts of Australia, I don't know enough to recommend, but Tasmania I do because I know people in the industry. So it makes a difference when you know exactly what they're doing compared to other people outside the industry. You've got no idea. Yeah, but I covered that just earlier, so that's pretty much done. Really, a species appropriate diet really solves a lot of these problems. I know one of the guys in Miami, he's I'm trying to remember his name. He he used to he's connected to some IVF clinic down there, but I can't remember the name of the damn clinic. But he used to do a lot of IVF stuff, this guy, and then started asking, maybe it's the diet. And then he actually did a low carb diet and then, moved to, keto diets and other things like that. And then noticed that he felt better, much healthier and all that. So started recommending to his clients, why don't you do? So they used to come in for IVF treatment and that. And he started recommending, well, why don't you try the keto diet, all that. And these people, like he was getting like 95% of the people not needing any of the medication and getting pregnant, eating more meat. Obviously, his approach was a more meat heavy one, and he was getting the results, um, which was great. It's only about 5% where they required some medication or some intervention or whatever. So you know. But I would say he would be within the gynecology area, he'd be a rare person dealing with these sort of conditions. Most people, it's just basically take the drugs and good luck sort of approach. Um, so yeah, but I forget his name. If anybody remembers his name or knows his name, he works out of Miami. This guy. Fluffy rainbow. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Can you hear the rift forming? uh, hold on. DC. Should you supplement minoquinone for and how much for better gut motility? Actually, that's taurine that actually regulates gut motility, not minoquinone 4. Minoquinone 4 helps with the collagen, with the regulation of the collagen degrading enzymes. That's why the bacteria produce it in the gut. That's part of where it's used. But that's more for the actual those mucosal layers and also the gut barrier, the collagen side of things. But the actual motility, that's actually regulated by taurine. Plays a bigger role in regulation in terms of peristalsis. Sure. Yep. And you're here. Shows how far behind I am.
It took me a bit of time to get on, so
Yeah, I know. Are you in the flood zone, are you, zombie? Okay. These people that live up in Queensland don't actually, they live in an environment where it actually gets flooded all the time. And in the past, people that used to live in regions used to adapt their homes for their environment. Like all the old homes in Queensland had stilts; they were off the ground. Now everybody, for some bloody reason, decided to build all their homes on the ground level, no longer on stilts, elevated with staircases. That's why they're all getting bloody flooded. Yes, because they're not adapted to their specific. Those homes should have never been allowed to be built. They should have stuck to the traditional. It's actually called a Queenslander, that traditional home on stilts, which is elevated off
it
the
is.
ground. Yeah, and those Queenslanders up there, all the because that was the traditional way. When all these other people from the southern states started moving up there because they wanted to be in the tropics, in the like people go to Miami, they go to the Gold Coast, they go to all these things. Everybody builds their homes on the ground. Nobody builds them off the ground, and then they wonder why they get flooded. Bloody hell. Flooding up there has been happening for donkey's years, nothing to do with global change or anything or whatever other crap. In some areas of the world, that's been well recorded back to the 30s and earlier, and flood levels have been much higher in some regions than what they are today. So, yeah, it's just absolute nonsense and excrement in that regard. Like they make everything's bloody, and if it's not, even the reverse is drives me up the wall. The nonsense that the media puts out there. But generally speaking, yes, you people in Queensland need to go back to good Queenslander home designs. Traditional. I would rather not be in Queensland right now, and I'm just recovering from being flooded. I bet you're on the ground. You don't have a Queenslander home design. Most people don't nowadays, unfortunately. Yes, that's for you, Lukey, if you want to answer it.
I replied to him earlier.
Okay, fair enough. Oops. So what's happening otherwise in good old Brazil at the moment with you guys completely have all the mandates gone now?
No, so not yet, but there is talk of finally not requiring masks in indoors environments anymore. So
Ah,
we'll
great.
see how it goes. But yeah, I think that this month we'll see most of the things going, and I'm just worried that I'll that I'll start having to go to the office again. But
Are you working from home, are you?
yep,
Yeah, I'm
yeah. But
permanently working from home. I actually
even when
enjoying it. I
yeah,
just log in, do my work. I know what you mean.
yes,
And then I go, I'm going to have a long lunch and I'm going to go for a long walk and do this and all that. Or in your case, I'm going to sunbake.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, it's like oh god. And it just bothers me so much because recently I've been craving natural light so much. Like after we're done here, I'll probably stay like 3 hours or something in this whenever I get the chance. And it's like working in the office, you're stuck inside, wearing office clothes, and it's like I don't
Mm,
know. It's
yeah, exactly. Natalie, um, how are you? What is your recommendation feeding toddler? Mine is almost solely carnivore, but I do give him certain fruits like raspberries here and there. Uh, I wouldn't actually give the child fruit. Well, it's summer. Probably you can tolerate it a bit more. If you want your child to become a centenarian, I definitely wouldn't give it fruit in that regard. But I'm not going to be critical in that regard. The key thing in that change, especially for good bone and muscle growth, is getting enough meat into the child. Really important for that growth. The leucine will actually really make the child very tall and strong with strong bones and all that. And if you, I would actually, because children usually are very, a toddler, they depend on taurine from the mother, directly from the mother through the milk. Um, so raw meat would be a good idea. I know some parents really, giving a slab of raw beef to a child really sends them in a tailspin. I understand. And I usually say, well, there's an option. How do you do it? Because of food handling, which is a problem, white vinegar. You can rub the outside of the meat with white vinegar.
okay,
So
Harry. I
yeah,
think
and
I'm
then
going to
there's
have my first raw steak today just
and
because of
then
that.
yeah, and then the other thing is also lemon juice as well. That's another thing. It can actually it will promote the beneficial bacteria against the non-beneficial bacteria, a much lower pH. In that regard, that lemon juice is very low in pH, and that's the other thing that you can actually use. Just rub it all with lemon juice on the outside, and then give it to the child to rip it apart with its fingers and actually eat. So there are many options for the way. I know people find it. If you can actually generate sufficient, because you're getting sodium, so the chloride of salt, plus um, taurine from from the meat, you will generate a much lower pH, which usually will sterilize all that food. In a much lower pH level, you get complete sterilization of the food and all that. So I would recommend more that brain development and bone, the muscle skeletal. You'll actually get better growth. It's a myostatin inhibitor, so you'll actually get really good growth at young age. You'll end up with a child that's very tall, probably outdoing your own genes in that regard. So obviously, you don't need to give it therapeutic levels like massive. We're talking about here something like half a gram, which for its size is quite a lot. It's like having a couple of grams as an adult, you know. So even a bit less than half a gram if you don't feel comfortable. But again, let me give you an example. You have a kilo of oysters, you'll get 11 to 12 grams as an adult. Have 1 kilo 100 grams of oysters. You could give a child 100 grams of oysters, it's going to get a gram, easy, 1.2 grams. Is that going to harm the child? Not at all. If you get 100 grams of oysters, absolutely not at all. So I think it's quite safe even up to that thing. But I don't I can't recommend certain things. I have to stay within certain guidelines of what we've done as the experiments. Because if somebody says, "What are you recommending, Harry?" I'm going to say, "Well, here's the research that shows that this amount per kilo body weight," and nobody can argue with me because I've got the science. If YouTube had a go at me, so I have to recommend slightly less than half a gram, depending on the size of the toddler. But if it was my toddler, would I go to a gram? I won't even answer that. You know my answer. So, yeah, the biggest problem is the food supply. So if you're not breastfeeding, that's an option. If you are breastfeeding, then you probably only need half that amount of what I don't recommend, if you know what I mean. Anyway, so fruit and all that is contraindicated. Obviously, it hates all children hate vegetables because they're contraindicated, generally speaking. And if you were to give it anything, probably I would try and get the child, if it's, like some people as an alternative, they'll use like, coconut, the coconut, like the inside of the coconut. So as an alternative to the fruit is one option. Now, there is a proviso that your ancestry, if it's Northern European, like Germanic, that means Scandinavian, German, Austrian, British Isles, pretty much. If it is Germanic, if it's Celtic, not a problem, but if it's Germanic, then you may have a salicylate sensitivity. So coconut would definitely be out of the question for a child because that could create salicylate issues. But if usually if you're from Southern Europe, you've got you've got 100% salicylate tolerance, so it's a non-issue. But if not, and it's sort of an alternative because it's sort of a bit like a fruit, crunchy and stuff like that, to give it coconut, sort of the sort of stuff which to eat something out of a coconut plant, as long as you get rid of the water, because that's high in deuterium, so we don't want that in the child. Well, actually, in the child, it is a growth factor. It does take deuterium away. How old is a toddler? If it's really, really young, if it's still in the months, that milk, that water actually can be a growth factor, can actually help with the growth of the child. If it's getting over, if it's well over a year, I'm sort of reluctant to put in deuterium. But if it's younger than a year, yeah, definitely, because it does have growth benefits in that regard. So it depends on that for the coconut sort of water, stuff like that. And what Bjorn said about dairy, yes, if you can get raw dairy, that's great stuff as well for young kids. I don't know where you live and where you've got access to raw dairy and stuff like that. Plus, certain cheeses are very high in minoquinone 4, and I mean, pretty good in that regard. I would not give. I'd also always give young cheeses to kids, like fresh young cheese, not old aged cheese. It's because they've still got some gut permeability, so you don't want to be giving them that. So definitely do not give them old cheese. Very young fresh cheese. You can actually buy fresh cheese from some specialty outlets. So that's, and there's a bit of fermentation that's sort of beneficial bacteria, which can help their gut microbiome without risking histamines and other things like that because of gut permeability issues. They're too young. They're still developing some of their digestive systems. So that's pretty much it. The rest is introducing certain foods in small amounts so they can tolerate it, like eggs and stuff like that, and going slowly, and the child will adapt to them in that regard. But the key thing, the first foods that would introduce would be raw meat, not milk. No, I'd allow these things. I'd bring them. The next one would be milk, and then I would follow that on with eggs in that regard, because they still got lactase enzymes. It's still basically the body's still adapted to all that. Yeah, that's probably the sort of combination that I would do. Depending on how much the child is getting, because if it's eating a lot of raw meat, I know Bobby's kid is, and that obviously will have much higher levels of taurine in there, which will boost the development of the brain and the body, the muscle skeletal of that child. So it's very important for brain development, taurine, especially in the early age, and also for gallbladder function. This is why mother's milk is the highest in taurine. It's massive for the size of a child. It is really high. Obviously, the mother has to have good levels, but if the mother's got good levels, she will give massive amounts. We know from tribal women, the children we've checked the mother's milk, it's extremely high. Because remember, the child is not fully developed. Child comes out of the birth canal not fully developed because of the brain size that needs to still grow outside the body of the mother. Where a cow and a calf and all that pops out within a small amount of time, it's weaned off and out there eating grass. Our brains still need. That's why children are helpless. They need the support of a mother to basically, as they grow, and the nutrition from the mother to grow properly. And taurine is one of those key growth, because it's a myostatin inhibitor, so it actually gives a lot of it. Will grow the muscle skeletal structure plus the brain structure. As I've said, taurine, even for adults and older people, will grow new neurons. You heard it. It will grow new brain cells, neurons, even in older people. So if you want to keep your marbles into old age, make sure you're eating your meat and not basically saying, oh, it's too much protein. No, it's probably too little for older people. That's why they're all becoming demented and full of Alzheimer's. So, yeah, that's as far as I can go, Natalie, without really being careful what I'm stepping on and sort of saying what I would do in that regard. But if you can breastfeed, keep it up, my dear, keep it up. Very important. I know it's hard sometimes in our modern world. A lot of mothers, it's not a family-friendly environment anymore like it used to be. It just seems the world is a much harder place for a lot of younger mums. So, oops, I've lost my spot again. Oh, God. I have to go down to the bottom now. I have to go right to the bottom in order to get rid of that message, and then it allows me to see the actual spot. That's one thing about Restream, that it has a bit of an issue there. The other thing is it doesn't pick up the actual stream, the chat box, until you've actually started the stream.
Yep.
So, yeah, which is a bit annoying for some people.
Oh my! It's 9:30 a.m. already.
Well, it's 11:30. It's 11:30 here, and I've actually lost that other spot. Oh well. I'm just going to have to go down to another spot where I find an interesting question, and then I'll move on from there.
But yeah, Harry, by the way, I won't even be able to go to my graduation ceremony because university is really being draconian about having the Java pass. So
Really?
yeah, it's absurd. Everywhere else, everyone's talking of, oh, it's going away now. The restrictions are lifting. We're probably not going to require masks in a few weeks. And but universities, they're just like, no, you have to be fully boosted, and it's absurd, really. Like
Bloody hell.
even to
Yeah.
enter even to enter certain buildings, they've updated our the student ID card, so it actually contains uh,
Your
jab
status,
information.
your
Yeah.
status. Yeah, look, I know it's become a bit crazy. It's like here, depending on where you go, some areas are really, there's like a lot of restrictions, and some areas are, yeah, like that. Like today, in certain areas, like down at Salamanca and all that, I walked around, didn't have to mask anything. If you wanted to, it was voluntary. Where
Yep.
before it was compulsory to get inside. Now they got rid of that, so now it's just voluntary. In areas where they still require, then I basically, yeah, will sort something out in that regard. So okay, tissue accumulation, the size of her apples, intestines, 2 grams of taurine, enough. Yeah, 39. I'd go at 4 grams then. Yeah, yeah. I thought she was younger. Yep, I'd go definitely 4 grams. Um, yeah, because she's probably accumulated far more fibrotic tissue in that tissue, so we need to basically bring it down, reduce the fibrosis.
My friend. Yeah, she's not even doing carnivore properly.
Ah, well,
Yeah, dude.
yeah, it's crazy all this sort of starch sort of stuff and all that. I mean, you've seen the results. You've jumped on the stuff. Yeah, and that's exactly indoctrinated by, yeah, salad
Yeah.
boy. Yeah, I've had a, like Elizabeth from Mexico. She contacts me a bit, and she had another question because she's doing biochemistry, and so I sort of explained the stuff that she asked me, that she was learning in her university, and she goes, "You actually make it. You really make it. You clear it up. You explain exactly
Yep.
how it actually works without me." And she said, yeah, she actually mentioned something about Einstein saying that, if somebody can explain it, that means they understand it. Where most of these
Yep.
people, they just talk reductionist garbage because they don't understand it. Um, I'm going, yeah, I thanked her. I left it at that. So Elizabeth actually asked me because she's doing her biochemistry at the moment at university. So she keeps on asking me different questions to explain certain things because, yeah, it's surprising that she comes to me to get explanations because when she actually asks her academic university professor, he just tells her the standard, just repeats the state garbage.
Yep.
And she just realizes that he doesn't really understand it. That's why he just repeats the same reductionist stuff. That's why they contradict themselves. They say one thing and then they say completely the opposite, and you know that if these interactions are happening at a biochemical level, and it's again like the other stuff, where they look at the when they look at the body in a biochemical way and don't understand the biophysics, because our body are a, a biophysical. That's why I say a biophysical systems. That's what they are, because it's not only biochemical processes that are happening. There's also, you know physical process. Physics in terms of physics, physical processes that are actually happening in our body as well. And it's like, for instance, the within your kidneys, the ion taking out
Yep.
hydrogen ions or increasing hydrogen ions to change the pH. That's actually changing the physics of the actual fluids. So that's how you're affecting them. So you only need the buffering at the biochemistry is only a slight buffering which assists in that transition. It's more to modulate that sort of stuff, you know. But if you only think it in those terms, you're saying, oh, all the buffering, and let alone it actually recycles it. But if you only think in those terms, you miss all this other information. And then you go, oh, there's not enough there for buffering. It must take calcium from the bones. That's where they end up there. But without understanding the physics, that means this ability to regulate these hydrogen ions, and you can actually change dynamically. You don't need as much buffering. But when you do only understand it from a biochemical reductionist way, not by a biophysical and biochemical way, what I call is seeing it as a biophysical system to understand that relationship. Only when you see it like that, you understand. It's like people, look at glycolysis and lipolysis and actually only see, these oxidation products, but don't understand that there is a quantum biological part. There's a subatomic particles that are basically going through all these transformation effects and interacting at a subatomic level through the electron chain and through these systems that are actually creating these effects. But when you understand it like that, you can understand the energy levels and the balance and what the gradient is within that system far better. That's why when they did biochemistry in the past, trying to work out the exact energy production properly, they couldn't get it right. Things didn't actually, so they just estimated then and guessed it, a bit like they do with LDL. But when you put in the biophysics, it all makes sense. It cleans up a lot of that sort of stuff. And that's the problem with this reductionist approach in academia. But anyway, shit happens. Not a problem, Nick. See you, mate. Shelley's in the house. G'day, Shelley. She's probably just popped out of bed. As I said, right towards the end, an hour or half an hour before, and it's half an hour before, some of the North American crowd are just going to come in. Yes, we've got a long session. I've been doing a 6-hour session, so it's a long session. Oh, well, 5.5 hours at this stage. So it's been a long session in that regard. So
Let me just keep an eye because I want to go out in the sun.
yeah, fine. If you want to go, go.
Yep. Stay a few minutes more.
Yep, not a problem. Yes, do hit the like button. Thanks, Nick. Harry, heard of Psalms? Yes, I have. Don't bother. Yep. Look, it's too many problems with them. The quality of them, yeah. I consider them causing derangements, and a lot of people have used these ones. They've bought Psalms from Eastern Bloc countries and from China, and their purity, the quality, problematic. People have had a number of side effects, a number of issues. Stay well away from them. You don't need them, Nax. I mean, are you actually trying to become Mr. Olympia? Why the hell are you guys doing this sort of shit? If you want a myostatin inhibitor and you want to actually improve your anabolism, just do high dose of taurine and leucine. It's just natural. It's in the animal foods. Don't basically do these sort of, these psalms, that it derange and affect your endocrine system in a negative way. You're gonna suffer a lot of health problems later on, and some of these things cannot be reversed. So do not do them, please. Do you have a solution for to going low carb for bipolar people? Bipolar people should always be on a carnivore diet with zero carbs in the system, taking meds and that are fatty as the burnt as fuel, in ketosis or fat burning mode. Um, Look, it takes time for people to fat adapt. That's true. And they have to be very careful with their meds as well. When it comes to bipolar, lithium can be an issue with taurine because you actually you cause retention of lithium. That's why I did that video to cover that point. And there could be other medicines that may have an interaction with taurine that we don't know about. The only thing we've got in the literature currently is lithium, and because it's an ion, which can actually be regulated by, now other meds are not ions, so they probably don't, but there could be counter regulatory effects through certain pathways, certain channels that these meds may interact with, which could be like the blood pressure meds, affect certain channels like the calcium channels and a few other. So that's where you could get into issues. Um, so it depends on the meds, you know, because not all the meds are the same that are even used in one ailment like bipolar. So to give actually, without details, forget it. I'm not going to give any recommendation whatsoever. The only thing I could say is that a carnivore diet and then monitoring those things, those meds with the doctor and adjusting them is probably the best thing you can do. And that go slowly, don't go fast, especially when you're dealing with meds. You've got to transition off the meds slowly. Remember, Amber O'Hearn, she's bipolar. She turned off her bipolar completely by going carnivore and upping her vitamin D's as well to some extent. Because, yeah, things seem to regulate things much better. And she does a bit of raw carne as well. So she's probably getting additional taurine. So compared to the regular carnivores out there that are just eating cooked meats. So, yeah, I would say, yeah, you need to be careful with these sort of things. Transition slowly, listen to your body. Yeah. Or if it's for somebody else, they need to listen to their bodies as well. Definitely does. Definitely does. Dave, my mate, how are you? Was on automatic pilot, waiting for Harry on Sunday. Good morning, everyone. Yes, yes, I know, I know. You're an autopilot, mate. Yes, I'm busy on Sunday, so that's why I had to shift to this, do a one session, a long session, so I could grab a few of the North American crowd. And yes, and Shelley says, yes, yes, I did just get out of bed. Fair enough, Shelley. Good to see you. Another win for Taurine. Yes, definitely is. Definitely is. Helps a lot of things. Zombies got her kids performing as top of the class with who have used to be one got the actual son got kicked out of one school and now he's at the top of class with on a carny diet. Eddie also hearts getting a lot of taurine in his diet, so calmed him down and with his ADHD and really is in a good situation, Shelley. So yes, another victory for a carny diet. Do you want to answer that or not?
Yes, so just so people know, it's like from 20 to 40 grams at most, depends on the day, really. I only do the higher amount in training days. And what really annoys me, I was actually talking about this, is I actually like yogurt, but I can't have it every day because our commercial plain yogurt has a little more carbs than is ideal for me. So
Mm.
that's why I only have it in training days, ideally,
Yep.
you know.
Yeah, I sort of buy probably of a glass of milk, which is probably I probably get from the glass of milk about 25. A few other things from other cheeses and stuff like that. Probably get about 35 grams per day, which
Yeah,
is what my sort of levels are in that regard.
yeah, on average,
Yeah,
it's the same amount I
yeah,
do.
yeah. Um, but obviously, when I do a cut, I eliminate all carbs. Simple as that, and go hard. I'll do that in the middle of the year. I want to do that, but that's for myself. I'm not. You know, what other people do is their business. As I said, I do the science. I do the stuff. I don't tell people how to live their lives or stuff like that. Some of my subs come to me. Oh, I cheated. And I go, and does that affect my life in any particular way? Yes, you cheated. You acknowledged it. Now get on with it. You don't need to tell me. I'm not your Uncle Harry.
Oh my.
I'm not going to put you over my leg and spank you. You never know. Some of them may want it.
Yeah, gotta be careful with that.
Yeah, exactly. How you word it. Yeah, it's all in the detail how you word it. Yes, yes. Can get you very much into trouble. Oops. Oh, don't go. My mouse. My mouse. Rotate, rotate. Okay. That was your answer anyway. So you already put an answer in there. This is the other thing that I find annoying with Restream. If you've got a big question and then you've got a small question, when you try and click the other one, because it highlights it, it doesn't put it up, but it highlights it in that regard. When you try and press on it in the little screen that is the chat box that it's got, you're always. I probably should be using my other bit large screen, so I've got a longer thing. So anyway, when I sort the other thing out, then I'll do that because currently the way I'm set up is a bit more problematic. Hmm. Aggregate is 6%. It's nice. Another with about 4.5 is like sucking a lemon. Somebody got an addiction, Nathan? I like lemons. What's wrong with lemons?
Yeah, I love lemons as well.
uh, yes, yes.
I don't understand what they do. Like, are they not fermenting it long enough? The commercial stuff, because it feels like a lot of carbs for
Yeah,
such a small amount of
it's
yogurt.
it's it's pretty much not fermenting it enough. It's pretty much not fermenting
Okay,
enough. So
okay, so
yeah,
I have to start
nah,
making my own then.
high as well. Yeah, look, they don't ferment enough. Um, for instance, in South Africa, I know they actually ferment it. They ferment it for quite some time. Yep. So Carmeless is spot on. Phil Escott is probably someone who knows. And Lovely bloke. I've made the same observations looking at one of his videos. Yeah, he is. He's a very calm, very nice, genuine person. I like Phil quite a bit. He's a really good. I yeah, got a lot of time for him. He's a genuine bloke. His heart's in the right place. He cares for other people. So he's suffered as well health problems, and he comes from that sort of angle that he's trying to help people and care for. Where some of these other people are giving him hard, and he's quite reasonable. He's talking about to these deranged vagoons and idiots out there, and he's a very calm and reasonable person compared to these people that he actually interacts. I don't know where he has the patience to put up with these people. So he's a saint compared to me and Bart. Oh, he is pretty much is. He's a saint to be. Bjorn, mate, a man after my own heart. Torinavore. And Dave as well. Yes. Time to crack up the volume so I can reach over the sizzler to the side of pork frying. Hungry now. Yes. Mm. Yes. That just. Stop thinking. You're about to go to bed soon. Stop thinking about food.
Oh God, she
Fluffy
just
rainbow.
reminded me.
Fluffy rainbow. You just reminded me. Yes. It sounds sizzling pork. Crackling.
I
Yep.
need to
Move
sizzle my
on.
pork for lunch.
We do enjoy it, and then they say I look at those poor vegans. They make that slop, and then they sort of drink it, and you can see the sort of facial expressions. Oh, this is great. And I'm
So
going,
good.
it's so good. And here's me I see pork crackling, and I'm going, playing with my tongue, and I'm going, oh, you know, something these vagoons will never experience. Well, maybe experience once they fall out of the cult of the Church of Anorexia Vegana. Yes. Yes, those poor vagoons. Very much.
Yeah, now we're getting to the teleportation part.
That's it. That's it. Yes. Everybody's having these sort of dreaming. Be yourself, Connors. It's done in 10. What was that? The Vulcan way. Live long and prosper. Uh, oops. That's for Loki. I get goat yogurt here, only 3 gram carbs. It's fantastic. Ever tried it? Ever tried goat yogurt or
Never. I
never?
actually
Have you tried milk?
no, not as well. I
No,
actually I
nothing. Goat related.
yeah. My dad
God.
has actually tried goat's milk before, but I haven't. And I
That's
actually
hey,
okay.
hey, hey.
I need to work on this
Why am I
because
allowing a man that actually discriminates against goats on my channel?
God damn. No, but I actually it just reminded me because I actually got wind of a guy that can actually deliver.
Okay.
I'm not saying well, he can deliver it, but it's he's not selling anything. It's a gift, okay?
It's a give. Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly. I'm sorry, Brazilian authorities ignore what Lukey said. He's only getting a gift from someone.
yeah. So there's this guy that he can bring me some raw goat's milk as a gift, So I might actually try.
Do you get a raw goat on the side?
Oh, that would be ideal, actually. uh,
Did you realise what I just said?
oh god.
I meant in other ways.
Oh, damn, Harry.
And you said yes, that would be ideal. Oh,
Oh God, yeah. I always.
you definitely stepped into that one.
Oh, it's even harder because it's not even my my native language. So
That's
I
it.
do that stuff in Portuguese as well, and it's like, oh God,
At least I made you blush.
for sure. It used to be way more apparent when I was pale.
Ah, that's true. Yes, yes, it would be. It would be much harder to hide it. Now, on one other
God
thing,
damn it.
I need to ask you a favour. We need a spaghetti for the next week's live stream, not this week's, obviously, because this is. But
Mhm.
next week's live stream, we need a spaghetti western between the Frankie and the Salad Boy. You know, because they're both Italian backgrounds. Spaghetti western.
Oh, okay. Uh-huh.
So yes.
All right.
So I'll leave you to contemplate that sort of whole thing. Come up with an appropriate spaghetti western for the two.
That would be interesting. All
Um,
right.
Descend as deep into the gutter as you can. This crowd will love you for it.
Uh, for sure, Harry. I already have ideas propping up.
I better not express mine. Uh,
God.
I'll definitely get banned by YouTube. Ah, yes, Jelly, a spaghetti western. Yes. Actually, their guns should. Have you ever seen in one of those designs where the gun is actually like a the outline of the gun is like a spaghetti thing?
Oh yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That sort of you could combine something like that with a few other rude comments coming from both sides of the two aficionados. Uh, what's that? Ah, yes, his mind's on the sizzling pork. Old Dave's. Now he's fixated on the pork. If you could beam over, he'd beam over. No, Harry, that's nonsense. This is 1 in 1,000 years, and don't let anyone tell you different, even though we haven't kept records anywhere near that long. Uh, yes, yes. I know the stuff, yes, the definitely flooding thing. Wrong coordinates has arrived have arrived at a vegan salad test fest. Oh God, Dave.
The- a fate
Uh,
worse than death.
that's it. That's it. That's like a horror. That's like a horror episode.
Very well.
I suspect the
I
motility. Ah, yeah, yep.
I
Okay.
just remembered something. I linked you it in private chat. It's an old one, but still relevant, I guess.
Ah, yes, yes, yes. Oh, yeah, that's a classic. That's a classic. That is definitely a classic. I think everybody loved that one.
Mm.
Yes, that's definitely a classic.
Oh, God.
uh,
Oh my.
uh,
I should
yes,
probably like what's
that
the
was a past that was
remaster
a
it
past.
maybe.
Yes, 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 yes. That was a pasta
Oh,
standoff or a pasta competition. Well, what's Frankie doing now? Bagels and all these other.
oh, he's eating like rice and beans sometimes,
Yeah,
and
he's back to a mixed diet. He's back to a
yeah,
mixed
no,
diet.
no,
Simple as that.
he's just saying that he does standard American, but like organic, high quality or whatever.
Ah,
You know, it's
God.
like He was
Absolutely
like
not.
pushing kefir a while back because he said that if you get the bacteria, it actually helps you deal with sugar or something like that. You know, like.
Well, look, kefir is a good thing for people to put in there
Yep.
to introduce a number of and improve their gut bacterial sort of status, but it's not a panacea. You still
Exactly.
you can't eat crap and then basically just throw in kefir. So anyway, I suspect the motility issue due to gallbladder. Yet that can affect not working properly. Gallbladder, gallbladder can actually increase things like diarrhea and constipation. It can actually swing back and forth. Usually, it creates more constipation, but occasionally also can create diarrhea if the gallbladder isn't working properly. And the only way to clean it out is to basically emulsify the stuff and slowly clear it out. Now, if you've got big stones and you can emulsify them and clear them out, then you've got less problems. You can recover much faster. On the other hand, if you've got small stones and a lot of sludge, the small stones may come out, but the sludge won't. The sludge will come out slowly, and it can take months and months to clear out the sludge, and you'll have these bouts of diarrhea or constipation, and then back to normal. And I went through that for months, and then all of a sudden I was just normal, my feces, and then all of a sudden constipated, and then back to diarrhea, and then it normalized again once I just jacked up my taurine levels and reduced it. So I've been through, unlike my father who had just big stones, came out sorted. I had all these little stones, a pebble type, very, very fine, small ones, and a lot of sludge. I used to get severe discoloration of my feces, like very browny, light
Mm,
browny color, continuously like browny. Even when my feces were normal formed, they were still being slightly on the lighter side. So
okay.
I had that sludge. That's due to sludge, and that's it's annoying because it takes so damn long. Um, Obviously, I just did about, I think the highest I did was about 8 grams. I know one person actually who sent me, he's done an N of one, and he did 14 grams of, and it seemed to resolve the issue much quicker. So he was doing much higher levels. And while he took some days off, from work, to when he was doing these high doses, because obviously, you don't want to be at work having to deal with this sort of stuff, this shit, literally. So,
Yes. Yeah.
so basically, yeah. But he was able to resolve these issues much faster. So yeah, it depends on your cert. Now, if you're working from home, it's probably not going to be a problem because then you can just go full tong. Who cares? You're working from home. You have to go occasionally to the toilet in the day. Doesn't matter. You're at home. So yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, let's just say I'm glad I went to the bulk of my carnivore adaptation while I was still working from home. Let's just say that that was ideal.
Yeah, exactly. A lot. That's the sort of the pro. Where the good thing with taurine is it does regulate the gut motility, and it does regulate that. But obviously, you know, gallbladder issues can derange that process. So that's the problem.
Yeah.
And most people that I find where I've put them on taurine and all that, they eventually realise, and then they start feeling pain down there for the first time because as it's emulsifying, these stones are starting to move through the ducts. They're feeling the discomfort. They're feeling in the pancreas sometimes, and they're going, "Oh, I can feel discomfort through it." And I usually tell them just to lie down and to massage under their rib cage to ease that
Mm,
stuff, to help it sort of a bit like by massaging those organs, you can actually reduce the inflammation and also help with a better flow. So
yep.
increasing and helping the flow. Unfortunately, we did it to ourselves by being on a species inappropriate diet for a very, very long time. We created these conditions.
Mm,
Use it or lose it is the situation.
yep. Pretty much.
And most people, the biggest problem is The last time they had sufficient taurine in their diet was when they were a child being breastfed. And after that, they're pretty much on kibble on other crap where they're not getting enough taurine to emulsify properly. And over years and years and years of doing that, they really stuff up their gallbladder. And then people expect that it's going to happen, it's going to clear out in a couple of weeks. No, it can take up to months sometimes to sort out. And it's not enjoyable. I've been on high doses, and I can tell you, I did not enjoy going through that experience. So, yeah, because I had, gallbladder issue as well. Luckily, well, I was on, low fat, high seed oil
Yeah.
diet and carbs and shit like that for many years. What do you expect?
Yeah.
My older sister, she was on a vegetarian diet. My younger sister on a vegetarian diet. My older sister got her gallbladder removed completely. Yeah, so doesn't help. Dad
Hmm.
was on a sort of a vegetarian sort of approach in the last, from his 60s into his 70s for a decade, and ended up becoming sarcopenic. I didn't know what he was doing because I'd moved out a number of years earlier, and occasionally I'd visit him. But he had his veggie garden and stuff like that. But I didn't know he wasn't consuming as much meat as he used to before when he was younger. So again, listening to other people, this is the healthy way: eat your veggies, don't eat your meat, blah blah
Yep.
blah. You end up sarcopenic, losing a lot of muscle mass, and on top of that, his arthritis not healing and getting worse. And now it's all starting to reverse. His arthritis is getting better. Got a lot of damage in the knee, but he's much better than he used to be. Plus, he's starting to improve in the general health. And now I've got him on doing leucine as well and stuff like that. And in the last couple of months, he's really improved quite a bit, quite substantially more.
Mhm.
So he's coming about. He's an old man. He's 87. It takes longer for somebody at that age to improve health wise. Got to be realistic about these things.
Yes.
But yeah, it plays a big role. Unfortunately, we still have far too much nonsense out there. And a lot of people are still consuming far too many carbohydrates, not enough meat, and have got far too many derangements in their system. So what do you
Yep.
do?
Yeah. Yeah. It's actually funny because my grandma, she actually has issues with gallstones, but she's on blood pressure medication as well. So I can't just recommend her taurine. It's like,
Yeah, that's it. That's the problem. Yeah.
yeah.
Look, I find the same situation where I've said to Dad, listen to me. And I've actually explained it. I said, you cannot recommend. He said, oh, this lady's told me. And I said, you cannot recommend. She could be on blood pressure meds. If you don't know
Yep.
and she doesn't adjust to that, she could get herself into a bit of trouble.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, MSM, Dean actually talks about, yeah, MSM's pretty good as well. Started on MSM on your recommendation. It helps big time with minor gut issues, literally within days. That's true as well. That's probably another alternative that I recommend to certain people nowadays. You could probably recommend to that old lady MSM, but even MSM does actually lower blood pressure as well.
Okay.
So it's a sulfur amino acid, and all sulfur amino acids have this blood pressure lowering effect. Not as severely as taurine, so you could probably go with 1 gram. A recommendation to that lady, that older lady, or is it your grandmother?
Yep.
Yeah, so you could put her on 1 gram without any risk, even if she's on
Okay.
blood pressure meds. Is she on blood pressure meds or not?
She is.
Yeah.
She's still
So
taking it.
yeah, so you could put her on 1 gram, ask her to go and actually get a doctor to adjust the meds down, then put her on 2 grams, and it will help her system.
Nice.
Yeah, if you could get off
Mm-hmm.
completely, then you could go hardcore with the taurine
The
to
touring, yes.
resolve the actual gallbladder issue completely.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, but at
For
least you could
sure.
get a bit
Yeah.
of relief. You could get a bit of relief with MSM.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, MSM is really important for when it comes to the collagen, the keratin,
Oh, okay.
the bowel. Yeah, so it's MSM is really good if you want
Oh,
good hair, good nails, and stuff like that. Um, I usually, when people come to me, like women, they go, "Oh, what really good nails and all that," and I usually put them on 4 grams of anywhere between 2 and 4 grams of MSM, and then I do them for about a couple of months, and then I drop them back down to those lower levels. Yeah, I know. Little says MSM gives her anxiety, as does calcium. Any idea why? They can have an excitatory effect. So I don't recommend high doses to people. That's why taurine has the complete opposite. So it's not a MSM is a sulfur amino acid, and what some people can do is actually bioaccumulate sulfur, and that can actually create issues of anxiety and other things like that. The best way to combine MSM with would be choline, because choline methylates the excess sulfur. Where taurine, on the other hand, is a bit different. Yes, it is a sulfur amino acid, but the body uses quite a bit of it in all tissues, so it has difficulty bioaccumulating. And the other thing that it does also is it regulates most of these pathways, the calming effect and stuff like that, like the GABA, increasing GABA, reducing calcium inside the brain, so by regulating the calcium channels. And, so it works very differently from MSM. But MSM is an alternative, like Dean has tried it as an alternative. I do 2 grams. It's an alternative with gut issues and stuff like that, or whatever, or general, to get general sulfur in the body to assist with methylation and other things. But obviously, some people are more sensitive than others. You know, some people when it comes to MSM, because it's not something that it doesn't regulate things. And if you easily accumulate sulfur in the brain, then it can be a problem. Where taurine doesn't accumulate, it actually goes into all the tissue and to the level that is required. So it's a bit different the way it works. Doesn't work the same way. Not all sulfur works the same way. That's why I don't recommend things like, people say, "Oh, can I get sulfur from onions and stuff like that?" I go, no, because some people react really poorly to sulfur from onions or stuff like that. So I go, nah, like I don't recommend MSM like outright in that regard. And if people tell me that they've got symptoms when they take sulfur, they've got symptoms, or you go, okay, you're not clearing sulfur properly, so you need to methylate it away with choline. So you've probably got the same pathway that I have, which is that choline pathway where I have to supplement. So that means I have to take choline to methylate excess sulfur in my system. So it's a very small percentage of people that have got those genetics, but I'm one of those. Um, uh, you know, Lilith may be also somebody that's got those genetics. So choline is a very important thing, which is basically eating a couple of eggs a day or taking a choline supplement, one of the two. So I do both. When I get sick and tired of eggs, I take a choline supplement. When I'm having eggs, I don't bother with a choline supplement on that day. Simple as
having
that.
8 eggs a day.
Well, now that guy used to eat 25 eggs on average. He had an addiction. I don't think I could ever do that.
Yes.
I'd probably only last about a week. That'd be it. If I
I,
pushed
I,
myself.
I feel like I
I do
can
about
only
four
eat.
eggs at 4 eggs a day when I'm actually doing eggs.
Okay.
And I may sometimes do a 6 or 8, very
Okay.
rarely.
Hmm.
And I only do 6 or 8 if I'm doing scrambled.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, if they just straight up eggs, it'll only be 4.
No, because I
And
have omelets like nearly every day. And
yep,
what works for me is just adding bacon and maybe a little bit of blue cheese just as
mm,
like a spice.
yep,
And this way, I really don't get like bored of it. It doesn't really bother me. So that's why I think I'm just eating eggs every day. I'm not and no, not feeling fed up over time because it's really tasty.
that's for Lilith. She said she's going to eat more eggs. Good. Yeah, but and that's the thing. Even though eggs have got sulfur, they do have also the choline to regulate those sulfur levels.
Yep. All right, Harry. I think I'll get going because I want to go in
Yep,
the
not a
sun
problem.
and
Yep,
yeah, I'm getting hungry
yeah.
actually. How
And I,
this food
yeah,
talk.
yes. Well, yeah. You're also physically active. Like Dean Paulson, he goes, Harry, is it normal to just go off food on carnivore some days? I'm just not hungry. Is it just natural appetite regulation? Yep, basically is.
Yep.
We're not meant to eat every day.
Hmm.
Our ancestors basically there's a tribe that in the middle of Amazon. They drink they eat every third day. 2 days they don't eat at all, and on the third day they binge eat massively.
Yep.
So yeah, it's not a requirement. You eat to hunger. Eat to hunger. Don't eat just because you got to. I got some days I can't be bothered eating. I don't eat. Or I have a snack and I just keep it at that. And then the next day, I really feel peckish, and I may have massive chop, and I go, I could add a bit more meat, and I'll grab a bit more meat, and I'll cook a bit more meat, and eat shitloads of meat on that day. And then the following day, I just don't feel like having much at all, and I just may have a bit of cheese and a bit of beef jerky, and leave it at that, and not bother with a coffee.
I, I, I still haven't tried,
I
multi-day
basically
fasting.
I listen to my body. I just do what my body
Yeah.
says. My
Hmm.
body feels hungry, I eat. If the body doesn't feel hungry, I don't eat.
Yeah.
Just really just listen to your body. You don't have to basically eat. We've got a tendency. My biggest problem, in some cases, I've found when food is getting a bit older or whatever or stuff. I look at the date and I go, I've got to eat it, and I do
Uh-huh.
it, and then I realize, why did I do it? And I feel I'm
Right.
really bad
Yes.
about it when I wasn't even hungry. Um,
Hmm.
the worst thing is with the cheese, because with the meat I can just throw it into the actual deep fridge and just preserve it that way, so it's not a problem. But with the cheese, I'm looking at the date and I'm going, and usually I have a tendency when they're on the cheap, because I'm a fucking tight ass. When they're on the cheap, I actually buy like bulk quite a few pieces because it's discounted. And then eventually, when the date comes, because I'm eating a whole lot of varied foods, I look at it, and I have extra one, not because I hungry or want it, but because I don't want it to throw it away because of the age and all that. You can't put in the deep
Yes.
fridge when it comes to cheese and things like that, or milk or what. And maybe I just should, like, one of my friends go, he just, I mean, just will throw it away. Even Mira does that. If she eats, I'm full. She takes the whole lot, bins it. I'm going, what'd you do that? But I've grown in a family where my parents used to basically be like that, because they grew up in the Second World War, and so for them, throwing food away was like criminal. And I've had that attitude, you know, and it's wrong, and I have to sometimes fight against it. So, and it's only been in recent years that I've sort of been able to suppress it slightly, not completely. I have to say I'm not perfect. I've still got some of that programming from my parents in my head that still causes me those issues. So, yeah, what do you do?
It's difficult to deal with that for sure.
Mm.
Anyhow, I'll get going because
Mate,
the sun
thanks a
is
bit.
really bright outside.
Yeah, exactly. Go and enjoy the sun. Go and enjoy the outdoors. Get a bit of fresh air. Thanks for being here, Lukey. Take care,
It's
and
always nice, and yeah, take care,
we will
everyone.
we will chat next week. And I'm expecting something very interesting from you
Ah,
next week, aren't I?
yeah. For sure. Hey, I'll be working on that.
Lock and load, spaghetti style.
Uh,
Anyway,
oh my
mate,
god.
no pressure. If you get it done, fine. If you don't, there's always plenty
Mm,
of other live streams we can chat and enjoy and have a bit of fun.
mm, for
Anyway,
sure,
take
Harry.
care and
Mm.
keep yourself
Yeah.
well.
Take care,
Okay,
Harry. Take care, everyone, and
and
stay well.
regards to your mum as well.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. See you, mate.
See you later.
Well, back to this old fella. We're up to over 6 hours. Yes, definitely longer and longer. In 1893, we had 5 floods, all as big or bigger than the 1974 flood. That's supposed to be the big thing. Yeah, look, it's a bit like, the fires, bigger fires back in the 1930s than today in North America. But if you listen to the crackpots, no, it's worse now, all due to global warming. Scotty, you're not listening to the propaganda correctly. Uh, hope you end up in the tropics at least, or the deuterium is bound to rise up and assault you just by the side of them Ricolas. Yes, yes. Fluffy rainbows. Yes, yes. It is a vegan eat as much as you like Sunday. Sunday buffet. Think I will go hungry and maybe a good time to start a fast. Oh, yeah, sounds like a good idea. It definitely sounds like a good idea. Yes, yes. It will be a a deuterium rich environment in that place, as Fluffy Rainbow said. Very much so, Dave. Very much so. How much smarter, bigger, stronger, taller, healthier would we all be if our parents had known what we know? Depressing. Yes, it is. If you take a look at populations around the world, when they get undernourished, the children, which were shorter. You know, here's my great grandfather was over 6 foot. My grandfather was shorter. His brother was over 6 foot because he got more nourishment. Where my grandfather actually was shorter because he lived through a war. My father was born in the Second World War and starved and was shorter. And I ended up getting a bit more nutrition, but third generation, I'm not as tall. I'm short as well. Again, taller than they are, and that's only now in the third generation, me recovering because of slightly better nutrition. That's what war does. That's what undernourishment does, where people are just eating kibble because they can't afford meat and other animal products. Yeah, look at the North American Plain Indians. They were eating high amounts of animal foods. Maasai eat a lot of animal foods, and they are basically well over 6 foot. And the North American Plain Indians, some of them even got up to 7 foot and slightly higher than 7 foot. So substantially different because they could actually run faster than Usain Bolt because they were taller. Their strides were bigger, and they could actually keep ahead from the buffalo, which even Usain Bolt cannot keep ahead of. So that tells you something about the speed that these people could generate. Faster, stronger, bigger, robust. Our brains shrank as the interglacial period came and animal fat, you know, became less. They become leaner. As they became leaner, we were forced onto seasonal starch and tubers and sugar to basically fatten up via the Randall cycle, to survive as a species. Where prior to that, for thousands and thousands of years, we relied on the big fatty animals in those glacial periods. Very different. And if our parents knew better, we would be much stronger, robust, and everything else if we ate more animal foods. But unfortunately, yeah, a lot of us were deprived. Again, not because it's our parents, they were just ignorant. It's up to us now to basically make that difference, make the change, make the difference. So unfortunately, it'll be a while before many young people and many people do make those changes. Still, the propaganda is so damn strong out there, Nathan. It is ridiculous. No, it's called cannibalism, and we don't subscribe to that, Nathan. We eat other species. We don't eat our own. No species eat their own without actually having deleterious health problems. So, not a good thing. And yes, and just think of it, how undernourished you'll be by eating something like that poor quality meat. Uh, not nutrient dense. Good one, Dave. You gotta laugh. We actually said it earlier, Shelley. Yes, that was Shelley's intro into the group. Yes, definitely. Dairy is fantastic stuff. Just look at those people in the Swiss Alps and everywhere else. Yeah, that's the thing. It's poor nutrition due to a lot of factors. War was the big one. War creates a lot of undernourishment and ends up with these sort of poor outcomes. Sounds good. That's what I did. That's what I forgot. I was down in the waterfront. I should have gone around to get some squid. I haven't had squid for a while, so I may have to do it this week. Walk down into the city from my place. It's about half an hour walk. Go down to the waterfront and buy myself some squid. I haven't had squid for a while. And I do like calamari squid. So got to go and get some. And it's very high in taurine as well. Oh, yes. When you look at compared to many other animal foods, seafood is just, when it comes to minerals, super high. Even some of the vitamins, super high. Yeah. Even when it comes to like cholesterol in squid is much higher than many other land animals. So yeah, it's definitely a lot of. They actually calculated in the north, in the US, in the late 19th century, before we got into the 20th century, Americans were consuming at that time something like, depending on which part of the United States you lived in, between twice or up to even 5 times the seafood people consume today. Very different compared to today. There's a lot of things we don't eat anymore, let alone, I mean, some of the stuff is just horrendous that's coming in that packaged garbage. It's sort of, definitely on a carny diet, definitely. Bigger brains, stronger, smarter, everything. Yep, definitely. Oh, if you're eating a species appropriate diet, not supplementing, you're going to get the right amounts. That's the key thing. Eat it. Yeah. Yes, definitely, definitely. Great stuff. Great stuff. Oh, they are dense in other ways, yeah. Yeah, they definitely are dense in. We've had a case of baby formula here in the States that is tainted with salmonella bacteria. It it has killed a few infants. Okay, yeah, pretty. Yeah, can be pretty bad. So not a good thing, unfortunately. Yep, I knew what you meant. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, unfortunately, once you get to a certain age, you don't grow anymore because those pathways get turned off. So yeah, and that's why some of these you see some of these vegan kids they are undernourished and become very short and stunted, smaller than their peers, and then all of a sudden their parents start engaging their minds. They're starting to fail themselves. They change their diet. They put the kids on meat, and these kids just their genes just activate and they just grow like mad and start gaining height very rapidly, even faster than their peers, and getting to the height of their peers. Yeah, so it's we've seen a few stories like that, astounding. Again, yeah, the superiority of animal foods. I think crackpots world domination with digital IDs using pandemic as an excuse. They miscalculated. Bring on Nuremberg 2.0. Yes, we definitely need to bring that sort of on. uh, you hear all sorts of stories, don't you, nowadays? Oh, that's nice, Shelley. You got out of bed for me. Very nice. Thank you. What's leucine found? It's one of the branched chain amino acids. Valine, isoleucine, you know. So leucine is I did a video. You should check, even in a fasted way, doing what I call a dirty fast. You put leucine in, you can actually increase your muscle protein synthesis. It's the key anabolic amino acid out of the essential amino acids. And it's a key one within the branched chain amino acids. And in animal foods, it's very high. But if you want to boost slightly your muscle protein synthesis, you can add a bit more, even in a fasted state. Nothing to do with insulin or carbohydrates that all these crackpots talk about. It's only, and I did a video, if you do leucine, Harry Serpanos, you'll see that it only requires leucine. You do not require a bit of signaling through the anabolic pathways, but insulin acts as a signaling molecule. It's not that drives, it's leucine alone that drives. You're going to have high insulin from carbohydrates. If you don't eat protein, you're not going to have higher muscle protein synthesis. Nothing to do with it's all about leucine, the key one. And I did a video on it. So Google leucine, Harry Serpanos, and you will get the information on the magics of that key branched chain amino acid in animal foods, one of the essential amino acids that actually have this profound effect in muscle protein synthesis. Good for old people who are in nursing homes who eat very little carbohydrate. Put them on that and taurine as long as they're not on blood pressure meds, and you can actually grow their muscles and their bones. Enjoy the sun. Yes, definitely enjoy the sun. Nothing like the sun. Milk gets me into trouble. Yep. Yeah, look, some people it can affect you very differently compared to others. So, and where I get into trouble is with too much cream. Sometimes liquid fats have a bigger effect on me than many other people. So I need to be careful. Milk, nah, but when I actually consume a lot of creams, liquid fats, yeah, I tend to overdo it sometimes because I like the creaminess and have a lot of my ice creams with liquid fat, my cakes and stuff like that with a lot of cream and liquid fat. So I tend to like horrendous amount of energy. So I've sort of cut back on that recently because I've been overdoing it a bit. Yes, Deborah. Good morning, Harry. And Luke, just watched your graphene video. Thank you, Deborah. Hope you enjoyed it. Yes. It's just so much misinformation out there and stuff that is being peddled, like the prion stuff and all that. I'm going, this is just nonsense. Why people are wasting their time on this misinformation and these what I call misdirections. Let's focus on real problems with these things and stuff that we can actually measure and we know is clotting factors, all these other things that are being caused derangements of certain systems in our bodies. Um, myocarditis, heart issues and all that. They are genuine things. Should we be mass experimenting on so many people causing these issues? No, especially when the risk levels are very low for the majority of the population. It's only people with comorbidities are very old and frail. So it's outrageous that what's been done with these mandates. So, but when people talk about all this other nonsense, God almighty, you might as well stop eating. You get plenty in the food. Anybody that's seen the video, they'll understand what I mean. Yeah, mind-blowing, the sort of thinking that's out there. But that's the problem. Social media, there's so much excrement and garbage out there. It's beyond a joke. Yeah, like exactly, Dave, not an issue whatsoever. For me, it can be if I overdo it. Different people react differently to all sorts of things. So, yeah, it's all those little nuanced factors, genetics, and many other things. Harry, what's the deal with turpentine? Why is this pushed as a cure all by many, mostly Vagoons, but others too? Is it? Turpentine in high amounts can be quite toxic to the body. So I'll look into it, Deborah. I haven't really looked into it. What their claims are. I don't know what their claims are. This is the first you're bringing this to my attention. So the Vagoons and others that actually, okay, I'll look into it. I've got no idea what they're saying. So it'll be interesting, you know. Maybe they're using it as a hormetic stressor. I've got no idea. And it could be in very small amounts. It could be a hormetic stressor, but they are more. Yeah, you're probably right, Shelley. You're probably completely right about that. That's probably the way of actually saying, Harry, you need Anthony Caffey on your channel. Okay. Yeah, it seems like a pretty good bloke. Yeah, I just haven't got around inviting anyone yet. There's a number of other people that have actually said, "Oh, you need this other person, Sarah," but at the same time, Deborah, I'm back at work full time now. I just don't have the same time to basically do these sort of invite things. So yeah, it's not an easy thing to do if you don't have enough time. Yep. Yes, I know people would love me to have people on, but to be honest, a lot of the stuff that he talks about, I talk about anyway. Um, it'd be interesting to have somebody like that on to have a bit of a chat, maybe go into the medical field, what's actually happening in the medical field, some other stuff, rather than just the general stuff that he already talks with everybody else. That's what I thought, a different angle and all that. So thanks for advice on cholesterol. I am very strict carny, no booze or any other vice. Okay. It could be other. Sometimes you can, if you're doing excessive amount of exercise and you've got very low body fat, if you've got very low body fat, seed man, then yes, your triglycerides can go quite high. And the reason for that is if you're an ApoE 4, 4.3, or 4.2, you take in chylomicron remnant very rapidly, and you're lean, which means you're a hyper responder, and you'll actually put out shitloads of VLDL because you need the energy because you've got very low body mass. And do you have very low body mass? Please let me know because that would only explain it. You have big energy requirements because you're physically active, and again, you're basically having greater need of more energy to be put out into the system because you've got lower body fat. Usually with lower body fat and physically activity, both trigs go up basically. I can't do the vol greeting. You mean like that? Live long and prosper. Yeah, you sort of. This is how I do it. I get the two fingers here, and then I move that finger there, that to the other one. So like that. The two first one, and then I move the other one in like that, and then I move them apart. You can't do that. Okay. Maybe I've got better control of my fingers. I've got no idea. I get raw sheep yogurt. It is yummy. Yeah, I love sheep's yogurt, especially in the Greek when they take all the fluids out and it really becomes very thick, like a very thick sort of with a and it has this like little layer on top, thick layer. Oh God Almighty! I can go through a tub of that. Yeah. Anyway, when I was last time in Greece, I actually had couple of tubs of that. And my mate Andrew goes, "What the fuck? What the effing is that?" And I go, "This lamb's yolk." And he said, "Yeah, I can smell it." So yes, I definitely enjoy. Yeah, that's one thing I miss from Greece. Lamb's yogurt. God, I miss it. You can't get lamb's yogurt down here. Just can't. Or I mean, I did try one, but it was just very, very average. Ah, yes. Looking forward to it next week. Looking forward to it, Shelley. Definitely. The humour will be on. The humour will be on in that regard. Can you get 3 gram carb yogurt straight up? Yeah, you may need to basically ferment it a bit more or do it yourself. So, Making a sausage grill out video. Yeah. Oh, you had similar thoughts that I did. You bad boy. We'll see what Lukey comes up. If you're anti-Goat, you're an anti-Garth David supporter. Oh, you're a Garth David supporter. Oh, God. My work has been a living hell. Dealing with academics as is a real shit show. Yeah, can be. It's why Bart got out of that rat race. Yes, occasionally I help a lady out of Mexico. She's doing a biochemistry degree. So, and yeah, she's getting all sorts of reductionist nonsense that I have to explain the errors and explain and all that. And she asks her academics and they just regurgitate the same stuff, Sarah, the same garbage. It's because I don't understand it. So she has to ask me and all that. And she, so ridiculous. They're supposed to explain it to her. If they can't, what are they getting paid for? God, it's a joke. Harry, any benefits in spreading the protein intake over 5 meals as opposed to 2 to maximize body comp, leucine distribution, not even time? Look, you need to get a minimum of 2.6 grams of leucine minimum for muscle protein synthesis. I prefer having a big anabolic effect. I don't like these low anabolic effects. So I want to maximize muscle protein synthesis. Our ancestors ate big amounts of food when they got it and they gorged on it. That's how we're supposed to eat. Not continuously, but with big meals. We have the capacity. You just have to work up to it. That's what the priming is that they've been doing sometime, which is they've been finding hard, but eventually you get used to it. Your body gets used to it, to eating quite a bit and then cutting back at it completely to basically use the body fat. So it's the way we're naturally designed and all that. So I do 2 meals, a smaller meal and a larger meal every day, and I don't recommend anything specifically. I just say ancestrally, this is closer to ancestral. Some tribals just did 1 meal, big meal. Others did sort of one larger meal and a smaller meal. And that's the general situation. And it's usually within daylight, not in the evening darkness. In daylight, I have all my food in daylight, not in the evening. In the evening, I may have something like kombuchas, something like this sort of thing. But I'm not going to basically have any food whatsoever. So that's to keep it more ancestrally and all that. And you do want more of that leucine effect so you can get that maximize the muscle protein synthesis. So I don't think it's species appropriate to have too many small meals. Your body can handle as much protein as you shove in there. As I did a video showing, it doesn't produce any sugar, does not get converted to sugar, excess amounts, does not happen. Taurine, if you get enough taurine in your system, what it does is it will slow down the gut motility to slowly absorb and increase, and all it does is then move through the gut into the body. It'll actually push in the amount into the how much your protein pool will be put in. And so as those aminos come through, they will be digested slowly over multiple hours. So you can actually have, by consuming a lot of meat, you can actually have like digesting over 8 hours. Small amounts coming out of your stomach into your gut lining and into the actual system, being absorbed into your body, then a bit more coming through, and all that. The actual motility and the stomach, actually through the lower sphincter, is all regulated by these systems. In particular, taurine is the big regulator by those things when it comes to protein, and it will slowly be absorbed over multiple hours. That is why when you have a lot of protein, you don't feel hungry for hours for that reason. So it is not a problem at all. Completely not. It's more the ancestral approach. And I actually like to initiate stronger muscle protein synthesis, because if you're having small meals, you may not get enough leucine in, and you may just have very low elevations. That's when you're at risk of actually generating more, turning more of that into sugar. Don't want to do that. You want far more leucine into the system. And that's why even with older people, I recommend leucine supplementation. I want to maximize muscle protein synthesis, in no way diminish it. Less meals and more protein and more leucine and more for the anabolic side and more basically in that way. What's your opinion on glycine? Not required. You can convert methionine to glycine, not a requirement. The more I actually did on homocysteine, I did a video covering this. The pathways are quite clear: methionine, glycine, right through to taurine. It's all about methionine. That's a myth, complete myth, nay. Supplementing and getting more from the diet to perhaps balance methionine, that is an absolute lie. It is excrement. It's completely and utterly bullshit. I did a video on that where I ridicule our dear friend Gregor, Dr. Gregor, and his bullshit. My video absolutely tears him to pieces because remember, they talk about this high methionine causing, they talk about this bullshit in terms of methionine increasing homocysteine. They were actually infusing in this study, or infusing methionine and actually lowering homocysteine. Absolutely, it's garbage. They don't understand the way when you increase methionine, you actually increase the body itself produces more glycine. You don't need to balance by supplementing. It's absolute bullshit. The research does not support that postulate. So it's wrong. It's in complete error. But if you say a lie and bullshit long enough, most people start believing it. Now let me find that video, because that is a real good video. I wish more people would view it, because it's so good. It's actually quite comical. I take absolutely Gregor to pieces, and I enjoy doing it and get a lot of laughs. It's a long one. It's 1 hour and 30 minutes. So it is 90 minutes long. So it's not a short video, but it absolutely is gold. I think it's one of my best videos. It's only had 500 views. It should have had 1,000 or 2,000 views. So I'm a bit annoyed in that regard, but what do you do? And that's the video. Are vegans like Dr. Gregor right that meat increases homocysteine levels? Nope. That's the short version. Nope. Shelley goes, I've never had kombucha. That sounds vile. This actual kombucha it's a soft drink. It's actually a drink with a bit with some probiotic in it, and one or two strains of bacteria. So I get this and a few of the others. I vary them. There's a Japanese one. It's a nice beverage. They use erythritol. Alcohol sugar is not the best thing to do, but having occasionally one or two here is not gonna break the bank or be a really big. But that video, anybody hasn't seen that video, God, it's a bundle of laughs, an absolute bundle of laughs. And if they haven't seen my leucine one, which shows that leucine is the real, why is it asking me as a member? How funny is YouTube? Here's me, my own account, and it's actually asking me whether I want to become a member of my own account. I haven't even enabled that. How bloody stupid is that? Ugh. YouTube. What can you say? And this one here, this is leucine or insulin keto protein synthesis? And that's basically with a Ray Peat and all their bullshit about, you need insulin, you need carbohydrates to actually build muscle. No, you don't. You only need leucine. In a fasted, you can be completely fasted. That is in a catabolic state where your insulin to glucagon is 0.8 to 1. Less insulin, more glucagon. And still, what I call a dirty fast, where you supplement leucine in, you can actually, without no other protein coming in to the body, you can actually, with the turnover of autophagy and as it goes in the pulsatile form, as aminos are released into the bloodstream, and then the body uses them to rebuild. With muscle protein synthesis, you can actually drive more of them, not into urine, but more of them into basically building new tissue in a fasted way, showing that it's leucine, nothing to do with insulin. You can put insulin in a fasted state. What all you do is just make yourself hypoglycemic. If you're not fat adapted, that is. But Cahill did the studies where he got them fat adapted, they're in ketosis, then drove their blood sugars down with insulin. They were still catabolic and very catabolic. Doesn't do anything, insulin. It's a signaling molecule. It's a signaling hormone. The thing that actually drives muscle protein synthesis is leucine. Always has been. So that's why people get more muscular when they consume pretty much leucine. Obviously, taurine also in animal foods helps as well, quite a bit. And this myth about glycine balance and all that, myth, it's bullshit. It's been perpetuated by some low carbers, some paleo in particular, vagoonerized idiots, and many others that continually perpetuate this. And it's usually the anti-meat brigade as well. And yeah, it's just crap. The more methionine you consume, the more glycine the liver will generate, synthesize. So a complete, absolutely nonsensical argument, because these people just are reductionists. They think in reductionist terms. A true biochemist is somebody who understands the interactions of complex systems and studies them in that way. But a reductionist doesn't look for mechanisms, just talks about pathways as if they are the ins and outs of everything that happens in the body. Complete and utter nonsense. If you look at lipolysis and glycolysis, you'll basically think, well, it's the fat that's actually, causing problems with the sugar to metabolize the sugar. But if you think in terms of Randall cycle, you think more holistically and understand these mechanisms, how the way they're interacting with themselves in a more holistic way, then you realize, what's happening? Why are these pathways being inhibited? Coming all into, it makes, if you think logically sense, you've got these two pathways coming right into the Krebs cycle. Well, isn't one have to be impeded in order the other one to be able to drive through? Otherwise, if you can't actually go into acetyl-CoA, then you're going to be basically pushing shitloads out into lactate. So and generating very little energy from that sugar. Then it has to go somewhere. Yeah, look, it's But when you understand how these mechanism works and then how these receptors are blockaded, down regulated, then it makes all sense. But if you're seeing them as simple stuff, you just don't work it. You go, oh yeah, it's going to be excess energy. You don't realize it's because of this, sorry, excess calories as they call it, but it's not that. It's this activation because of excess energy that actually happens. So they get completely confused. Anyway, it's 1 o'clock nearly. I'm going to pull the plug shortly because I need to get to bed as well. Need to get up a bit earlier. So I've got things to do tomorrow. I'll quickly go through these things. I see something really, really important that I have to answer in that regard. Yep. I think we covered that earlier in that way. Yeah, I know, it's bloody crazy, all that sort of shit. Yep. And I think now you'll be using choline to deal with that. Sulfur accumulation does happen. Ah, yes, he's a wonderful philanthropist, that crackpot. Yes. He wants you locked up in a smart city that he controls, feeding you kibble. Yes. Such a philanthropist. Yes. Wonderful man. Not. I didn't realize I was that far behind. Yes, yes, yes. Definitely get your choline, get your eggs in, my dear. Yeah, yeah, it is. It is sort of normal. Yep. I always say, listen to your people. Just think that they have to eat every day. It's just like, oh, if I'm not eating every day, is there something wrong with me? There's a tribe in, as I said, in the part of the Amazon. They eat every third day. They don't eat for 2 days. On the third day, they go to town. They just eat, eat, and eat. They stuff themselves, and then for 2 days they eat nothing. And they are multiple generation population without any health problems whatsoever. So obviously, if they're pregnant, then they eat a bit more often because they have to support a growing child. But if they're basically just regular, they just eat every third day. So the only problem is with butter, yes, fine, you can. Cheese, not a good idea. With milk, it does change the fatty acid profile. It sort of the crystallization breaks down the fats, the bonds in the fats in some way, and actually change them. Maybe as they're thawing out, depending if they're not, I'm not sure. It's a very hard thing whether they are going to be prone to oxidation or not, or whether there's going to be an issue. Don't know, but it does change the flavor, and I don't like it. So I tried that once, and I gave up on the idea because it does change the flavor. Jared has done the same thing and got the same result, and realised, yeah, not a good idea. As I said to him, it does change the proteins are different. Proteins, they get denatured in our gut, in our stomach, to simple, fats as well, to fatty acids. But yeah, I'm just not sure about the how whether some do get damaged or not. I just don't know. But they do have a different taste. The fats do end up with, creating this different taste within the milk. So yeah, I've tried that shell. So yeah, um, but I'm not sure whether it's a problem for the fats or not. That's where because we've got no experiments, so I was just speculating back then when I was talking to Jared. I could have been wrong, but I don't like the flavour that comes out of it. Uh, YouTube, I think high doses, but not sure of B12 for brain fog, and he resolved the problem. He also had a benefit affect his grey hair reversed to a darker nuance. It's possible. Yep. Look, people that don't have I have a genetic like photosensitivity to sun, so my hair goes a bit grayer in the sun, and that's a genetic thing. So I can't really do much about it. When I'm out of the sun, it doesn't. My hair doesn't can go darker again, and then when I'm out in the sun again, because I tend to be out in the sun far more than I used to be in the before, so I have that photosensitivity. My cousins, both cousins, in their 30s, basically, one female, one male, completely, went greyish and white. But yeah, what do you do? It's genetic sometimes on that one for me. But in terms of the resolving the brain fog and all that, B12, definitely eating a steak definitely fixes that problem. And we've seen it even with Sean Baker's father. His hair's gone darker, so yeah. So definitely. I have silver hair. Yeah, you probably have similar genetics to me. You photo age very easily, the hair. So, yes. For some people, yeah, it is due to lack of B12, but not everyone. Can be other factors as well, genetic factors. Yeah, basically, you'll eat whatever you can under those. It's about survival. And if you freeze the damn thing in a fridge, they didn't have refrigeration back there. It was basically the fridges they used. It was ice. They used like an ice block, so they had to remove those things because the temperature wasn't cold enough in some regards. Well, it depends on how much ice you had in there. That's the other factor. Depends. But the refrigeration was ice blocks, very different from today's stuff as well. And then he said most of the micronutrient RDA are just guesses, no science data at all. Yeah, that's correct. Potassium RDA is insane. Yeah, it is crazy. I've been saying that for some time. It's too high. They keep on bringing up the average. That's because of the low sodium levels. It's just bloody stupid. It's crazy what they're saying. Yeah. As I said, if they keep on increasing the averages of potassium levels, they're going to end up killing people with too much potassium. It's just friggin' crazy, to say the least. I said that one of my live streams ages ago. Anybody that remembers? Yeah, he's right. I agree with him completely. RDIs are just shit. first of all, for thiamine, your levels drop by half, and you only need to support one of the actual pathways for energy production, not both. When you're on no carbs, so the only thing, most things drop. The only thing that goes up is riboflavin, but meat and dairy have shitloads of riboflavin, so it's a non-issue on a carnivore diet. So yeah, the rest of it's just a pretty much guesswork of their averages within the population. So they'll look at the average population and say, well, but most people are sick. The averages work in a healthy population. Now in a sick population, it's just illogical. Sometimes they're higher than they should be. Sometimes they're lower than they should be. It's all over the place. It's all these based on averages, you know, and they are different from country to country. That's as well. It's guessing. So I know many European countries like Germany and all that have completely different RDIs than the US. Yeah, pretty much that is exactly what they're trying to do. Kill God off and basically turn us into that model of Trudeau. Praise the Chinese model. Say no more. Yeah, they are lies. They actually take roids and they take a whole lot of other peptides and a whole lot of other stuff. They just don't tell us that they do that because we know they take, all these other anabolic precursors like SARMs and stuff like that somebody else was asking me earlier. They take all this other stuff off the black market and whatever else. That's how they do it. Because when they don't take this stuff, they look like Gregor, emaciated and sarcopenic. That's what they look like. There is no vegan bodybuilder. On a pure vegan diet, you basically end up looking like that guy that was emaciated on a veganerized diet. The guy was in Thailand, that young bloke who believed in that. I don't know whether he's still alive, that bloke, because that's appalling. It's yes, ridiculous. Lisa, I agree with you. So yeah, with a couple of those comments that you've put there, yeah, I have seen some photos of New York City as well. Yes, yes. Truth bombs need to be said about, yes, how they're trying to turn us into, yes, good global citizens that need to be basically monitored, be on have a social credit score as well to be good global citizens. Yes. No thanks. Yes, and I do consider those a bunch of traitors in a sense. Yeah, you could call them that. Yeah, bloody arseholes. Now, about New York City is a shithole. You're probably not too far from the truth there. I have seen some recent photos of the way after this so-called pandemic, it's turned the entire city into it's a you go to New York, to Los Angeles, whole lot of shanty towns with a whole lot of homeless people. You go to New York, all these businesses all these businesses have just been decimated. The entire, it's just ruined. It was a happening place, New York City. They just ruined it completely. I look at streets upon streets, things boarded up all over the place. They've destroyed the heart and soul of that city. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Yes, beyond the joke. Yeah, hi Nick as well. Yes, pretty much the perfect tool of manipulation and misinformation. Yes, eat your veganerized food. Yes, do that. Do that. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, mate. Oops. Thanks for the support. Oh, that's good that you've been looking at some of my videos. You're finding it interesting. Good. I'm glad you have. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of my sort of is a myth bust. Well, the bullshit out there. There's a lot of bullshit. In the It's not only the veganerized community, it's not only in the vegan vegetarian community, but even in the paleo community, the keto community. There's just so much absolute nonsense out there. As if our ancestors had to sit around regulating their electrolytes. I mean, give us a break. They just ate more meat. They got the taurine, which automatically regulated all these systems. No need for supplements. All these other things that are regulated is if you get the right enough animal foods in you, things just work properly. Simple as that. And thanks for the support. Yeah, it's a joke. It's an absolute joke. In that regard, yes. People should really look at that movie. If you haven't seen the leucine, is leucine or insulin keto protein synthesis really bloody important that people view that? And the other one, this one is hilarious. I know it's 90 minutes and some people don't have the patience, but I literally rip Gregor apart on this one. And you know me, sometimes I can be quite humorous. Like to take a bit of a jab at some of the nonsense out there. This one, I basically, I had to control myself from laughing at some points. I nearly lost it at a few points. I had to sort of contain myself and not because some of the points are just you go, are these crackpots truly saying this sort of stuff? So I literally pulled Gregor apart in, yes, basically Harry carried him. So deserved everything he got in that regard. So that was quite funny. I found a Wi-Fi spot. Good for him. He's actually got one close by, so where he actually goes to does he? Because some last time I had a bit of a chat with him when he was outdoors. So that's in our Zoom session. That's right, in our Zoom session, he popped in. So I know exactly where he's gone location wise. I can't tell the women. Can't disturb him. Yeah, butter's fine. It's just milk that can be an issue. Yes, yes. I sent you an email. I hope you got it. Didn't want to put it publicly in case you don't know where it came from. Okay, Emma. Yep, I'll take a look. When I get a chance. I'm behind on emails massively at the moment, so I still got a day job. So I do need to do the right thing by that. Still pays the bills, the major bills. Yeah, it is. It is really sad to see how bad New York's turned out. Hairiest, a lot of hair. Yes, if you take a look at my genetics, I'm supposed to be bald and everything else, so I'm not doing too well in that regard. I'm not doing too bad. Is Yeah, I could be doing worse. Let's put it that way. In that way, you're welcome. And I'm nearly at the bottom. I cheated a bit, moving fast through, and right at the bottom. Anyway, see you, Nick. Anyway, it's here 1:17 in the morning, and we've done 7 hours and 15 minutes precisely. So I'm going to pull the plug. Thanks for being here, everyone. Appreciate it. This has been probably one of the longest streams that I've done for a while, and I think I may have done one longer, but yes. So it's a bit on the. Oh, look, I used to have like bald spatch, like in this middle part and in the back part and stuff like that. And along here, this part was thinning out. Look how thick it is now. That was thinning out, and this was thinning out as well. So now it's, the hair's quite, you can see, quite thick and concentrated, all this sort of thing. So it's all grown back, which is really good. And now it just grows too much, Lisa. So I have to go and get haircuts quite often. And yeah, so it costs a bit of money. But yeah, the carnivore diet has improved my hair quite a bit. I have to say, to be happy about that part. So I've become far more hairy Harry. So yes, or Harry Roy to be more precise. These are projectors. Yes, good for reminding me. But the only issue, I can't escape some of the genetics. My cousin, who's got the same name on my father's side, he's got quite a lot of balding all over the similar stuff. Like I thought I was going to go that way, like Friar Tuck and all that. And I'm going, oh no, I thought, but then being on a more meat heavy diet and with taurine and stuff like that, it's completely and utterly reversed. MSM also helps with the keratin in the hair and all that to bind that better. And so doing some of that sort of stuff. Usually with women that don't actually, not on a carnivore diet, I always recommend MSM. And if they have a sulfur management where they don't manage sulfur very well, I usually actually then ask them to take a bit of choline or eat a few eggs, and it usually resolves any issues like Lethal had, a bit of like anxiety and stuff like that. Some people can bioaccumulate sulfur. Doesn't happen with taurine, but it can happen with MSM. But it's a cheaper alternative for better hair and nails. And women, look, even men, but women, even particular the vanity side in having good nails and hair, yes, they do like supplementing with MSM. So, which is fair enough. I mean, I got no, I'm not in any way critical, Ryan. Thanks, mate. And yes, I will. Thank you very much. I definitely will shortly. And thanks, Deborah. Yep. Appreciate all the love. Yes, definitely. Pretty much, I didn't intend to fix my hair. That wasn't, I was just taking high dose of taurine and MSM more for my heart as I was repairing, getting rid of the fibrosis. And the hair started thickening and getting more thicker. I was doing menaquinone 4 as well, all this sort of stuff. I'm going, my hair's getting thicker and all this sort of stuff. I wasn't sure. And then I started looking into some of the collagen side of things, and I go, interesting. Yeah, so sulfur is playing a big role. So, yeah, it really improved those sort of things. Now, I don't know whether MSM plays a bigger role than taurine. I suspect the MSM is playing a bigger role in that. Where sulfur amino acids like taurine, methionine, and all that help generally all over, but MSM seems to directly affect the eating, improving also with the hydroxy and proline and hydroxylysine side of things as well. So it seems to affect some of these collagen pathways a bit additionally. Now, the other ones do as well, don't get me wrong, but it seems to sort of like boost it a bit more. When I do a lot of I actually did an experiment once and I started taking high doses of MSM and my hair became so friggin' thick. I went to, when I was getting the, this is before I've got a barber now, because I had a barber before, then he retired, an old man, and then I had to go to a regular sort of lady that did haircuts and stuff like that. And I had actually done one that period high dose of MSM, and my hair was so thick she couldn't cut it. She said, "Harry, how the hell does your hair become so thick? It's thicker than I've ever seen it before." So I think while the other sulfur amino acids help generally getting good, if you want extreme thickness, it seems like MSM, as long as you don't have the issue like Lilith has, where she bioaccumulates in her brain and actually can create anxiety issues. Got to be very careful. Now, you can sort of mitigate that to some extent with choline, or eating a couple of eggs can lower that potential. But I was doing at the time about 4 grams. I do only 1 gram now, but I was doing 4 grams of MSM, and my hair became really thick, really thick. So I was quite shocked. And even the lady that cut my hair was quite shocked. So, yes, it does help. So, get a bit of MSM if you want thicker hair and thicker nails as well. So, if you want to grow, like some ladies want to grow very long nails, MSM will maintain much healthier, longer nails where they won't, snap off as easy. She used a lawnmower. Well, she was struggling, let's put it that way, and said, "Oh, God, Harry." So, oh, look, I was, that's, for me, you know, actually, like Bart has got no hair, that's one thing, because that's over multiple generations genetically now established. But I, I didn't want to lose my part, like having all these patches and having a friar tuck thing, or behind here and stuff like that. I was just, or on top, I was going, no, I just didn't want to. And I accidentally fell on it, trying to use sulfur to fix my issues and all that. And then I said, let me try this other one I'd heard about. So yeah, the bonus was it did wonders for my hair as well. So while taurine did improve my hair, it literally pushed it to the MSM, pushed it to the next level. Oh, thanks, mate. Thanks. It's a sulfur amino acid. I've talked about it multiple times, mate. Multiple times. I get you can get it off iHerb. So make sure that it's actually just pure MSM, nothing else in it. So if you're going to buy a brand, there's a number of brands there. Most of them pretty much are pure. You have to check the other ingredients. If it's got 0 other ingredients, it means it's pure MSM, and that's what you want. You don't want any fillers whatsoever in there. So that's pretty much it. My nails breaking below the free edge. It's awful. Wonderful if was nutritional. Yeah. So yeah, balding sucks. I don't blame you. Yeah, it's genetic. My father has a lot of. If you look at my father's, he's got patches here, patches missing here, patches missing there. He literally cut it really short, and you see all these patches where he's got very little short hair, a few hairs here and there, and you can see patches. So if he allowed his hair to grow, you'd see these big, massive patches all over his head. So, and they recently have actually receded because he's been doing MSM, and the hair is growing in the patches, and I'm going, that's interesting. And he's 87, so that was a shock. I didn't expect that. We increased the dosage a bit, and I'm going, nah, this can't be real. I can understand getting a bit of extra sulfur, is fine, but at 87, give us a break, especially when you've had bald patches like that for many years, and Dad used to brush his hair to hide the stuff. And I go, nah, it can't be the case. But yes, even an old man at 87 is actually seeing improvements, Melissa. So yeah, I was pretty much shocked to see that result. Yep, he's a pretty strong old dog, and his muscles have actually grown by 50% compared to where they were in his mid 70s. Obviously, he had very big muscles when he was young, because he had massive, even bigger than mine. I've never grown muscles that big. Dad was a Boilermaker welder years ago, so he's built. Then he got into small business, which his muscles sort of, not as physical. And then sort of they remained at that level. And then by the time he got into older age, that he 60s, he sort of got influenced by other people to go more vegetarian. And unfortunately, he ended up with sarcopenia, pernicious anemia. A lot of these problems. So I go, Dad, you're in a mess. We need to change course. And then I started getting him on taurine, getting him on eating, we had to do supplemental B vitamins and B12, and then trying to encourage him to eat more meat again. So then I actually showed him my improvements in my own health, and he got convinced. And I said, "Look, Dad, I reversed my fibrosis in my heart." So once he basically realised that, he goes, "Okay, we got it wrong." And I said, "We got it wrong." So he shifted. How much does Dad take? Dad actually only takes 2 grams. Only takes 2 grams because he's taking taurine. I don't want to overload him. He's taking it for a different reason, for arthritis. We're not doing it for the hairs. And he's still seeing results. I could get him on higher doses, but at the moment I've got him on very high doses of taurine, and I don't want to add too much sulfur in there. He eats quite a lot of eggs as well, so that's the only reason. And the hair isn't the ultimate thing. Even though he's seeing improvements, we can always go back and address that later on with more MSM once we bring the taurine down. We do need to fix up the other issues that Dad's caused to himself. And once we get those issues resolved, I'll bring the taurine levels down again. And at that stage, I could pop up the MSM without any problem. So I can't do that yet because I've got him on high doses of taurine. I don't want to put too much sulfur in because he has the same genetic things that I've got. We can't generate enough endogenous choline. We have to get it from the diet. So we are very poor in choline. That's why we're very susceptible to fatty liver, me and my father. I've got those genetics. So I need that extra choline. And that's where the problem lies. So I can't push up the sulfurs too high. Got to be very careful with Dad. And, the vanity side is unimportant in that regard. But he is seeing better results, even with going from 1 gram to 2 grams. So I think if he went higher, yeah. That's why I usually recommend to women who have got alopecia or stuff like that, I usually recommend like 4 grams and a carnivore diet. Okay, interesting. Devox mozzarella. Mozzarella probably, yeah, it's probably one of those hard cheeses that probably, or type of cheeses that probably can are better for that sort of thing. Yeah, probably. Yeah, never tried it. Probably should see what the outcome's like. Anyway, guys, we are 7.5 hours, and I'm pulling the plug at 7.5 hours. We're not going to go any further. It's 1:30 in the morning in Tasmania, and I need to get to bed. Thanks for being here. Good night, and I will see you lovely people next week. And take care. See yous. And please hit the like button on your way out. See yous.